After summoning his thunderstorm wings, Han Li flapped them gently, and his body shot forth as an azure and white thread of light. The light thread covered a distance of 700 to 800 feet in just a single flash, then appeared on the other side of the horizon after just a few more flashes. Such an astonishing speed would allow Han Li to outrun all beings below the holy race, and he was finally beginning to slowly catch up to Lu Shui'er and Shi Kuan. Thankfully, all of the dark beasts nearby seemed to have been summoned away by the dark beast monarch, thereby allowing him to fly through the forest without any inhibitions. After more than 2 hours, he finally caught up to his target and caught sight of Lu Shui'er and Shi Kuan in the distance. In reality, he hadn't really caught up. At this point, Lu Shui'er and Shi Kuan had already been forced to stop, and were currently engaged in a heated battle against the silver-eyed dark beasts. Han Li narrowed his eyes and surveyed the situation from several kilometers away. Thus, he discovered that Shi Kuan had donned a suit of shimmering yellow armor, and was standing still on the spot in midair. A pair of crimson war hammers had appeared in his hands, and as he swung them through the air, countless fist-sized balls of fire revolved around him, conjuring up a sinister-looking crimson fire doom. In the air above his head, a red jade vial spinning on the spot incessantly, blasting forth pillars of crimson light that were attacking the enemies around him in a frenzy. It turned out that Shi Kuan's most powerful abilities were fire attribute ones, rather than earth attribute abilities. This came as quite a surprise to Han Li. Meanwhile, the 3 silver-eyed dark beasts that were attacking him had conjured up a dozen or so black projections that had surrounded him from all sides. Countless streaks of black and red light clashed amid resounding booms, and despite the immense power of Shi Kuan's warhammers, he was unable to strike the silver projections around him due to their fast and unpredictable movement techniques, so he was only able to ensure self-preservation without being able to gain any advantage. On top of that, even though the 3 silver-eyed dark beasts weren't actually attacking him themselves, the silver beams of light they were unleashing from their third eyes were extremely dangerous. Shi Kuan naturally didn't dare to allow these beams of light to pierce through his defenses and strike his body, so he was going out of his way to block them with his war hammers. Han Li could clearly see that as soon as those silver beams of light struck Shi Kuan's crimson hammers, those areas on the hammers would instantly take on a black hue. Despite the fact that the crimson light around those areas would then scramble to sweep over those spots, it would still take a long while before the war hammers returned to normal. Thankfully, the 3 silver-eyed dark beasts were unable to continuously blast forth those beams of light, and even with 3 of them joining forces to attack Shi Kuan, they were still unable to break through his defenses. Thus, an impasse ensued. Meanwhile, Lu Shui'er was facing 4 other silver-eyed sylph beasts on her own, and her situation was vastly different. She had summoned a set of dazzling silver short spears, each of which was only around a foot in length. There were 8 of them in total, and as they flew through the air, they left specks of silver light in their wake, making it appear as if countless silver stars had lit up in the dark night. Aside from those treasures, a strange silver projection had also appeared behind her. The projection appeared to be of a beautiful silver-armored woman, yet as its arms flashed through the air, they conjured up countless blurry arm projections, making it appear as it possessed hundreds of arms. Each and every one of those arms projections was holding a silver longsword that was just as blurry and indistinct, and these long swords were sending streaks of white sword chi hurtling through the air. As such, countless streaks of sword chi were being unleashed by the projection, while the set of short silver spears were releasing countless specks of silver light, and these attacks encompassed an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet. The 4 silver-eyed dark beasts had flown into a thunderous rage, and the projections they were conjuring up were rushing relentlessly toward Lu Shui'er, only to be kept firmly at bay. As such, she appeared to be well on top in her battle. Han Li heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and at the same time, a wry smile appeared on his face. These 2 had proclaimed that they'd have very little chances of securing victory if they were to face more than 3 normal dark beasts, yet right now they were facing multiple 3-eyed dark beasts, which were of a higher caliber than their normal brethren, yet one was able to hold their own while the other clearly had the upper hand. It was quite apparent that they had both intentionally been overly modest in their own assessment of their powers. However, that came as no surprise to Han Li. After all, no one would reveal the full extent of their powers to some people they'd only just met. The Dark Beast Monarch had to have identified their cultivation bases, but never would it have thought that these two weren't ordinary late spatial tempering stage beings at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sent only these 7 silver-eyed dark beasts after them. If they were only comparable in power to normal late spatial tempering stage beings, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand the combined attacks from these silver-eyed dark beasts for so long. In this current situation, it was impossible to say whether Lu Shui'er was truly more powerful than Shi Kuan, or whether the 7 silver-eyed dark beasts were truly inferior in power compared to the two of them. Neither side had unleashed their full power and the battles appeared to be quite fierce, but all of them were merely throwing figurative jabs, trying to provoke an opening that they could exploit to land a killing blow. Only in those moments of life and death would they reveal the extent of their abilities. However, through the use of his spirit eye ability, Han Li could see that both Shi Kuan and Lu Shui'er wore concerned expressions on their faces. It was no wonder that they were feeling rather uneasy. After all, this was the central region of the Dark Beast Forest. Even though all of the Dark Beasts had seemingly been taken away by the Dark Beast Monarch, who was to say that the Beast Pack wouldn't suddenly turn around? If they were to be inundated by so many Dark Beasts at once, their fates were essentially sealed. However, if they were to try and end these battles quickly, that could easily result in unfavorable consequences as well. These 7 silver-eyed dark beasts were comparable to them in power, so even if they were to unleash all of their trump cards to kill these beasts, they'd expend a lot of magic power in the process, and most likely end up with severe injuries as well. In that case, there was almost no way they'd be able to traverse through the rest of the Dark Beast Forest without being killed along the way. As such, both Lu Shui'er and Shi Kuan were growing quite anxious, and they could only hope that Han Li would catch up to them as quickly as possible. Only with their combined powers would they be able to secure victory without having to overexert themselves. These thoughts quickly raced through Han Li's mind, and he immediately understood the nature of the situation. He knew that these battles had to be concluded quickly, as the longer they delayed, the more risk they'd be incurring. As such, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and he turned over his hand to summon an object. He then flicked his wrist and a black bracelet shot forth, then disappeared into thin air in a flash. At the same time, his other hand turned inky black, and wisps of gray light began to emerge from his fingertips. Simultaneously, golden light flashed, and golden scales appeared all over his body as he immediately activated his Provenance True Devil Arts to their maximal extent. After doing all that, he raised a hand, and a black veil emerged before draping itself over his entire body, upon which he immediately vanished on the spot. Moments later, one of the dark beasts that was attacking Shi Kuan suddenly faltered as a hint of bewilderment flashed through its eyes. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted behind it, and a white object hurtled directly toward the beast. The silver-eyed dark beast reacted extremely quickly, swiping a paw behind itself without even turning around. Black light flashed and several black claw projections flashed through the air, crashing into the white object with a resounding boom. The dark beast took advantage of this opportunity to abruptly twist around, and it finally managed to identify what it had just been attacked by. This was a pristine white python that was several tens of feet long, and astonishing glacial chi was emanating from its entire body as it appraised the beast in a completely expressionless manner. The dark beast was naturally furious to see this. Yet before it had a chance to do anything, a small mountain that was around an inch tall suddenly appeared above its head. The miniature mountain then swelled drastically to over 1,000 feet in size in the blink of an eye before crashing down in a soundless manner. There were several large silver runes inscribed onto the surface of the mountain, and those characters were none other than beveled silver text. Due to the abrupt and silent emergence of the mountain, the dark beast only detected its presence after it had begun its descent. At this moment, a blue jade fan shot forth from within the giant white python's mouth, and the fan waved itself through the air, sending a burst of blue glacial light hurtling directly toward the dark beast. The silver-eyed dark beast was quite alarmed by these sudden developments, and the other two dark beasts immediately let loose roars of fury upon seeing this, turning away from Shi Kuan as they charged toward their companion. Shi Kuan immediately let loose a burst of raucous laughter as both of his war hammers flew out of his hands, then swelled to around 10 feet in size each before crashing down toward the two dark beasts with devastating might. Even prior to actually making contact with the two beasts, two bursts of immense power came crashing down from the warhammers, and the two beasts could only turn around and blast black light out of their mouths to withstand these lethal attacks. As such, the dark beast beneath the giant mountain had no choice but to face Han Li on its own, and all of its fur immediately stood up on end, then transformed into countless streaks of black light that hurtled directly toward the swath of blue light sweeping toward it. It then raised its head and blasted a thick pillar of black light toward the underside of the giant black mountain. The beast wasn't expecting these rushed attacks to actually be able to keep Han Li's assault at bay. All it wanted was to delay these two attacks slightly, and it was confident that it would be able to escape. In the next instant, black light erupted from the dark beast's body, and it suddenly split up into hundreds of black butterflies that flew forth in all directions. The black pillar of light struck the giant mountain, and the latter really did pause for a split second in its descent. During this brief delay, the black butterflies fled to around 300 feet away, and they were about to leave the area encompassed by the giant mountain in the next instant. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from nearby. The harumph wasn't very loud, but all of the black butterflies faltered upon hearing it, and they almost fell out of the sky. Almost at the exact same moment, the silver runes on the surface of the giant black mountain lit up, following which countless threads of gray light shot forth from the underside of the mountain. Brilliant gray light flashed as the gray threads instantly pierced through the bodies of the temporarily immobilized black butterflies. These black butterflies then shuddered as if they'd encountered the bane of their existence, then shattered into specks of black light. At this moment the mountain slowly revolved, and a burst of enormous suction force swept forth as a vast expanse of gray light, sweeping up the specks of black light before drawing them into the underside of the mountain, where they disappeared in a flash. This dark beast had been drawn into the divine essence-fused mountain, and only the heavens knew whether it was still alive. Right after this dark beast vanished as specks of black light, 3 of the projections that were attacking Shirkuan also disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the 2 other dark beasts had only just blasted away Shirkuan's massive fiery warhammers with their pillars of black light, and they were extremely alarmed and furious that one of their companions was nowhere to be seen. Black light erupted from their bodies, and they combined as one to form a twin-headed silver-eyed dark beast. This fused beast was over 200 feet in size, and the 3rd vertical eyes on their glabellas had increased in size by several-fold, making them appear as if they were a pair of shimmering silver lamps. As soon as this giant beast appeared, both of its heads turned toward different directions, and their 3rd eyes abruptly sprung open to blast forth a thumb-sized beam of silver light each. One of the beams of light shot forth toward the massive blue wave while the other hurtled toward the giant black mountain up above. The silver light struck the 2 in a flash, and even though the beams of light were quite thin, they seemed to possess extraordinary power. Both the blue wave and the giant mountain shuddered before faltering in mid-air, unable to advance any further. A faint cry of surprise suddenly rang out from somewhere near the giant fused dark beast. The twin-headed dark beast was elated that its ability had been effective in keeping Han Li's attacks at bay, yet its expressions immediately darkened as it heard this cry of surprise. One of its front paws swiped through the air like lightning toward the spot where the sound had come from, and the beast was so massive that even just one of its paws was around 10 feet in size. Claw projections flashed through the air, encompassing the entire area nearby. At the same time, one of its heads swiveled around, and another beam of silver light shot forth from its 3rd eye. After fusing together, this giant beast was able to blast this silver light out of its 3rd eyes in quick succession. If someone were to be caught off guard by this, thinking that the beast wouldn't be able to unleash that silver light so quickly after its previous attack, then they could be in a bit of trouble. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a shimmering golden humanoid figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was holding a shimmering silver seal that had transformed into a swath of silver light, which had blocked the giant twin-headed dark beast's massive paw with ease. At the same time, the humanoid figure merely harumphed coldly at the sight of the oncoming beam of silver light, and a small crystalline shield suddenly appeared before him. The shield swelled to around 10 feet in size in a flash, refracting the beam of silver light so that it completely missed the golden humanoid figure. The twin-headed beast was quite taken aback by this. The golden humanoid figure was naturally none other than Han Li, who had revealed himself after removing his black veil, while the white python was his sentient puppet doll. As soon as he saw the giant beast's attack, he immediately brought out his heavenly astral seal to see just how powerful it was. At the sight of how easily the treasure had kept the giant beast's attack at bay, An elated smile immediately appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flapped the wings on his back and abruptly vanished on the spot as an arc of azure and white lightning. The giant beast was quite alarmed to see this, and it hurriedly surveyed its surroundings with its 6 eyes. Right at this moment, a loud thunderclap rang out from above its heads, and Han Li appeared atop the black mountain, which had been kept at bay by the beam of silver light. He looked down at the mountain with a cold expression, then gently stomped down onto it with a single foot. The silver runes on the mountain immediately lit up before swelling to around 10 times their original size in a flash before flashing erratically, looking as if they were about to emerge from the mountain as substantial objects. Almost at the exact same moment, the space around the mountain twisted and warped amid a loud tearing sound. The mountain abruptly vanished on the spot along with Han Li, appearing right above the giant twin-headed beast amid a flash of silver light in the next instant, as if it had been there all along, then crashed down onto its body. The giant beast let loose a roar of bewilderment, yet before it had a chance to do anything, it was forced to plummet downward like a massive shooting star under the immense weight of the mountain. Its 2 heads glanced at one another, and both of them immediately let loose ferocious roars. At the same time, black light flashed from its body and it began to swell drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, the twin-headed dark beast had expanded to over 100 feet in size, and its black fur took on a faint silver hue as its aura swelled to become more than twice as powerful as before. The beast projections they'd conjured up also swelled dramatically in size and received significant power boost. Xianxia's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he then immediately let loose a loud cry as brilliant spiritual light erupted from his suit of yellow armor, following which he raised a hand and pointed toward the 2 giant crimson warhammers in the distance. The crimson fiery WM that was revolving around his body suddenly let loose a resounding roar before it vanished into the warhammers. Bright crimson light immediately radiated from the 2 warhammers before crashing toward the twin-headed dark beast. Even before reaching its target, scorching crimson flames hurtled forth from the pair of warhammers. Following their fusion, the 2 dark beasts had become significantly more powerful, so they naturally didn't fear this attack. As such, they immediately raised their heads and let loose a long howl in unison, then slashed their 4 paws through the air. 4 claw projections flew through the air, each of which was around 10 feet in length, and the 4 suddenly combined as one to form a black crescent moon that was several tens of feet long. The crescent moon easily tore through the oncoming flames, then struck both of the giant crimson warhammers at once with an earth-shattering boom. Black and red light then intertwined with one another as they engaged in a fierce battle for supremacy. After that, the twin-headed dark beast opened its mouths and blasted forth 2 thick pillars of black light. At the same time, the projections they'd conjured up also took advantage of this opportunity to pounce toward Xianxia. Xianxia naturally wasn't going to back down, and he let loose a loud cry before abruptly clenching his fists, which began to glow with dazzling yellow light. As he swung his arms through the air, countless fist projections shot forth, hurtling directly toward the pillars of light and beastly projections. Just as the twin-headed dark beast was attacking Xianxia, white light suddenly flashed from the giant white python's body, and it transformed into a beautiful white-robed woman with a long and slender figure. As soon as the woman appeared, it made a grabbing motion toward the blue jade fan, immediately drawing it back into her grasp. She then waved the fan through the air toward the twin-headed dark beast over and over again, creating bursts of blue light that overlapped with one another to form a giant blue wave that was over 100 feet tall before crashing violently toward the giant beast. At the same time, the black mountain hovering in midair also swayed before vanishing on the spot. However, in the next instant, gray light flashed above the heads of twin-headed dark beast, and the massive black mountain re-emerged out of thin air. It rotated on the spot and released a burst of gray light that descended toward the giant beast. Having just witnessed the fate that their companion had suffered, the twin-headed dark beast had naturally been keeping a close eye on the mountain, so they were able to immediately react to this sneak attack as they both let loose thunderous roars of fury. Black light began to flash from the twin-headed dark beast's body, and it sprang up into the air. A peculiar scene then ensued. During its descent, the silver runes on the giant mountain flashed, and both the mountain as well as the giant beast down below vanished into thin air. However, an earth-shattering boom then immediately rang out thereafter, and the black mountain reappeared on the ground as if through instantaneous teleportation. At the same time, a massive crater with a diameter of over 2,000 feet had appeared beneath the mountain, and the twin-headed dark beast had been crushed under the mountain. Only its heads could be seen, and both heads were bleeding from all 7 orifices, while its body had been completely immobilized under the enormous weight of the mountain. Han Li stood at the peak of the mountain, and a cold light flashed through his eyes upon seeing this as he suddenly swept a sleeve through the air. 2 small swords immediately flew out from within, each of which was only around several inches in length. These swords then swayed and immediately transformed into streaks of azure light that were 70 to 80 feet long, flying down to the foot of the mountain in a flash. Azure light swept forth and 2 giant heads were decapitated at once. Strangely enough, not a single drop of blood flowed from the twin-headed dark beast's body following its decapitations, and the wound left behind on its necks were completely inky black. Han Li remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, and merely stomped down onto his mountain again. The mountain descended even further amid a resounding boom, causing the giant crater to deepen while also expanding drastically in area. As for the body of the giant beast crushed beneath the mountain, it was completely shattered and dissipated into specks of black light that fled in all directions. However, these specks of light were only able to fly around 100 feet away from the mountain at most before they were drawn into the mountain by the vast expanse of gray light that swept forth from it. Only then did a smile appear on Han Li's face, and he rose up into the air before making a grabbing motion downwards with his inky black hand. Following a loud rumbling noise, the mountain shrank down at a rapid rate, and when it flew back into his hand as a streak of black light, it had already reverted back to just several inches in size. It appeared to be quite a lengthy process from the instant that Dal had appeared to the moment that all 3 silver-eyed dark beasts were slain by Han Li, but only a very short period of time had actually elapsed. Prior to this, Shi Kuan was still swinging his fiery war hammers with all his might, trying to keep his opponents at bay, yet in the next instant his opponents suddenly disappeared. All of the beastly projections conjured up by these silver-eyed dark beasts had vanished upon their death. Shi Kuan faltered upon seeing this before hurriedly stowing away his warhammers, then turning to Han Li with astonishment in his eyes. In the process he naturally caught sight of Dal as well. Han Li merely gave him a faint smile before waving a hand toward Dal, and the sentient puppet immediately stowed away the blue jade fan in its hand before flying toward him as a streak of white light. It then reverted back into its snake form in a flash before shrinking down to around a foot in length and vanishing into his sleeve. After stowing away his puppet, Han Li flapped his wings without any hesitation, and his body shot forth as an arc of lightning amid a loud thunderclap. Immediately thereafter he appeared on the other battlefield, and a vicious look flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze downward. The situation had deteriorated drastically for Lu Shuer. She had held the upper hand against the 4 silver-eyed dark beasts earlier, yet she was now only barely hanging on for dear life. The 4 silver-eyed dark beasts had combined as one to form a gigantic 4-headed dark beast that was close to 500 feet in length, and its aura was comparable to that of a holy race being. The giant beast's 3rd eyes were blasting forth beams of silver light without pause, creating a relentless barrage of attacks that resembled a torrential downpour. Lu Shuer was evading the silver beams of light with all her might, and she'd clearly unleashed her most powerful abilities and treasures in the process. Aside from that set of short silver spears, she'd also summoned a set of small white flags as well as a small golden drum. The white flags transformed into balls of white light, within which runes were surging incessantly, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. Meanwhile, the small golden drum was rapidly rotating on the spot, sending waves of golden light hurtling toward the giant beast with devastating force. As for Lu Shuer herself, aside from the myriad arm projection behind her, she'd also conjured up a series of blue lotus flowers all over her body, all of which were translucent and extremely beautiful. Not only did they present a vibrant sight to behold, these lotus flowers were all very powerful as well. Upon striking the lotus flowers, the silver beams of light that occasionally penetrated through all of Lu Shuer's other defenses would vanish along with the lotus flowers themselves amid loud explosions. However, it was quite clear that unleashing these ice lotus flowers was extremely taxing to her, and every time a new one appeared over her body, her face would immediately pale slightly. During this short period of time, she'd already summoned over 100 of these flowers, and it was quite clear that she wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. In fact, she was only choosing to persist as Han Li had arrived. Otherwise, she would have fled for her life as soon as those 4 silver-eyed dark beasts combined as one. Upon witnessing Han Li and Shirkuan's timely arrival, Lu Shui'er was ecstatic and she hurriedly yelled, "Fellow Taoists, this giant beast is truly powerful. We have to unleash our combination secret technique right away." Han Li was just about to attack the giant beast, and he faltered momentarily upon hearing this before immediately nodding in response. Thus he made a hand seal with his inky black hand, and grey light erupted into the heavens from behind him, forming a vast light barrier. Meanwhile, Shirkuan also let loose a low cry following a brief hesitation, and the spiritual light around his body abruptly turned pitch black in color as he spread apart the fingers of his hands, sending countless threads of grey light hurtling through the air. At the same time, Lu Shui'er also switched to another hand seal, and the projection behind her suddenly vanished before it was replaced by a grey wheel of light. The grey wheel of light behind her blurred before rotating at a rapid rate, and countless runes surged forth from within in a frenzy. These runes were then quickly shattering before converging again, gradually forming a massive rune at the center of the wheel. Lu Shui'er's eyes flashed as she began to chant a profound incantation, and the 4-headed giant beast seemed to have been struck by a sense of foreboding upon seeing this. It immediately let loose an enraged roar, and a pillar of silver light that was far thicker than the previous ones shot forth from each of its 4 silver eyes. These pillars of light then combined as one to form a huge pillar of light that was comparable in diameter to a large bowl, and it hurtled directly toward Lu Shui'er. At the same time, the dozen or so giant beastly projections also split up into 2 groups before pouncing toward Han Li and Shirkuan. Prior to even drawing close to the 2 of them, the projections blasted forth powerful pillars of light, and their bodies gradually transformed amid bursts of black qi, forming a giant black net that descended toward Han Li and Shirkuan from above. However, these were merely projections conjured up by the silver-eyed beasts, so Han Li naturally didn't regard them as a substantial threat. He merely chuckled coldly, and without even raising a hand, a ball of silver flames flew out of his body on its own, then swelled drastically to form a silver fireball that was around 10 feet in size. The fireball rotated on the spot before abruptly exploding, sending countless silver sparks hurtling through the air. At the same time, a crystalline shield appeared before Han Li, and the black pillars of light were all refracted away, thereby completely missing him. As for the giant net that had been formed by the black projections, it was struck by countless silver sparks before it could descend much further, and scorching silver flames immediately erupted, quickly incinerating the net into nothingness. Shirkuan wasn't able to take care of these oncoming attacks as easily and nonchalantly as Han Li had, but he had also opened his mouth to produce a crimson copper mirror. The mirror shuddered and 3 colored flames erupted from within. Not only were the black pillars of light easily nullified by these flames, even the section of the black net that was descending toward him had been kept at bay by the 3 colored flames. Meanwhile, in the face of the oncoming pillar of silver light, Lu Shui'er's expression changed slightly, and she immediately made a strange hand seal with one hand, while pointing a finger at the pillar of light in a solemn manner with her other hand. The grey wheel of light behind her emitted a faint buzzing sound, and it suddenly flew out from behind her to meet the silver pillar of light. Thus, the 2 clashed and the pillar of light struck the massive rune at the center of the grey wheel in a flash. The giant rune at the center of the wheel immediately began to rotate rapidly, forming a completely indecipherable blur in the end. A peculiar scene then ensued. The pillar of light vanished into the rune in a flash as if it were a sandcastle in the rising tide. In the next instant, grey light flashed right in front of the giant beast, and a rune that was around 10 feet in size appeared. Immediately thereafter, brilliant silver light erupted from the rune, and a pillar of silver light that was just as thick as the one the giant beast had unleashed was blasted out of the massive rune. Lu Shui'er had just unleashed some kind of incredible ability to draw the silver pillar of light into space, then somehow direct it back toward her opponent. However, this ability was clearly extremely taxing, and an unnatural flush appeared on her pale features while her body swayed unsteadily on the spot. Thankfully, she was able to immediately right herself while forcibly repressing the unhealthy flush that had crept onto her cheeks. The four-headed dark beast faltered slightly at the sight its own attack being thrown back at it, following which expressions of shock and fury appeared on all four of its faces. However, it had no choice but to blast forth 4 beams of silver light from its silver eyes again to oppose this attack. The 2 bursts of silver light clashed amid a resounding boom, and a ball of piercing light exploded as massive silver waves of light proliferated through the air in all directions. In the wake of these silver shockwaves, even the nearby space was warping slightly and emitting a faint buzzing sound. During this brief moment of respite, Zhou Xian flicked her 10 fingers through the air in rapid succession, sending forth a series of incantation seals of different colors, which all quickly vanished into the gray wheel of light. Go! She then let loose a delicate cry as she pointed a finger at the gray wheel up ahead, following which countless runes erupted from the wheel of light in a frenzy before forming a pillar of gray light that hurtled through the air. At the same time, Han Li and Xianxia also made hand seals in unison, and the pillar of gray light abruptly appeared right above the 4-headed giant beast along with the gray threads that had been conjured up earlier. The gray lights combined as one in a flash, forming a giant ball of light with a diameter in excess of 100 feet. The ball of gray light had countless fist-sized runes all over its surface, all of which were shimmering with dazzling light. All of a sudden, the ball of light shattered amid a dull thump, following which a wave of runes surged forth from within in a frenzy. Han Li's trio immediately made a series of hand seals while chanting something in a well-rehearsed sequence. A peculiar scene then ensued high up in the air. The runes that had emerged from the ball of light rotated on the spot before immediately crashing down toward the giant beast like a torrential downpour of destruction. The giant beast down below was naturally also able to sense the terrifying power imbued within these runes, and it let loose an enraged roar before suddenly pressing all 4 of its heads together. The 4 beastly heads then combined as one amid a flash of black light to form a giant head that was far more sinister than before. Not only had the beast grown a pair of sharp deer-like antlers on its head, 2 long tusks were also protruding from within its mouth, each of which was around 10 feet in length, and they looked as if they were a pair of giant blades. What was even more astonishing was that a row of 4 silver eyes had appeared side by side on the beast's forehead, and some of them were completely still while others were constantly scanning through the surrounding area. In the face of the torrential downpour of silver runes, the beast's 4 silver eyes all looked up in unison, and spiritual light flashed through those eyes before countless balls of silver light appeared above its head. Each ball of light was only around the size of a human thumb, but they immediately shot forth upward as streaks of silver light. At the same time, the giant beast abruptly drew in a sharp breath, then opened its mouth to reveal an inky black ball of light. As soon as this ball of light emerged from within its mouth, it expanded drastically, then formed a black light barrier that enshrouded the beast's entire body in a flash. The light barrier was so dense that it appeared to be a substantial structure, and it was flickering and fluctuating in brightness incessantly, creating quite a peculiar sight to behold. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed through his pupils as he witnessed this from above. Right at this moment, the silver light and the torrential downpour of runes clashed, creating countless explosions of spiritual light, and plunging the world's origin chi nearby into a completely chaotic state. A hurricane that was over 1,000 feet tall was swept up almost instantly, and it expanded outward in all directions in a frenzy, trying to devour everything it encountered. Zhou Xian and Xianxia's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they both flew back over 100 feet while using their defensive treasures to shield themselves. Meanwhile, Han Li suddenly flapped his wings, and he vanished on the spot as an arc of azure and white lightning. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the black light barrier down below, and Han Li reappeared out of thin air amid another flash of lightning. Within the light barrier, the giant beast was snarling incessantly, and as silver light flashed within the 4 eyes on its forehead, black scales were beginning to appear all over its body. A pair of long black feelers had also sprouted from either side of its chin, and its thin and long tail had become extremely thick and menacing. In conjunction with the pair of giant lamp-like eyes on its face, it bore a strong resemblance to a kirin. Black light was flashing within the beast's mouth, and a terrifying aura was erupting from its body, striking bystanders with a bone-chilling sensation. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and even though his expression remained unchanged, his lips were twitching involuntarily. All of a sudden, golden light flashed from his body, and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms flew out from within. The projection waved an arm through the air, and a shimmering golden blade segment appeared in its hand, which it gently slashed toward the black light barrier. Countless kilometers away from this battlefield, a golden dark beast was speeding through the forest with a dozen or so 3-eyed dark beasts behind it. All of a sudden, golden light flashed from its body, and it abruptly stopped on a branch as it turned around with a hint of bewilderment in its inky black eyes. Moments later, the dark beast monarch turned to one of the 3-eyed dark beasts behind it, and let loose a string of furious snarls. The 3-eyed dark beast immediately responded with a few roars of its own before taking a few steps backward in a respectful manner. After that, it turned around and rushed back the way they'd come, quickly vanishing into the darkness. The dark beast monarch turned around and continued onward upon seeing this. In its eyes, outsiders who were infiltrating their dark beast forest were naturally quite abhorrent, but they paled in significance compared to the target that it was currently pursuing. As such, even though it had sensed the deaths of the silver-eyed dark beasts it had deployed earlier, it had no intention of turning back, and merely deployed one of its subordinates to carry out its orders. The other 3-eyed dark beasts naturally followed along closely behind the golden dark beast. A loud rustling sound could be heard throughout the nearby forest, and it was quite clear that there was a vast beast pack accompanying this dark beast monarch. However, if one were to listen carefully, they'd discover that some of this rustling sound was gradually fading away, seemingly indicating that many of the dark beasts had detached themselves from the beast pack and were traveling away in the opposite direction. Han Li hovered in midair with his arms crossed. Down below him, the giant dark beast had already been sliced in half, and the 2 halves of its carcass were disintegrating into specks of black light. Lu Shui'er and Shirkuan were both staring blankly at Han Li. Even though they were doing their best to maintain calm expressions, there was a hint of fear in both of their eyes. Due to the fact that the battlefield had been too chaotic as a result of the countless explosions taking place, and the incredible speed of Han Li's movements, they weren't able to see how he had taken care of this giant beast. All they could see was that a dazzling streak of golden light had swept forth, following which both the beast and the black protective light barrier around it were instantly sliced in half without being able to offer any resistance. This giant beast's aura was comparable to that of a holy race being, yet it had been slain by Han Li in an instant. That was downright astonishing. Furthermore, in the instant that the streak of golden light had appeared, both Shirkuan and Lu Shui'er could sense that the world's origin qi in the nearby area had been drawn violently to the golden light, as if by some kind of immense power. After that, this enormous power vanished right after the golden light disappeared. Being able to draw upon the world's origin qi naturally wasn't a feat that was worthy of incredulity. However, for beings like them, drawing upon the world's origin qi was something that they could only just barely accomplish after making hand seals and chanting for long periods of time. Even then, they wouldn't be guaranteed to succeed, yet Han Li had just accomplished this feat as easily as if he were taking a stroll in the park. Could it be that his powers were comparable to that of their masters already? So, then he was a man who absolutely defied the natural order. With that in mind, both Shirkuan and Lu Shui'er were appraising Han Li with peculiar looks in their eyes. In contrast, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged. After unleashing his true devil projection and using the blade segment to kill the giant beast, he had immediately withdrawn both the projection and the treasure, not giving his 2 companions any opportunity to see what had happened. Han Li had decided to use the blade segment at the expense of a portion of his projection's power as he wanted to see how much power he could unleash with this treasure using his newly refined projection. Perhaps the amount of power required to unleash an attack with the blade segment was far less than he'd anticipated to begin with, or perhaps his newly refined provenance true devil projection was able to control its power expenditure. In any case, not only was the attack unleashed several times more quickly than what Han Li had been capable of in the past, the amount of power expended was also less than a third of what had previously been required. During this process, he'd intentionally held back most of the blade segment's power, but this was still quite a pleasing result to him. Even so, after using the profound heavenly fruit in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, he'd expended a lot of his projection's power. And if it weren't for the fact that he'd recovered a lot of this power through the past few years of arduous cultivation, he wouldn't have dared to use that blade segment here. With that in mind, Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the two halves of the giant beast's body with his inky black hand, and a vast expanse of gray light immediately swept forth. The gray light absorbed all of the specks of black light that the carcass had disintegrated into, leaving behind 4 shimmering silver thumb-sized beads. These were none other than the inner cores of the three-eyed dark beasts. Han Li raised his eyebrows upon seeing this, yet just as he was about to stow them away, a low roar of excitement suddenly rang out from within his sleeve. He faltered slightly upon hearing this and contemplated the situation briefly before sweeping a sleeve through the air, upon which a golden shadow flew out from within, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. The golden shadow then revealed itself to be a small beast with golden patterns all over its body. It was none other than his leopard Kirin beast. After reaching the deity transformation stage, the leopard Kirin beast had been cultivating arduously in Han Li's spirit beast bracelet, and after being fed all types of precious pills by Han Li, it had reached the mid-deity transformation stage. In fact, it was already quite close to the late deity transformation stage. Even so, at its current cultivation base, it really wasn't much help to Han Li at all, and that was why he hadn't summoned this beast during his previous battles. However, the excited reaction of this beast naturally drew Han Li into releasing it out of his spirit beast bracelet, and as soon as the leopard Kirin beast appeared, it shot forth in a flash, leaving another trail of afterimages in its wake before swallowing all 4 of the dark beast's inner cores at once. It then rushed back and landed on Han Li's shoulder before rubbing its furry head against Han Li's neck in an extremely affectionate manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he flipped his hand over to produce 3 more identical inner cores amid a flash of silver light. The leopard Kirin beast's eyes immediately lit up before it pounced onto the 3 inner cores and swallowed them as well, then hovered above Han Li's hand and roared with elation. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The leopard Kirin beast had displayed no reaction at all to the inner cores of normal dark beast, so he didn't know why it was suddenly so interested in the inner cores of these silver-eyed dark beast. However, consuming these inner cores could only prove to be beneficial to the beast. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of azure light surged forth from within before sweeping up the small beast, which then vanished in a flash, having returned to the spirit beast bracelet again. As for just what kind of effect those inner cores would have on the leopard Kirin beast, that was something that he'd only be able to find out after the beast refined the inner cores within its body. Lu Shuer and Shikuan exchanged a glance upon seeing the leopard Kirin beast devouring the inner cores before finally hovering over to Han Li. However, they stopped several tens of feet away and Lu Shuer smiled as she said, "Thank you for stepping in to save us, Brother Han. Those silver-eyed dark beasts were very troublesome to deal with even on their own, and with their ability to fuse together, fellow Taoist Sure and I would have most likely perished by their hands." "Indeed. Your immense power truly puts the 2 of us to shame, Brother Han. If it weren't for the fact that this realm strictly prohibits the entry of holy race beings and above, I would seriously be considering whether you were a holy race senior in disguise," Shikuan chimed in with a wry smile. Both of them were subconsciously speaking to Han Li in a more respectful manner. Han Li turned toward the 2 of them with a smile and replied, "There's no need to be so modest, fellow Taoists. I was only able to kill these dark beasts so easily as you 2 had drawn most of their attention. Even though we've eradicated all of our enemies here, this is not a place we should stay at for any longer than we have to. I'm sure there will be other dark beasts coming after us soon, so it's best to get away from here as quickly as possible." Lu Shuer's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she then quickly agreed, "Indeed, Brother Han, we should continue onward right away." Shikuan naturally had no objections to this either and he quickly in response. Thus, after a brief discussion the 3 of them continued on their journey. 5 or 6 days later, within a lush forest, Han Li was making a hand seal in an expressionless manner, and several tens of azure flying swords were revolving around his body. These swords then transformed into azure lotus flowers that descended toward a 3-eyed dark beast up ahead. An azure sword chi flashed as the dark beast was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Standing behind him was Dal, and it was waving its blue jade fan toward a normal dark beast. Blue light surged forth from the jade fan, freezing the dark beast and 2 black projections it had conjured up in a flash, completely immobilizing them by sealing them in a blue mountain of ice that was over 100 feet tall. Further in the distance, Loud explosions were erupting incessantly as spiritual lights of different colors flashed in an erratic manner. Over there, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were also taking care of a few other dark beasts. This was already the 7th group of dark beasts they'd encountered after leaving the central region of the forest. Each group consisted of at least 5 or 6 dark beasts, while the largest groups consisted of 7 or 8 of them. Thankfully, there were no silver-eyed dark beasts among them, so the most powerful ones Han Li's trio encountered were only ordinary 3-eyed dark beasts, and none of them were capable of fusing their bodies together. As such, they were naturally no match for Han Li and the others and were slain with ease. Even so, Han Li and the others inevitably had to slow down over and over again to eradicate these groups of dark beasts, and in contrast with the previous groups they'd encountered, this group consisted of a dozen or so dark beasts. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li and the others had all unleashed some of their trump card abilities, it wouldn't have been easy for them to quickly secure victory. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and a faint buzzing sound rang out from the azure lotus flowers. Immediately thereafter, they hurtled through the air as several tens of azure threads, puncturing the body of the dark beast that had been sealed in the blue mountain of ice. He then turned expressionlessly toward Lu Shuer's battlefield, and all of the azure threads shot forth toward that direction. 10 days later, 3 humanoid figures were hovering motionlessly in the mid-air at the edge of the dark beast forest while facing the forest up ahead. There, over 30 dark beasts had gathered, and close to half of them were 3-eyed dark beasts. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan both wore grim expressions, and Han Li's brows were also slightly furrowed. These dark beasts were all comparable to spatial tempering cultivators, and so many of them had gathered all at once. Even though Han Li and the others were all far more powerful than their cultivation bases suggested, this was still a rather grim situation. Han Li wasn't overly concerned as he had many trump cards, and in a worst-case scenario he could just unleash his gold-devouring beetles or profound heavenly fruit to kill these dark beasts. As such, he remained quite calm and collected. In the face of so many dark beasts, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were naturally aware that they couldn't face them in a direct battle. Otherwise, even if they could secure victory, there was definitely no way that they'd be able to do so unscathed. If they were to sustain severe injuries and expend too much magic power, the rest of the journey would be made exceedingly difficult, especially considering how they still had to track down those restricted ruins and secure the treasures in there. Thankfully, even though these dark beasts had managed to cut off Han Li's trio, they were aware of the fate that had befallen their companions that had tried to stop Han Li and the others in the past, so they refrained from immediately attacking. At present, it appeared as if they only wanted to temporarily stall the 3 of them until more dark beasts arrived. After a brief silence, Lu Shuer's brows furrowed slightly as her mouth began to move, transmitting her voice to Han Li and Shirkuan. Fellow Taoists, we're not too far away from the border of the dark beast forest. With so many dark beasts standing in our way, it would be unwise to take them on in a direct battle, so I suggest we split up and get past them, then reunite after we exit the forest. Alright, that sounds like a plan. Shirkuan immediately agreed to this suggestion. Han Li contemplated this suggestion momentarily before also nodding in response. The group of dark beasts was being led by a 3-eyed dark beast that was far larger in size than its companions, and it seemed to have sensed that Han Li and the others were up to something. As such, it let loose a low snarl and a stir immediately ran through the entire beast pack. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths in unison, blasting forth several tens of pillars of black light, while also conjuring up countless claw projections that hurtled directly toward Han Li's trio. The combined attack of several tens of dark beasts was naturally quite fearsome, but after killing so many dark beasts on the way here, Han Li and the others had already devised courses of action against attacks of this nature. Thus, spiritual light flashed from their bodies, and Han Li made a hand seal as a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. He flapped those wings gently, and his body shot forth as a thin azure and white thread. As it was speeding through the air, it changed directions a few times in an unpredictable manner, thereby allowing it to evade the pillars of light and claw projections. In the blink of an eye, it had bypassed the entire beast pack, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. The measures taken by Lu Shuer were far simpler in comparison. She opened her mouth to expel a blue ball of light, and at the same time white light flashed from beneath her feet, following which that translucent jade mouse appeared once again. Both the blue ball of light and the jade mouse began to glow brightly, and she propelled herself through the air as a ball of blue and white light. The black pillars of light that struck the ball of light all vanished soundlessly into it like sandcastles in the rising tide, and the ball of light blurred before covering a distance of over 1,000 feet, then continued into the distance. As for Shi Kun, he chose to do things in a far more violent and domineering manner. He let loose a cold harumph as brilliant yellow light erupted from his suit of armor, and he suddenly thumped his hands together in front of his chest, upon which specks of yellow light immediately began to emerge around his body. Immediately thereafter, the specks of light swelled drastically in size before fusing as one, forming a strange light barrier that enshrouded his entire body. The reason why this light barrier was strange was because its surface was riddled with countless runes. The oncoming pillars of black light struck the light barrier amid resounding booms, only to be repelled by those runes. Meanwhile, Shi Kun took advantage of this opportunity to make his escape. His body swayed and he suddenly burrowed deep into the ground, then began to flee while situated over 100 feet underground, and his speed wasn't inferior to that of Lu Xuer during her escape. These dark beasts naturally weren't just going to allow the three of them to escape so easily. The three-eyed dark beast that appeared to be the leader of the pack let loose an enraged roar, and the beast pack immediately split up into three groups, each of which immediately set off in pursuit of one of Han Li's trio. However, at Han Li's full speed, these dark beasts were naturally nowhere near fast enough to catch up to him. As such, the azure and white thread that he'd transformed into was quickly widening the gap between himself and his pursuers by the second. Due to the fact that he was flying rapidly through the air in a very conspicuous manner, some other dark beasts emerged from the forest down below along the way to try and attack him. However, Han Li merely swept a sleeve through the air, and several tens of streaks of azure light shot forth in a frenzy. The dark beasts were naturally no match for his azure bamboo cloud's worm swords, and all those who attempted to get in his way were instantly sliced into countless pieces. There was the occasional dark beast or two that managed to react quickly enough to unleash a few claw projections in an attempt to keep the swords at bay, but the azure flying swords merely pierced through these claw projections like hot knives through butter before striking the dark beast targets and instantly killing them on the spot. Thus Han Li continued onward in an unstoppable manner, brushing aside all obstacles in his way with peerless might, and he finally emerged from the dark beast forest after flying for over half a day. Following his emergence from the forest, he was greeted by the sight of a set of boundless grasslands. It was still nighttime, but he could smell a rich earthy fragrance that stemmed directly from nature. Even though he'd escaped out of the forest, Han Li didn't show any intention of stopping as he continued to hurtle through the air at full speed. After flying for close to 50,000 kilometers, the azure and white thread finally stopped atop a hill that was several hundred feet tall, and Han Li re-emerged amid a flash of spiritual light with a calm expression on his face. Blue light flashed through his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. On a vast and flat terrain like the one he was currently situated on, he was able to take full advantage of his spirit eye ability. Thus, he was instantly able to clearly see everything within a radius of 50 kilometers. He could also extend his vision into areas beyond that, but the details became rather blurry. After failing to discover any potential threats nearby, Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief before releasing his spiritual sense to scan through the surrounding area, then instantly withdrawing it in a flash. The translucent wings on his back vanished amid a dull thunderclap, and he turned around as he cast his gaze toward the dark beast forest through narrowed eyes. Having traveled so far away from the dark beast forest, the dark beasts would most likely have to give up on pursuing him regardless of how furious they were. However, if they really did dare to continue to try and hunt him down, then he certainly wouldn't mind killing them on the spot. He had initially fled from them not because he was actually afraid of them. Instead, he was simply trying to avoid a situation where more dark beasts would flock to the scene, in which case he'd be completely surrounded. Han Li clasped his hands together behind his back and stood atop the hill in a motionless manner. A gentle breeze blew over him, and his robes flapped gently in the wind, giving him the appearance of a profound immortal. All of a sudden, he flipped a hand over to produce a crimson formation plate, upon which a series of silver threads were flickering incessantly. Han Li stared at the formation plate for a while before his brows furrowed slightly. The two of them have already reunited with one another, and they're not too far away from here either, so why aren't they coming to join me? Could it be that they've run into some trouble? Han Li murmured to himself before stowing away the formation plate again. He then raised his head and cast his gaze toward a certain direction, following which azure light suddenly flashed from his body. He rose up into the air, then flew into the distance toward the direction he'd cast his gaze toward before. Even though he wasn't moving as quickly as he had with his thunderstorm wings activated, he was still flying at an incredible speed. Thus he sped over a distance of close 15,000 kilometers in a short time, taking him to another region of the grasslands. As he flew through the air, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden the azure light faded, and Han Li reappeared as he cast his gaze forward in an expressionless manner. Over 1,000 feet away from him, there were two pairs of beings facing one another from afar. One pair consisted of none other than Shikuan and Lu Shuer. Lu Shuer wore a cautious look on her face, whereas Shikuan had already put on a cold smile, and his hands were balled up into tight fists as if he were eager for a battle. Before them stood a man and a woman. The man had a thick and curly beard with a suit of silver scale armor encasing his upper body. He had a giant trident-like weapon on his back and he appeared to be quite a boisterous being. In contrast, the woman had a pair of delicate brows and black eyes. Her skin was very fair, and she wore a green beast hide garment that accentuated the curves of her alluring voluptuous body to perfection. Strangely enough, both of their lower bodies had been enshrouded within clouds of white qi, and the sound of flowing water could be heard from within those white clouds. Those are sea monarch beings. Han Li was able to identify the origin of this duo almost instantly, and his expression changed slightly upon making this discovery. The sea monarch race wasn't a direct enemy of the heavenly cloud races, but it was common knowledge that they were allies of the Jiaoqi race. As such, it was no wonder that they were in such a tense confrontation. The reactions of the two groups were naturally vastly different at the sight of Han Li's arrival. A hint of elation appeared in Lu Shuer's eyes, and she was immediately feeling a lot more reassured. Shikuan's smile also widened even further, and he greeted Han Li in a respectful manner. In contrast, the pair of sea monarch beings both turned to appraise Han Li with cold and unfriendly expressions. Both of them were quite surprised to sense that Han Li was only a 7th-tier upper race being, and they couldn't help but exchange a bewildered glance with one another. "Are you a heavenly cloud being as well?" the man asked in a booming voice that matched his appearance. "I guess I technically am at the moment. Are you two preparing to attack my companions?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "Are we planning to attack them? If we had intended to do so, they'd be dead already." The male sea monarch being chuckled in a derisive manner. Shikuan was enraged to the point of laughter upon hearing this, and he stepped forward with a menacing look on his face as he said, "What did you say? You sure can talk big. Hee, let me see if your race is truly worthy of being known as one of the 3 great water races." A ferocious look appeared on the sea monarch man's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with a single hand, upon which the trident that was originally strapped to his back abruptly appeared in his hand amid a flash of blue light. Immediately thereafter, arcs of silver lightning appeared around the sharp tips of the weapon, and it began to emanate an extremely astonishing aura. "Wait! Brother, sure stop!" Lu Shuer and the seductive sea monarch woman exclaimed in unison. Immediately thereafter, the sea monarch woman began to transmit her voice to her companion. "Have you forgotten what we came here for? This is not the time to be engaging in unnecessary battles. We still have an important mission that we need to carry out." The sea monarch man stopped cold in his tracks upon hearing this before transmitting his voice in reply. "We can just release the 9-eyed holy whale and kill these 3 with ease." He clearly didn't think that Han Li's trio could pose a threat to them at all. "I've managed to persuade the 9-eyed holy whale to accompany us, but it's best not to release it unless we absolutely have to. Otherwise, if we were to ask it to go into battle for us too many times, it could become enraged and turn on us. After all, I don't possess much of the royal bloodline within my body, so I can only just barely communicate with the holy whale. Besides, we may be allies of the Jiaoqi race, but we're not direct enemies of the heavenly cloud races. There's no need to engage in such a pointless battle," the sea monarch woman persuaded. "I see. The sea monarch man became rather hesitant upon hearing this. At the same time, Lu Shui'er also transmitted her voice to Shi Kuan. Brother Shi, we've just managed to shake off those dark beasts, and both of us have expended a lot of magic power. Those two sea monarch beings certainly aren't to be underestimated. Even if we can take them down with Brother Han's help, there's no way we'd be able to emerge unscathed. Our main objective is to find the restricted ruins, so it's best not to draw unnecessary trouble to ourselves. Shi Kuan wore a dark expression on his face as he replied, even if we don't want to fight, they may not be of the same opinion. Rest assured, Brother Shi. Allow me to converse with them first, and if they really do harbor ill intentions and insist on a fight, we certainly won't have to fear them with Brother Han on our side. Lu Shui'er's voice also cooled slightly as she spoke. After that, she transmitted her voice to Han Li and said something to him as well, in response to which Han Li nodded slowly in agreement. After that, a smile appeared on Lu Shui'er's face and she said in a pleasant voice, "Our heavenly cloud races don't seem to have any direct conflict with your sea monarch race, so there's no need for us to fight one another. I can tell that you're not entirely confident in your abilities to kill the three of us either, so why don't we just go our separate ways and pretend as if this encounter never happened?" My thoughts exactly, sister. The two of us aren't Jiaoqi beings, so there's certainly no vendetta between us. In that case, we'll be taking our leave now, the sea monarch woman agreed as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. After that, she turned to her companion with a meaningful look, and the white qi encompassing her lower body swelled to sweep up the sea monarch man as well. The man hesitated momentarily, but didn't raise any objections in the end. Thus, the clouds of white qi around their lower bodies combined together, and they flew into the distance as a ball of white light, disappearing from view after just a few flashes. Han Li remained still on the spot, yet his brows were slightly furrowed as he looked on at the direction the two sea monarch beings had departed in. For some reason, the sea monarch woman had two completely different auras within her body, and she struck him with a sense of uneasiness, as if she were quite a dangerous being. It seemed that she had either cultivated some kind of powerful ability or was carrying a fearsome treasure. Han Li neglected to consider the possibility that a spirit beast could be responsible for this sense of foreboding he was feeling, as under normal circumstances, most spirit beasts were far weaker than their masters and could only play minor assistance roles in battle. After all, not all spirit beasts were mature gold-devouring beetles and weeping soul beasts. After that, Han Li's trio didn't remain there for much longer. After a brief discussion, all three of them also departed toward another direction. Meanwhile, the cloud of white qi had already sped to thousands of kilometers away, and within it the pair of sea monarch beings were also conversing with one another with grim expressions on their faces. What? You're saying that 7th-tier upper race being is even more dangerous than the other two? The man exclaimed with a bewildered look on his face. I'm sure of it. That was why I insisted on avoiding a battle back there. It's just that the situation at the time wasn't appropriate for me to explain this to you, the sea monarch woman confirmed in a confident voice as she gently stroked her shoulder-length back hair. The sea monarch man recomposed himself before asking, I'm sure you're not saying this without any evidence. Why don't you tell me how you came to this conclusion? The woman was silent for a moment before replying, My profound heavenly treasure replica, the profound heavenly holy artifact, displayed a reaction just then. What? Your profound heavenly holy artifact reacted to him? Could it be that he also has one as well? The sea monarch exclaimed in an astonished manner. Perhaps so, but it may not be the case. The holy artifact within my body reacted extremely vehemently on this occasion, seemingly more so than when I've encountered other beings carrying such artifacts in the past, the woman replied in a slow voice. If it's not a holy artifact, then it can only be a profound heavenly treasure. There's no way a 7th-tier upper race being could be carrying something like that. Ah, you must have been overly sensitive. The man suddenly burst into raucous laughter. Perhaps I really was mistaken back there. After all, the elders only gave me this treasure that was specifically made to detect profound heavenly holy artifacts right before this trip, so I may not yet be accustomed to its reactions. However, even if there's only a 1% chance that that man has a profound heavenly treasure, then we can't afford to engage him in battle, the woman sighed. There's a vast difference between profound heavenly holy artifacts and profound heavenly treasures. If he really does possess one of the latter, then even with the 9-eyed holy whale on our side, we would have been killed for sure. If that were the case, then we've really just brushed shoulders with death, the man said with a wry smile. That's not necessarily the case. Possessing a profound heavenly treasure and being able to use one are two completely different concepts. Generally speaking, there's no way for a mere upper race being to be able to use a profound heavenly treasure. However, there are a few extremely rare secret techniques that can allow beings of this caliber to unleash a small portion of a profound heavenly treasure's power. Having said that, I think that man isn't actually carrying a profound heavenly treasure. Instead, I think it's more likely that he's carrying a top-grade profound heavenly holy artifact that is extremely close to replicating a true profound heavenly treasure. Even so, it would still be very unwise to engage him in battle, the woman analyzed. Indeed, you've made the right decision there, the man immediately agreed with a nod. In any case, our objective is definitely different from theirs, so it's quite unlikely that we'll encounter them again, which means we don't need to think about them any further. As long as we can complete the mission assigned to us by our race, we'll be given handsome rewards following our return. Come to think of it, we're actually very lucky. Only through the efforts of our predecessors that entered the vast glacial realm was this opportunity opened up to us, the woman said with a smile. That's true. No matter how dangerous that man is, it has nothing to do with us. We should focus on the task at hand. By the way, that group of Jiaoqi beings that we encountered a few days ago also seem to be going in the same direction as those heavenly cloud beings. They're not going to bump into each other, are they? A peculiar look flashed through the man's eyes. Who knows? The vast glacial realm is an extremely huge place, so it's probably quite unlikely that they'll encounter one another. However, one thing is for sure. If their paths do cross, the outcome certainly won't be a peaceful one like ours. If we could witness the battle between them, perhaps I'd be able to figure out what kind of treasure that man is carrying. The woman's eyes lit up slightly as she spoke. There's no way that we'll be able to witness that in person even if it does happen. Let's keep going. We should be able to get to our destination in a month or so, the man chuckled, and before the woman had a chance to respond, he immediately accelerated into the distance. The woman naturally had no objections, and spiritual light flashed from her body as she also sped up as well. Han Li was naturally unaware of the fact that the Sea Monarch woman had seen through one of his secrets. Of course, even the Sea Monarch woman herself was unaware that the treasure that she'd detected was only the blade segment that Han Li was carrying. As for the profound heavenly fruit that was sealed within his arm, that was beyond the detection capabilities of the profound heavenly holy artifact within her body. At this moment, Han Li was currently flying slowly over the boundless grasslands alongside Shikuan and Lu Shuer. Brother Han, are you suggesting that we rest here for several days before continuing onward? There's no need for that, is there? Brother Shi and I did indeed expend some magic power back in the Dark Beast Forest. But as long as we travel at a slower pace and the two of us use spirit stones to replenish our energy, we'll be able to recover along the way, Lu Shuer said with a surprised look on her face. You're not wrong, but this vast glacial realm seems to be far more perilous than we anticipated. Just that Dark Beast Forest alone had been an extremely treacherous place, and I'm sure the rest of our journey won't be much better. As such, I think it's best that we take some time to recover before we encounter any other perilous situations. Besides, I'm sure you've also expended some of the power of your true essence rather than just your magic power, right, Fairy Lu? Han Li asked with a meaningful smile. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Brother Han. It's just that if we were to delay here over something so trivial. Lu Shuer was becoming rather hesitant. Brother Han's right, Fairy Lu. It would be unwise to continue in our journey without replenishing our magic power first. I also need to rest and recuperate for a few days. So why don't we find a safe place nearby to meditate for a while? Shikuan sided with Han Li on this matter. Lu Shuer's brows furrowed upon hearing this, and after a long internal conflict, she finally heaved a faint sigh and agreed to this suggestion. However, they hadn't parted with those two sea monarch beings for very long, so they naturally couldn't just begin meditating on the spot. Otherwise, if those two were to change their minds or draw some powerful beasts or foreign beings to Han Li's trio, they would be placed in a perilous situation. Thus, Han Li's trio continued onward for about half a day before finally catching sight of a small azure mountain with abundant spiritual qi. As a safety precaution, all three of them naturally scanned their spiritual sense toward the mountain several times, and the result of their inspection was quite a positive one. The mountain wasn't very tall and there was a bunch of gray-furred beasts residing on it, but all of them were very weak, and even the most powerful ones among them were only at the foundation establishment stage. As such, the three of them were able to descend onto the mountain and kill all of these beasts with ease. The cave that these beasts had been residing in was an ideal cultivation venue as well. The spiritual qi there was very rich, and although it stank a little, that slight problem was resolved after Lu Shuier unleashed one of her water attribute abilities to cleanse the cave. Thus the three of them took over the cave and began to meditate in there. 3 days passed by in a flash. At this point Han Li had completed a full cycle of qi circulation, and he seemed to have sensed something as he slowly opened his eyes, casting his gaze toward Lu Shuier, who just so happened to also open her eyes at that exact moment. Thus, their eyes met, and from the exuberant light shimmering within her pupils, Han Li could tell that she'd clearly recovered all of her magic power. "Congratulations on making a full recovery," Han Li said with a calm smile. In response, Lu Shuier heaved a forlorn sigh. "I feel very embarrassed to be such a burden to you, Brother Han." "Hee, that's certainly not the case, Fairy Lu. If it weren't for the fact that you'd held off 4 silver-eyed dark beasts on your own back in the Dark Beast Forest, how would fellow Taoist Shi and I have managed to escape?" Han Li replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Shi Kuan had also opened his eyes, and he burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I'll have to disagree with you on that one, Brother Han. With the unfathomable abilities that you've displayed, even if you couldn't kill all of those dark beasts on your own, you were definitely powerful enough to escape from them. It's already a vastly fortunate outcome for Fairy Lu and myself that we were able to escape from the Dark Beast Forest with nothing more than some magic power expenditure. You two are far too kind. I do indeed possess some powerful abilities, but all of them are only good for a single attack. If I were to be surrounded by too many dark beasts, I really would have been in grave danger. In contrast with your powerful body, I'm sure you could have crashed your way through and made your escape," Han Li said as he stroked his chin with a hint of a smile on his face. "Perhaps so. Seeing as Fairy Lu has already recovered her magic power, let's keep going. The sooner we find those restricted ruins, the sooner we can heave a sigh of relief." Shi Kuan chuckled as he rose to his feet. Han Li and Lu Shuier exchanged a quick glance, and neither of them had any objections to this. Thus, 3 streaks of light quickly departed from the small mountain. 6 days later, Han Li's trio found themselves surrounded by a flock of 4-winged birds that attacked by blasting blades if wind out of their beaks. Han Li and the others had all unleashed their treasures, and blood rained down from the sky as they made short work of those strange birds. Half a month later, Han Li and the others were slowly flying along the edge of a lake that extended as far as the eyes could see. All of them were holding their breaths and had concealed themselves as extremely faint shadows, flying through the air without daring to release any of their auras. Down below, there was a group of gigantic half-horse half-fish beings floating in the water. These mountainous creatures were playing around by blasting pillars of water as thick as water tanks at one another, and the pillars of water all disappeared amid flashes of blue light upon striking their bodies. Occasionally, one of them would dodge a pillar of water, and it would strike the land beside the lake amid a resounding boom, leaving a massive crater that was several hundred feet in diameter in its wake, creating a rather harrowing sight to behold. Thankfully, Han Li and the others all possessed brilliant concealment techniques, and these massive beasts were too busy enjoying themselves to notice 3 ant-like beings flying over their heads. Thus, the 3 of them managed to safely pass the lake. A month later, Han Li's trio was flying in the air over a bleak and desolate set of plains, and they were battling 4 beings that were enshrouded from head to toe in clouds of black qi. Countless streaks of azure sword qi were swirling around Han Li's body, creating a virtually impenetrable barrier and slicing through the black chain-like treasures being used by the 2 opposing foreign beings. However, these chains were immediately able to recover in a flash at the behest of these beings, then transformed into countless projections that unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks at Han Li again. Meanwhile, Lu Shuier had blue light shimmering all over her entire body, and she was enveloped within a ball of strange liquid. At the same time, she was controlling her set of short silver spears, which were conjuring up specks of starlight that enshrouded another foreign being down below. However, her opponent seemed to be quite powerful as well. It was controlling a strange bird that had scorching black flames all over its body, and this monstrous bird was clashing repeatedly with the short silver spears without falling to a disadvantage. As for Xianxia, the yellow light around him had transformed into a giant that was 100 feet tall. A strange layer of gray stone with vicious foot-long spikes protruding from it had also covered his entire body. As he swung his fists through the air, massive stone spikes were sent hurtling through the air before exploding on their own, forcing the final foreign being to stumble back in retreat. Even though this foreign being was clearly on the back foot, it was still able to conjure up massive black shields with the black qi around its body to keep Xianxia's attacks at bay, thereby ensuring self-preservation. All of a sudden Lu Shui'er let loose an urgent cry. "Brother Han, fellow Taoist, sure, we need to make haste. These are beings from the night race and they're just like dark beasts in that their powers are significantly enhanced in the night." Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast a glance up at the sky. At this point the sky had already dimmed slightly and night clearly wasn't far away. "Kukuku, you're only thinking about that now? Don't you think it's too late already? After just a while longer I'm going to crush all of you heavenly cloud beings." One of the two night beings who were battling Han Li cackled in a sinister manner. "After a while, you'll all have been erased from this world by then," Han Li said in a cold voice. Immediately thereafter he abruptly reached an inky black hand out of his sleeve before gently waving it through the air, instantly conjuring up a burst of gray light in the process. At the same time Lu Shui'er made a hand seal and a gray wheel of light surfaced behind her. Meanwhile Xianxia threw his head back and let loose a long cry while flicking his 10 fingers through the air in rapid succession. Moments later the three of them had conjured up a massive gray ball of light with countless runes flashing over its surface. The gray ball of light then immediately exploded, sending a torrential downpour of runes descending from above that encompassed the entire area in a radius of around 500 meters. The four night beings were quite alarmed by this development, and all of them unleashed their most powerful abilities to oppose this devastating assault, but each and every one of the runes contained far more power than they'd anticipated. Following a string of earth-shattering explosions, the four night beings completely ceased to exist. Only then did Han Li's trio withdraw their divine essence-fused light before exchanging smiles with one another. 3 months later Han Li and the others were flying as quickly as they could over a set of mountain ranges with thousands of demon beasts giving chase in hot pursuit. Several kilometers behind them, a vast expanse of silver mist was hurtling toward them like a massive tidal wave, and all of the plants and beasts that stood in their way were all completely devoured, leaving not even a single blade of grass in their wake. After a while, all types of beasts and birds began to flee for their lives in a panicked manner, creating a doomsday-like scenario. "What do we do? We'll get chased down by these silver swarm insects sooner or later if we keep going like this. Those insects are rumored to be just as fearsome as gold-devouring beetles, and they won't give up until their prey is dead. I can't believe so many of them were bred in this world." Xianxia transmitted his voice to Han Li and Lu Shui'er with a dark expression as he flew through the air. "Indeed. It's also said that these insects possess astonishing stamina, and it won't be an issue for them to chase us even for a few months in a row. Even powerful ancient beasts can only flee in the face of these insects." Lu Shui'er's voice was already tinged with a hint of panic. It was no wonder that they were beginning to get quite flustered. After all, these fearsome insects had been chasing them for 3 days and 3 nights. During this process, they'd expended close to half of the magic power within their bodies, so it was only natural for them to fear for the worst. Han Li also wore a grim expression, but he remained relatively calm as he said, "The only way to throw them off our trail would be to hope that we can encounter a few ancient beasts in the nearby area that will draw them away. But according to our map, the closest area frequented by ancient beasts is around a month away. As a safety precaution, we intentionally selected this route where ancient beasts rarely ever appear," Xianxia replied with a wry smile. Han Li's brows also furrowed upon hearing this, and he was temporarily at a loss for ideas. However, right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the distance, following which clouds of green mist began to appear up ahead. There were hundreds of these clouds of mist, and they were rapidly flying toward Han Li's trio. Han Li was naturally quite startled to see this, and blue light flashed through his eyes, thereby instantly allowing him to glean the true appearance of these green clouds. It turned out that these clouds consisted of countless fist-sized butterflies, all of which were extremely sinister in appearance and had green powder flashing around their bodies. Bloodform butterflies. Here's our chance. Han Li immediately identified these green butterflies, and an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Lu Shui'er had also unleashed a secret technique to glean the true appearance of these green butterflies, and she was also overjoyed to see them. Those really are bloodform butterflies. This is fantastic. These butterflies are the natural enemies of silver swarm insects. We'll have a chance to get away now, but we have to be careful not to get swept up in their battle. Otherwise we'll be dead for sure. Shi Kuan was also reinvigorated. We should split up for now. If we stick together like this, we'll present too big of a target and we could easily be targeted by both of these swarms at the same time. There's not much distance left to cover until we reach the restricted ruins, and we've all committed the map to memory by now, so let's go our separate ways, then meet up again at the ruins 2 months from now, Han Li said in a calm manner. Both Shi Kuan and Lu Shui'er faltered slightly upon hearing this, but the former then quickly agreed. That's a very valid suggestion, Brother Han. At a time like this, the smaller the target we present, the easier it'll be for us to escape. In that case, we really should split up to ensure our own survival first. In contrast, Lu Shui'er was a bit more hesitant, but after contemplating this issue, she also gritted her teeth and nodded in the end. Thus, following a few more hasty voice transmissions, the three of them split up to flee for their lives. At this moment, the green clouds in the distance had drawn uncomfortably close, and even without unleashing any abilities, the three of them were able to clearly glean the appearance of these green butterflies. Most of these clouds of butterflies immediately surged toward the silver swarm insects up ahead, while several clouds detached themselves from the main group to pursue Han Li's trio, as well as all of the other beasts present. The silver swarm insects also split up into 2 groups upon seeing this, with the majority of them continuing on toward the green clouds while a small silver stream diverged to hunt down everything else. All of the beasts that were fleeing for their lives alongside Han Li's trio were sent into a frenzy, and many of the spirit beasts with relatively high levels of intelligence knew that a chance had arisen for them to flee for their lives. Thus, the most powerful beasts within the group let loose a few thunderous roars, and all of the other beasts dispersed at their behest, fleeing in all different directions. Go! Han Li also let loose a low cry before a thunderclap erupted from behind him, upon which his thunderstorm wings surfaced on his back. He flapped those wings gently, and his body was propelled through the air as an azure and white thread. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kuan also accelerated while flying toward different directions. After unleashing his thunderstorm wings, Han Li's current fearsome speed could rank among the top 3 of all of the countless beasts present. After just a few flashes, he'd left all of the other beasts far behind and fled into the distance in the blink of an eye. Only then did he twist around to cast his gaze behind him, and the sight that he was greeted by sent chills running down his spine. The beasts that weren't fast enough were swept up between the 2 insect armies, thereby instantly becoming inundated by green clouds and silver waves. These beasts didn't even have a chance to utter a single sound before they were erased from existence. Not even a single scrap of their bodies remained after the 2 insect armies were done with them. Just as the green clouds and the silver waves were about to clash, the green butterflies suddenly faltered in midair before flapping their wings forward in a violent manner. Gusts of green winds were immediately swept up as a result, then hurtled directly into the swarm of silver insects. A loud screeching sound rang out as many flying insects that were only around several inches in size plummeted out of the silver waves. Several green clouds then swept down to engulf those silver insects, and when the green clouds dispersed again, those straggling silver swarm insects were nowhere to be found. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he was instantly able to see the course of the battle. After devouring the silver insects, crimson spots appeared all over the bodies of many of the bloodform butterflies. Despite the potency of the poisonous winds these butterflies were sweeping up with their wings, there were simply far too many silver swarm insects for them to deal with, and many of the more powerful insects even had a certain level of resistance to their poison. Thus, even after the gusts of poisonous winds had swept through the silver swarm insects, tens of thousands of them were still able to plunge into the swarm of butterflies. Initially, those silver swarm insects were all outnumbered and killed, but as more and more silver insects began to plunge into the green clouds, the two swarms finally clashed and intertwined. Loud buzzing and screeching sounds rang out as green butterflies and silver insects fell from the sky like rain, only to be completely devoured by green clouds or silver waves. It was quite clear that the silver insects possessed far superior devouring abilities compared to the green butterflies, but the blood-form butterflies all contained powerful toxins within their bodies, allowing them to completely paralyze the silver insects with a few flaps of their wings. Both sides were extremely ferocious and seemingly held no regard for their own lives, and they seemed to be evenly matched. As for the two swarms of insects that had set off in pursuit of the fleeing beasts, they also split up into countless groups to continue hunting down their prey. Furthermore, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with one another, as there was never an instance where more than one group of insects was hunting down a single beast. Many of the beasts weren't able to escape very far before they were chased down by the insects, and they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Thus, beastly roars intertwined with incessant buzzing and hissing, as opposed to the loud explosions one would normally expect to hear from a battle. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he could see that Lu Shui'er and Shikuan had also fled extremely far into the distance, but they were each being pursued by a small group of insects. However, that was all he had time to see as he suddenly discovered that a group of silver swarm insects was flying directly toward him, ignoring all of the other beasts along the way. There seemed to be around 1,000 silver insects within this group, and Han Li took a deep breath before flapping his wings, flying through the air as an azure and white thread again. On this occasion, Han Li flew for over an hour before turning around to look behind him. At this point, there was not a single insect to be seen, but Han Li wasn't elated by this discovery at all. Instead, his brows furrowed slightly in response. During the past few days when he'd been escaping alongside Lu Shui'er and Shikuan, there had been periods of time when they'd unleashed their full speed to open up some distance between themselves and the silver swarm insects. However, these insects seemed to possess some kind of tracking ability, and as soon as Han Li's trio slowed down for a while, the insects would catch up to them again. Regardless of what kind of concealment techniques they initially used, the insects simply couldn't be fooled. With that in mind, Han Li considered his situation for a moment before black light suddenly flashed from his body, and a black veil appeared to completely conceal him from view. After that, he continued to fly onward at a more leisurely pace. However, Han Li suddenly detected something around an hour later, and he abruptly turned around as his expression changed drastically. Moments later, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the distance, following which a massive silver insect that was several tens of feet in size appeared in that direction. The giant insect flapped its wings and let loose a sharp screech before hurtling through the air, covering a distance of over 1,000 feet in a flash. It was heading directly toward Han Li, despite the fact that he'd been concealed under his black veil, and at the same time Han Li had used his bright sight spirit eyes to identify the true nature of this massive insect. It turned out that this was a massive creature formed by over 1,000 silver swarm insects clumped together. He didn't know why even the black veil was unable to fool these insects, but at this point, it had become quite clear to Han Li that he wouldn't be able to get away unless he were to kill this group of insects. However, silver swarm insects were extremely fearsome, and aside from their staggering numbers, each individual insect was also very difficult to deal with. Not only were their bodies hard enough to withstand attacks from normal treasures, they possessed sets of sharp teeth and front limbs that could easily tear through metal. As such, normal treasures would be completely ineffective against them. Just as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, the giant insect continued to close in on him, and all of a sudden, a cold light flashed through his eyes as he swept a sleeve through the air. A loud buzzing sound rang out, immediately following which over 100 golden flowers flew out of his sleeve. These golden flowers then swelled drastically to form golden beetles that were half a foot in size each. These were none other than his mature gold-devouring beetles. Go! As soon as these golden beetles appeared, Han Li issued a loud command to them. All of the gold-devouring beetles immediately surged toward the giant insect in unison. The menacing giant silver insect abruptly shuddered at the sight of these mature gold-devouring beetles, then let loose a shrill screech before turning around and fleeing for its life. Han Li had released so many gold-devouring beetles at once naturally because he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Almost at the exact same moment, a loud thunderclap erupted from behind him, and he vanished amid a flash of azure and white lightning. In the next instant, azure and white lightning flashed in the air above the giant silver insect, following which Han Li abruptly reappeared before flipping a hand over. A miniature black mountain immediately flew forth, then swelled to over 100 feet tall before descending with devastating might. The mountain revolved on the spot to release a burst of gray light that encompassed all of the silver insects down below, and the giant silver insect immediately became extremely sluggish in its movements, having been trapped by the divine essence-fused light. An enraged screech rang out as bright silver light abruptly erupted from the giant insect's body, following which it reverted back into over 1,000 tiny silver insects again in the blink of an eye. The insects then charged toward the same direction as a collective force while devouring the gray light around them as quickly as they could. As a result, the divine essence-fused light around them really was growing thinner at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. But Han Li wasn't concerned by this in the slightest as he looked on from above. During this brief delay, the gold-devouring beetles had also reached the underside of the Black Mountain, so Han Li had already achieved his objective. Golden light flashed, and the gold-devouring beetles completely disregarded the gray light around them, swooping in before engaging all of the silver swarm insects in battle. Even though they were outnumbered by the silver insects by a ratio of around 10 to 1, they were far larger than their opponents, and they also possessed significantly more powerful bodies as well as devouring abilities. The silver insects' sharp teeth and front limbs couldn't even leave so much as a single scratch on the exoskeletons of the golden beetles, whereas the gold-devouring beetles were able to tear their opponents apart and devour them with ease. It was a completely one-sided battle, and despite how heavily outnumbered the gold-devouring beetles were, the silver swarm insects simply stood no chance. After most of the silver insects had been eradicated, what remained of the swarm finally lost all of their courage and attempted to flee for their lives. However, they were still trapped in the divine essence-fused light, so they were all hunted down and devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. When there was only one final silver insect left, it suddenly self-detonated, and silver light flashed as a barely visible shadow shot forth from within its body, then attempted to fly away in a stealthy manner. If Han Li were a normal being, there was a good chance that he would have failed to notice such an inconspicuous shadow. However, Han Li was able to immediately catch sight of it as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he reached out without any hesitation. A pristine white hand was extended out of his sleeve, and he spread his fingers apart to blast forth bursts of 5-colored glacial flames. The flames swept through the air at a rapid speed, almost instantly enveloping the shadow, which had only fled to just over 100 feet away. The shadow shuddered before being completely immobilized in the glacial flames, and it was revealed to be a faint silver insect projection with the face of a human. The projection struggled within the glacial flames with all its might, presenting a rather unsettling sight to behold. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he curled his 5 fingers inward in a seemingly nonchalant manner. The glacial flames down below instantly transformed into countless 5-colored threads of light at his behest, then wound themselves around the immobilized human-faced insect projection. The threads of light then abruptly tightened, and the insect projection was sliced into countless segments as a result. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief, and he swept a hand through the air, upon which the 5-colored threads of light vanished in a flash. He then quickly pointed a finger at the swarm of gold-devouring beetles down below, and they transformed into golden flowers again before flying back toward him, then disappearing up his sleeve. After that, Han Li made a grabbing motion downward, and the Black Mountain also shrank drastically before returning to his hand. From the instant that he'd released the gold-devouring beetles to the moment that he'd drawn them back into his spirit beast bracelet, only an extremely short time had elapsed. As such, even though he'd released quite a large quantity of gold-devouring beetles on this occasion, he didn't actually exhaust much of his spiritual sense at all. Of course, Han Li had already decided when he'd first released the gold-devouring beetles that if he couldn't end this battle quickly, he'd immediately withdraw the beetles without any hesitation. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be worth exhausting too much of his spiritual sense to kill these silver insects. However, just as he'd expected, the gold-devouring beetles were the bane of these silver swarm insects, and he was able to kill them with ease. If he had used any other treasures, he wasn't confident that he would have been able to eradicate these insects so cleanly and quickly. Thus, after taking a glance at the direction where the battle between the two insect swarms was presumably still raging, Han Li flew away as a streak of azure light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Almost at the exact same moment, within the waves of silver swarm insects close to 100,000 kilometers away, a silver insect that was far larger than normal silver swarm insects suddenly raised its head and cast its gaze toward Han Li's direction. This silver insect had the face of an elderly man, whose brows were currently furrowed in bewilderment. After staring at the direction that Han Li was situated at for a while, the silver insect cast its gaze directly up ahead again. Several kilometers away, the silver insects were still clashing with the swarm of green butterflies, and the battle was still extremely intense. After a brief hesitation, the human-faced silver insect let loose a long sharp screech, upon which all of the nearby silver insects surged toward it in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, a giant silver insect was taking shape with the human-faced insect at its very center, and the giant insect was only continuing to expand in size. After a while, all of the silver insects in an area within a radius of around 500 meters had gathered to form a colossal insect that was over 1,000 feet in length. The massive insect flapped its wings, and two gusts of fearsome winds were instantly swept up as its gigantic body was propelled forward through the air. Han Li didn't know the origins of the strange soul that he'd destroyed, but he knew that killing it definitely wasn't a good thing. As such, after departing from this place, he immediately changed directions a few times in quick succession, then used the high zenith invisibility talisman to conceal himself for a while before he finally felt safe to continue his journey as normal. Even though Han Li had separated from his two companions, he wasn't all that worried as he was currently powerful enough to put up a good fight even against early body integration stage beings. Thus, he chose a route to follow and continued to travel toward the restricted ruins. 2 months later, in the sky over a desert that was enshrouded under a vast yellow sandstorm, spiritual light suddenly flashed, and 3 strange-looking azure carriages shot forth from the distance alongside arcs of azure lightning. After just a few flashes, the 3 azure carriages arrived in the area, and they all stopped in a uniform formation over 1,000 feet above the sandstorm. Only then were the true appearances of these carriages revealed, and they were all rather antiquated, but beautiful patterns had been inscribed onto their surfaces. On top of that, they were also riddled with flashing azure runes of different sizes. In front of each carriage was a pair of water buffalo-like beasts that were wearing suits of azure armor. Their large eyes were as crimson as blood, and wisps of azure smoke billowed out of their nostrils from time to time. As this azure smoke drifted through the air, the surrounding air temperature was immediately raised significantly, thereby striking one with a strange scorching feeling. Standing within each carriage was a pair of short humanoid figures, as well as an azure-armored puppet that was far larger in size in comparison. The puppets were around 20 feet tall with a saber strapped to each of their waists and 2 shimmering silver short spears attached to each of their backs. All of them were holding the reins of the water buffalo-like beasts that were drawing the carriages, and through their visors pairs of glowing red eyes could be seen. As for the short humanoid figures on the carriages, they also wore suits of armor, and each of them had a massive shimmering wheel on their back. Their faces were riddled with gray freckles and tusks were protruding out of their mouths, giving them quite a hideous appearance. At present, the 6 short humanoid figures were inspecting the sandstorm down below intently while discussing some things with one another in low voices. Moments later, they seemed to have completed their discussion, and one of them raised a hand to produce an ancient copper mirror, which was hurled into the sandstorm. The copper mirror descended into the sandstorm before emanating an azure halo that quickly proliferated in all directions. The violent sandstorm was immediately settled as the azure halo swept through the air, creating a picturesque scene of peace and harmony, as if the sandstorm had never even existed in the first place. After the sandstorm abated, the ruins of a massive palace was revealed, and it stretched further than the eyes could see. The short humanoid figures were all elated to see this, and they called out to one another before immediately preparing to swoop downward in the carriages. However, right at this moment, a rumbling thunderclap suddenly erupted in the distant sky. All of a sudden, a particular resounding thunderclap rang out, and a ball of azure light abruptly appeared in the distance. The ball of lightning then shot forth through the air, covering a distance of several thousand feet after just a few flashes, taking it close to the three carriages in the blink of an eye. The six short humanoid beings were quite startled by this development, yet at the same time, they were also able to catch a clear glimpse of what lay within the azure ball of lightning. This was a giant bird puppet that was over 200 feet in length, and judging from its appearance, it was a vastly renowned lightning bird. However, much to their surprise, the puppet was heavily damaged, missing most of its feathers and even one of its talons. Even so, the bird still had a layer of dazzling azure lightning around its body, creating a very intimidating and harrowing sight to behold. The six short foreign beings' hearts stirred upon seeing this, and one of them immediately let loose a long cry. Immediately thereafter, all three carriages hurtled toward the giant puppet in unison as three streaks of azure light. Prior to making contact with the puppet, the three huge azure-armored puppets flicked their reins at the same time, and the six water buffalo beasts let loose thunderous roars in unison, then opened their mouths to expel bursts of azure flames that formed a rumbling sea of fire. Almost at the exact same moment, the six foreign beings let loose low cries in unison, and the silver wheels on their backs shot forth at once. These wheels then abruptly swelled drastically in size to form six bright moons, and they surged toward the lightning bird puppet as if they were threatening to slice its body into pieces. Silver light flashed within the puppet's eyes upon seeing this, and the azure arcs of lightning around its body swelled by around twofold while it reached out with its only remaining talon. A massive azure talon projection immediately appeared high up above, obscuring the entire sky as it came crashing down toward the three carriages. The puppet was completely disregarding the silver moons and azure sea of flames surging toward it. This came as quite a surprise to the six foreign beings, and they were feeling slightly panicked as a result. Thankfully, the six of them had fought alongside one another on many occasions, thereby allowing them to develop exemplary teamwork and chemistry. One of them let loose a loud cry, and all six of them hurriedly made hand seals before pointing their fingers up into the sky in rapid succession. The six moons immediately let loose a loud buzzing sound before converging toward the giant azure talon projection. They then combined as one to form a massive disk with a diameter of over 100 feet before hurtling directly upward. The giant talon projection and the disk clashed amid a resounding boom, and azure and silver light intertwined with one another. At this moment, the azure flames also swept up the lightning bird puppet, clashing with the protective arcs of azure lightning around its body amid strings of dull thunderclaps. It was quite clear that the arcs of lightning were quite powerful, as exemplified by the fact that they remained completely unmoved by the scorching azure flames. Meanwhile, the giant talon projection was stalled in mid-air for a moment before being shattered by the massive silver disk that it had clashed with. Without any further obstacles standing in its way, the giant disk sped directly toward the puppet's head, sending spatial fluctuations surging through the air in its wake, as if it were threatening to slice through space itself. The lightning bird puppet opened its mouth to expel a bolt of azure lightning that was as thick as a water tank in response, and it transformed into an azure lightning WM that struck the disk with tremendous force. Silver light and azure lightning intertwined, and an anguished wail immediately rang out from the silver disk as several cracks began to appear on its surface. Immediately thereafter, it separated into 6 disks again, each of which plummeted toward one of the short foreign beings. The arcs of lightning around the puppet's body then swelled once again, and a resounding boom rang out as it vanished on the spot amid a flash of lightning. In the next instant, lightning flashed in the air above the 3 carriages, and the lightning bird puppet abruptly reappeared before flapping its wings violently, swooping downward with devastating might. The 6 foreign beings were naturally startled to see this, but they all remained quite calm as they raised an arm each in unison, then quickly pressed their hands onto the azure-armored puppets before them. Crimson light flashed through the 3 puppets' eyes, and a ball of azure light erupted from their bodies as they swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, their visors had slipped off their faces, and they'd transformed into 3 massive demonic ghostly beings that were over 100 feet tall each. 6 massive ghostly claws swiped through the air in unison, sending a dozen or so black claw projections hurtling directly toward the lightning bird puppet. The demonic ghosts then abruptly grabbed onto the silver spears on their backs, which had expanded in size along with them, before thrusting the spears into the air. The silver spears transformed into 10 silver pillars of light that vanished in a flash, and immediately thereafter, the sounds of howling winds and resounding thunderclaps rang out in the nearby area. The lightning bird puppet remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, and it opened its mouth to blast forth a bolt of azure lightning again before pressing its single talons downward to exert an immense invisible force. All 6 short foreign beings withdrew their arms in unison at this moment, and they all began to chant something, upon which their bodies also swelled to several times their original size. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so treasures of different forms flew out of their bodies in rapid succession to join the attack. Explosions rang out in the air in rapid successions, and dazzling lights of all colors flashed, making it difficult for one to directly appraise the battle. This battle lasted a full 2 hours, and when everything finally drew to a conclusion, the half of the lightning bird puppet that remained plummeted from the sky before vanishing into the ruins down below. The 3 carriages up above and the 3 azure-armored puppets, which had reverted back to their original sizes, were also heavily damaged. One of the puppets even had a large hole on its chest that passed directly through where a normal being's heart would have been situated. If the same injury had been inflicted on a living being, they would have perished for sure unless they had some kind of miracle pill that could bring them back from the brink of death. As for the 6 foreign beings themselves, they were also in quite a sorry state. Not only had most of their treasures been ruined, the suits of armor they were wearing had also been completely charred black. On top of that, there were many large dents and cracks on the surfaces of the armor, giving them the appearance of useless scrap metal. In contrast, the 6 water buffalo beasts remained completely unscathed, but all of them were also panting heavily with sweat pouring down their bodies. All in all, the 6 foreign beings had secured the final victory against the lightning bird puppet, but they had also paid a heavy price in the process. After striking down the puppet, the 6 foreign beings were quite elated, and they prepared to swoop down in their carriages again. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out from within a nearby cloud. "Thank you for sparing me the effort of getting rid of this puppet, fellow Taoists of the Black Dwarf race." As soon as the voice trailed off, brilliant light erupted from within the cloud, following which a dozen or so humanoid beings in different attire appeared. They were led by a yellow-robed man who appeared to be in his 20s with 3 extremely eye-catching short golden horns on his forehead. Behind him were a dozen or so male and female beings of all different ages, and they also had horns on their heads, but the numbers, shapes, and colors of these horns differed from being to being. The expressions on the faces of the 6 black dwarf beings immediately darkened significantly at the sight of these horned beings. One of them exclaimed in an unpleasant raspy voice, "Jiao Qi beings, why are you here? Were you following us in secret this entire time? Were we following you? Do you think you're worthy of being followed by us? Seeing as you've also come to this place, then you can stay here forever. Everyone, send them on their way," the golden-horned young man chuckled coldly. The dozen or so Jiaoqi beings immediately responded in an affirmative manner before sweeping forward to surround the 6 black dwarf beings. The black dwarf beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and their leader immediately yelled, "Run!" The powers of wind and fire erupted from beneath the hooves of the 6 water buffalo beasts, and they abruptly sprang forward as the 3 carriages sped into the distance as balls of azure light. Arcs of lightning could be seen shimmering indistinctly within the azure light, and the carriages were traveling at an astonishing speed. However, the Jiaoqi beings were also certainly not to be scoffed at. All of them either shot forth as streaks of spiritual light or made hand seals and vanished on the spot. There were also a few who swept their sleeves through the air to summon spirit beasts or flying treasures and set off in pursuit at incredible speeds. Meanwhile, the golden-horned young man merely stood still in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly extremely confident in the abilities of his companions. And it was no wonder that he was so confident. The Black Dwarf race was a relatively large race on the Thunder Continent, but they weren't proficient in flight or movement techniques, so they had to rely on all types of flying carriages to make up for this weakness. Under normal circumstances, this wasn't exactly a glaring fallacy, but having just endured an arduous battle, this weakness naturally became a fatal one for them in the face of the pursuit of these Jiaoqi beings. The events that unfolded next were just as the golden-horned young man had expected. The 3 flying carriages were only able to fly for just over 10,000 feet before several balls of spiritual light emerged up ahead, following which several humanoid figures appeared. These were none other than the Jiaoqi beings who were proficient in instantaneous teleportation techniques. As soon as they emerged, they raised their hands in unison, and a vast expanse of scorching lightning flames were sent crashing down toward the 3 carriages. The 6 water buffalo beasts were quite fierce and powerful, but even they couldn't help but stop in their tracks as they blasted azure flames out of their mouths to oppose the oncoming attacks. During this momentary delay, the rest of the Jiaoqi beings caught up before surrounding the 3 carriages. Swords, axes, staves. Treasures of all different types flew out from the bodies of these Jiaoqi beings before transforming into swathes of light that descended from above. The 6 black dwarf beings in the carriages were all plunged into despair upon seeing this, but even so they still weren't willing to give up without a fight. As such, all of them let loose loud cries as they laid their hands onto the heavily damaged azure-armored puppets, transforming them giant demonic ghosts once again. At the same time, all of them made hand seals in unison, and they also swelled drastically in size while the wheels on their backs also flew forth to combat the oncoming attacks. In their desperation, the 6 black dwarf beings were able to hold their own against the Jiaoqi beings, and it appeared that they were quite evenly matched. However, both sides knew that this was only a futile struggle. As soon as the black dwarf beings exhausted all of their magic power, they would immediately be overwhelmed and slain by their opponents. However, unbeknownst to all of them, there was someone situated in a dilapidated pavilion several hundred kilometers away, inspecting them through the use of a strange treasure. This treasure was a translucent white crystal with an image playing out on its surface, and the image was none other than that of the battle between the Jiaoqi beings and the black dwarf beings. However, the perspective was slightly distant, as if the observer were surveying the battle from several kilometers away. There were 2 people seated with their legs crossed in front of the crystal, one of which wore a calm expression while the other had a bewildered look in their eyes. The latter was none other than Lu Shuer, and she turned to her companion as she said in a barely audible voice, "How could this be? Why are these Jiaoqi beings here as well?" Her companion was an azure-robed young man with a set of ordinary facial features. He was naturally none other than Han Li, and even though he wore a calm expression, he was also staring intently at the image on the crystal. Upon hearing Lu Shuer's question, his lips twitched slightly and he replied, "There's no need to be overly concerned, fellow Taoist Lu. This is an extremely vast set of ruins, so there's no way that we'd coincidentally be searching for the same target. On top of that, our current location is still tens of thousands of kilometers away from the restricted ruins. If those people really were pursuing the same target as us, why would they be battling those black dwarf beings? However, their presence does mean that we'll have to proceed with more caution so that we don't get discovered by them." After a brief pause for contemplation, Lu Shuer said, "You're right, Brother Han, I'm feeling a lot more reassured now. Why don't we switch to another hiding spot that's further away from those Jiaoqi beings? After that, we can wait for fellow Taoist Shi to join us, and we'll be able to combine our powers to access the restricted ruins." "That's a good idea. However, before that we should ascertain the target of these Jiaoqi beings. That would normally be quite a difficult task, but Senior Kai has even lent you the vastly renowned projection crystal of the crystal race, so we'll be able to see everything that those Jiaoqi beings are doing even from so far away," Han Li said in a slow voice as he stroked his chin and appraised the crystal. "This projection crystal is indeed extremely stealthy and even holy race beings would struggle to detect it, but it can only project some normal images. If those Jiaoqi beings were to use some kind of restrictions to conceal what they were up to, then we wouldn't be able to see anything," Lu Shuer replied with furrowed brows. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, or perhaps the golden-horned young man really did sense something, but as soon as Lu Shuer's voice trailed off, he suddenly looked up, then raised a hand to summon a black bowl that hovered in mid-air. Immediately thereafter, the young man began to chant something before flicking his 10 fingers toward the bowl in rapid succession, casting a series of incantation seals of different colors that vanished into the treasure in a flash. A long ringing sound erupted from the bowl in response, and black light began to emanate from it as it swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to over 100 feet, and it was hovering in midair like a house. The lid on the treasure was then lifted and boundless inky black qi poured forth from within, spreading in all directions in a frenzy. It was as if night had suddenly descended, obscuring the entire sky, making it impossible for Han Li and Lu Shuer to see anything using the projection crystal aside from a vast expanse of darkness. Their expressions both changed slightly in unison, yet before either of them had a chance to say anything, black light flashed from the crystal and everything returned to normal. The image on the crystal appeared to be identical compared to what it had been, yet all of the Jiao Qi beings had abruptly vanished. Lu Shuer pointed a finger at the crystal, and spiritual light flashed as the image on the surface of the treasure changed into that of the ground down below. However, even from that perspective, they were still greeted by nothing but the sight of yellow sand without a single Jiao Qi being to be seen. It looks like they've unleashed an illusionary technique to conceal themselves. We won't be able to see anything unless I force the projection crystal to project the scenes inside the restriction, but doing so would blow our cover for sure, so it's not really worth it, Lu Shuer sighed in a resigned manner. She then swept a sleeve over the crystal, and the image on it vanished like an illusion amid a flash of spiritual light. In the end, it reverted back to the appearance of a normal white crystal before being stowed away up her sleeve. So be it. These Jiao Qi beings are clearly quite cautious, and it would be unwise for us to alert them to our presence. From the looks of it, their target seems to be in this nearby area. I wonder if what they're doing will affect us, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. Lu Shuer's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and she said, "That is indeed a valid concern. Do you have any good ideas, Brother Han? These Jiao Qi beings significantly outnumber us, and all of them seem to be quite powerful, so I don't really have any good ideas to offer. All we can do is set up a few more formations to mask the fluctuations when we break the restriction of the restricted ruins. On top of that, even though the Jiao Qi beings have set up an illusionary technique to conceal what they're doing, that doesn't stop us from deploying some puppets or spirit beasts to the nearby area to keep an eye on them. That way, if something does happen, we'll be alerted and can adopt measures to prepare ourselves," Han Li replied after a brief pause. Lu Shuer was also silent for a moment before nodding in a resigned manner. "Looks like that's all we can do. Seeing as that's the case, why don't we begin setting things up right away? This is not a place we should stay at for much longer, so let's head to the restricted ruins now," Han Li immediately suggested. "Of course. I'm just concerned about fellow Daoist Sure. Hopefully nothing has happened to him on the way here," Lu Shuer replied with a concerned nod. "The two of us were able to make it here unscathed, so I'm sure Brother Sure would be more than capable of doing the same. Besides, 2 months have only just passed since we split up. Perhaps fellow Daoist Sure merely took a slightly longer route, in which case it would only be normal for him to be late by a few days," Han Li said in a confident manner. "I hope that's the case." Lu Shuer could only heave a faint sigh in response. At this moment, Han Li suddenly rustled a sleeve, and a white shadow shot forth from within before revealing itself to be a completely expressionless white-robed woman amid a flash of white light. It was none other than his sentient puppet doll. "Go and keep an eye on those Jiao Qi beings. Don't engage them in battle, just observe them from afar," Han Li instructed. Doll bowed slightly upon hearing this before rising up into the air. However, just as she was about to depart, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and he said, "Hold on, take these 2 things with you. Your top priority is to not be discovered." Han Li flipped a hand over as he spoke, and a black veil suddenly appeared in his grasp along with a purple talisman. The latter was none other than a high-zenith invisibility talisman. Doll remained completely expressionless upon hearing this, but it made a grabbing motion to draw the 2 items into its grasp in an obedient manner, then flew away as a streak of white light. "You seem to cherish that puppet a lot, Brother Han. But then again, that's no surprise. Even I'm very envious that you possess a sentient puppet of such a high caliber," Lu Shuer sighed with an amused smile. Surely you jest, Fairy Lu. With your wealth, I'm sure it's not a difficult task to purchase a sentient puppet. Come to think of it, these types of puppets are kind of gimmicky and most of the time, they're not even as useful as a spirit beast of the same power level. Even this puppet of mine was a present from someone else," Han Li replied with a faint smile. Seeing as Han Li clearly didn't want to speak too much about his sentient puppet, Lu Shuer changed the subject and said, "That's true. Just the amount of top-grade spirit stones required to use such puppets poses quite a headache. Seeing as you've deployed a sentient puppet, I'll also send out a spirit beast to keep an eye on those Jiaoqi beings as well. Thus, she patted a certain item hanging from her waist, and a burst of 5-colored light suddenly erupted forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Even through the use of his spirit eye ability, Han Li could only catch a very brief glimpse of what appeared to be a small winged mink with 5-colored light emanating from its body. Han Li was quite startled by this small beast's incredible speed, and he couldn't help but cast a meaningful glance toward Lu Shuer. However, she merely disregarded Han Li's reaction and rose to her feet as she said, "Let's go and wait for fellow Taoist Shi near the restricted ruins." Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and thus, both of them rose up into the air before flying away from the Jiaoqi beings as streaks of light. Along the way, the scenery down below remained completely the same with nothing but yellow sand stretching as far as the eyes could see in all directions. Han Li had arrived at this place a few days in advance, and he'd taken the opportunity to inspect the ruins here for himself. During the process he discovered that these ruins stretched for over 1 million kilometers, and there were many places in those ruins where restrictions still existed, so it appeared to be quite a dangerous place. Thankfully, Han Li had been warned by Kai Luiying and the others about this place prior to entering the vast glacial realm, so he knew to stay far away from those areas. Otherwise, he would have definitely triggered traps in those ruins such as the lightning bird puppet from earlier. As for the restricted ruins that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were referring to, that appeared to be situated in one of the perilous places in this area. After flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers, the two of them finally stopped, and Han Li narrowed his eyes as he cast his gaze downward. There he discovered a ball of white light that with a diameter of around 1,000 feet slowly rotating within the wind and sand down below. Despite the fierce winds blowing around it, the ball of light remained completely unmoved, and as soon as the gusts of sandy winds came into contact with this light, they would disappear in a flash as if they'd been devoured. What was even more unsettling was that there were piles of beastly bones littered all around the ball of light, most of which had been buried by the surrounding yellow sands already. However, among the bones that were protruding from the sand, some had already been blackened by age, so they'd clearly been there for an extremely long time, while others were pristine and new, clearly belonging to beasts that had only died here relatively recently. At this moment, Lu Shuer was holding a palm-sized formation plate and was staring at it with rapt focus. After a while, Lu Shuer exhaled and confirmed, "This is the place. This is the restricted ruins that Master and Senior Duan were referring to." Han Li glanced at the bones littered down below in a calm manner as he replied, "It looks like this place is indeed quite perilous, but seeing as the two seniors expended so much effort to gather the three of us, there has to be a good chance that we'll be able to break this restriction." Lu Shuer clearly knew a lot more about this restriction than Han Li did, and she said, "I certainly hope so. According to my master, this restriction was formed by high zenith azure light, which ranked alongside divine essence-fused light in ancient times, and it can only be broken using divine essence-fused light. As such, the three of us should be able to break this restriction with our combined powers." A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, "High zenith azure light." Lu Shuer had naturally noticed Han Li's reaction and she asked, "Are you interested in this light, Brother Han?" Han Li's expression instantly reverted back to normal as he replied, "I possess the divine essence-fused light, so I'm naturally quite interested in the lights that rank alongside it. From what I've heard, this high zenith azure light is extremely lethal and can conjure up devastating invisible sword chi that can kill unsuspecting enemies in an instant. I wonder if this light really is as extraordinary as the rumors proclaim it to be. Looks like you've done quite a lot of research into this high zenith azure light, Brother Han. According to my master, this light is indeed quite fearsome, but it's not as lethal as the legends suggest. However, restrictions created using this light are extremely difficult to break through. Otherwise, my master would have most definitely tried to force her way into the restriction and obtain the treasures in there, even though doing so would incur a massive risk. On top of that, high zenith azure light can't be acquired, and can only be naturally formed by the power of heaven and earth. As such, beings who have cultivated this light are far rarer than even those who possess the divine essence-fused light. In fact, it's said that no one has been successfully able to cultivate this light since ancient times, Lu Shuer explained. In that case, there must be an extremely powerful treasure that can emit high zenith azure light under that restriction. Han Li immediately deduced. Even though there were other treasures aside from high zenith azure mountains that possessed high zenith azure light, Han Li was convinced that the treasure beneath this restriction was most likely a high zenith azure mountain. There was a good chance that this restriction was left behind by a true immortal, and it had been able to maintain itself since ancient times. As such, it seemed plausible that only a high zenith azure mountain could provide such a limitless source of high zenith azure light. If he were to obtain this mountain, he'd be able to refine it into a second extreme mountain alongside his divine essence-fused mountain. As these thoughts were running through his mind, Han Li turned to Lu Shui'er and said, "As expected, this high zenith azure light restriction is not something that the two of us can break. We'll have to wait for fellow Taoist Shi to get here before we make a concerted attempt to break this restriction together." "My thoughts exactly, Brother Han. Let's find a place nearby to settle and meditate so we can recover to our peak condition." Lu Shui'er agreed with a nod of her head. Thus, after a brief discussion, the two of them rose up into the air before flying toward a certain direction. A short while later, their duo descended somewhere around 500 kilometers away from the ball of white light. The winds were still quite fierce here, but Lu Shui'er had already summoned a yellow bead that was producing a yellow light barrier around them, which was keeping the wind and sand at bay. Thus, Han Li and Lu Shui'er found themselves in a dilapidated hall, most of which had already collapsed, leaving only a small portion of the building still intact. Half a month later, a burst of light flashed in the distance, and a streak of yellow light came flying toward them. After just a few flashes, the streak of light appeared in the air above Han Li and Lu Shui'er before revealing a tall and broad humanoid figure. It was none other than Shi Kuan. However, his face was slightly pale and his eyes were also rather dull, seemingly indicating that he was far from his peak condition. After appearing in the air over this area, Shi Kuan didn't immediately make his descent. Instead, he inspected his surroundings in a cautious manner, and only after ascertaining that there were no potential hazards nearby did he flip his hand over to produce a formation plate. He carefully inspected the formation plate for a short while before descending as a streak of yellow light. The grains of sand intermingled with the gusts of fierce winds scraped against the layer of protective spiritual light around his body, creating a sound that was akin to metal grating on metal, but the layer of light remained completely unscathed. When Shi Kuan descended in front of the ruined hall, Han Li and Lu Shui'er were also waiting at the entrance. Lu Shui'er was quite surprised to see the sorry state that Shi Kuan was in, and she immediately asked, "Brother Shi, you don't look very well at all. Did you encounter some trouble on your way here?" Shi Kuan's expression eased slightly at the sight of Han Li and Lu Shui'er, but a wry smile then appeared on his face as he replied, "I certainly did. I almost lost my life along the way." His body swayed and he abruptly appeared before Han Li and Lu Shui'er, upon which Han Li asked, "Could it be that you were unable to shake off the insects that were pursuing you?" He recalled quite clearly that Shi Kuan had been pursued by a group of silver swarm insects, and from personal experience he knew that it was very difficult to get away from these insects unless they were killed. Those insects were indeed quite troublesome to deal with, but I know a secret technique that allowed me to escape from them relatively easily. However, after that I encountered a group of snow roar beings, and I only managed to barely escape from them after being hunted for over a month. Shi Kuan spat through gritted teeth. Snow roar beings? The snow roar race is a race of freaks. They're only allowed to cultivate ice attribute abilities, and they think ice attribute abilities are the origin of all abilities and cultivation arts. On top of that, they have a vendetta against every being that cultivates abilities of any other attribute. It's extremely unfortunate that you ran into them, Brother Shi, Lu Shui'er exclaimed with a shocked look on her face. That's them all right. They're only a medium-sized race and all of them are absolutely inexplicable, but when it comes to individual powers, they're not inferior to beings from major races like the Sea Monarch race and the Jiaoqi race. In the past, these beings mostly resided in the northernmost region of the Thunder Continent, and due to how rural their territory is, it's very rare for them to obtain vast glacial badges and enter the vast glacial realm. I can't believe I was unlucky to run into those freaks, Shi Kuan said in a hateful manner. Han Li had also read about the snow roar race in the past, so he was naturally also aware of their extremist tendencies. As such, he could only exchange a glance with Lu Shui'er and lament Shirkuan's misfortune. In his current state, he clearly wasn't in any condition to help Han Li and Lu Shui'er break the Holy Zenith Azure Light formation, so they had no choice but to afford him some time to rest and recover. Thus 6 days passed by in a flash. During this time, Han Li's puppet and Lu Shui'er's spirit beast hadn't noticed anything amiss in their surveillance of the Jiaoqi beings. It was as if they were content to simply camp under their illusionary technique. Han Li and the others didn't have any idea what those Jiaoqi beings were up to, but this was certainly a welcome sight for them. All they could hope for was that things would continue like this, and that they'd be able to break through the restriction without any trouble before sneaking away from this place. Thus, on this day, the 3 of them rose up into the air before flying toward the restriction in a stealthy manner. Moments later, Han Li's trio appeared above the white ball of light again. As soon as they arrived, the 3 of them split up, arranging themselves in a huge triangular formation in the air above the restriction. I'm sure all of you have already memorized the procedure required to break this restriction. The restriction consists primarily of high zenith azure light, and it's split up into 3 major levels, which are in turn comprised of 11 minor layers. We have to break through all of those layers at once. Otherwise, if we're stalled during the process, the layers of the restriction that we've already broken will immediately repair themselves again, which would make all of our prior efforts go to waste. Back before Senior Duan had become a holy race being, he was able to rely on his astonishingly powerful body and defensive prowess to break through the first 7 layers of the restriction on his own. As such, we should definitely be able to break through all 11 layers with our combined powers, especially considering our divine essence-fused light is effective in nullifying high zenith azure light. However, we still need to be very careful here, and it would be unwise to take things lightly, Lu Shui'er said as she appraised Han Li and Shirkuan with a serious look on her face. Han Li smiled upon hearing this and he said, "Both fellow Taoist Shur and I expended a lot of effort to get here, so we'll definitely be giving this everything we have. I'm sure you're both aware of the agreement I made with the 2 seniors, right? Rest assured, Brother Han, aside from the few treasures that my master and Senior Kai require, our abilities will determine what other treasures we can obtain from these ruins, and we definitely won't try to take the treasures you obtain away from you," Shirkuan chucked as he nodded in response. Han Li nodded with a pleased expression upon hearing this. After that, there was nothing more that had to be said, and Lu Shui'er patted her storage bracelet, upon which an extremely vibrant small umbrella appeared in her hand amid a flash of 5-colored light. The umbrella was only around half a foot in length, yet it was very colorful and eye-catching. Shirkuan seemed to have recognized this treasure, and his expression changed slightly at the sight of it. Lu Shui'er tossed the umbrella up into the air in a solemn manner, and the treasure immediately flew up into the air as a ball of 5-colored spiritual light, vanishing out of sight after just a few flashes. Moments later, a vast expanse of 5-colored light descended from above, encompassing the surrounding area in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Within the light, runes of different sizes began to appear before vanishing again after flashing erratically a few times. Immediately thereafter, the entire expanse of light gradually blurred before disappearing into nothingness. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he swept his spiritual sense outward, only for it to be repelled by a burst of invisible power as soon as it traveled to the border where the 5-colored light had just vanished. Thus, this entire space had been restricted by that small umbrella. However, that was not the end. Spiritual light flashed, and a dozen or so shimmering golden formation flags flew forth from within Lu Shui'er's body. Each and every one of those flags was extremely intricate in design with many runes inscribed on their surfaces. After being hurled up into the air, they all disappeared into the surrounding space as streaks of golden light, following which a dozen or so pillars of golden light erupted into the heavens, then also vanished in a flash. A burst of extremely faint fluctuations was left in the wake of these golden pillars. Only after doing all that did the expression on Lu Shui'er's face ease slightly, and she smiled as she explained, "This umbrella is a treasure given to me by my master, and it can conceal the spiritual pressure fluctuations that are sure to appear when we break this restriction. On top of that, the golden spirit restricting formation set up by those formation flags are a purely defensive formation that can even withstand the attacks of an early holy race being for a while. In that case, Let me set up some things as well. Xianxia chuckled before opening his mouth to expel a dozen or so balls of gray light. Within each ball of gray light was a gray ring, and there were a total of 13 such rings. All of them revolved around Xianxia, emitting a faint buzzing sound before vanishing into thin air. Soul-bonded rings. I didn't think Senior Duan would have entrusted you with such a precious treasure, Brother Shi. Lu Shuer exclaimed as his pupils contracted drastically. These rings have no effect other than to harm the souls of living beings, and if one were to be caught off guard, they could be severely wound by these rings even as a holy race being, so they complement your restriction perfectly, Fairy Lu, Xianxia said in a calm manner. Lu Shuer quickly recomposed herself as she said, with these measures in place, even if the Jiao Qi beings really do try to ruin our plans, we'll be able to keep them at bay for a while. At this moment Han Li stroked his chin and said, seeing as we've completed all of our preparations, let's begin breaking this restriction right away. For some reason I can't shake the feeling that the longer this takes, the riskier everything becomes. I certainly agree with you on that, Brother Han. Let's begin, Fairy Lu, Xianxia chuckled in response. Seeing as both of you are ready, I'm naturally also prepared to proceed, Lu Shuer said with a smile. Thus she raised a hand and a small gray flag suddenly appeared in her grasp. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was faint divine essence-fused light emanating from the flag. The giant rune continued descending without pause, striking this new barrier of azure light with tremendous force. On this occasion the azure light barrier abruptly vanished as if had been instantly devoured. Thus the rune descended once again, only for a massive net comprised of countless crimson threads to suddenly appear beneath it. Prior to even making contact with this restriction, the red net flashed with spiritual light before releasing crimson clouds that drifted directly upward. The massive rune plunged into the red clouds, and a string of rumbling thunderclaps rang out in quick succession. Bright gray light began to emanate from the huge rune, and the red clouds were eradicated in the end after turning violently for a short while. As a result, all of the crimson threads quickly dissipated like snow melting under the scorching sun. The rune then continued to plummet toward the fourth restriction. The gray rune had only dulled slightly compared to its initial form, and Han Li was rather surprised that the first few restrictions were broken so easily. The high zenith azure light that everyone had been most wary of didn't even appear to oppose the giant gray rune as it had encountered the bane of its existence in the form of divine essence-fused light. This was why they had been able to break through the first few restrictions so easily. In what seemed like the mere blink of an eye, the huge gray rune had crashed through 9 restrictions of different forms. However, at this point, the rune seemed to have finally expended almost all of its power, and following a low wail of anguish, countless thin cracks appeared over its surface, as if it weren't going to shatter at any moment. What are you waiting for? Prepare for the final strike. Lu Shuer let loose a loud cry as the gray wheel of light behind her flew forth, disappearing into the cracked rune as a thick pillar of gray light. All of the cracks on the rune were instantly sealed as a result, and it began to radiate brilliant gray light again as it continued to descend in an unstoppable manner. Han Li and Xianxia also sprang into action at this moment. The former pointed a finger at the black mountain before him, sending it plummeting downward with devastating force, while the latter gently laid a hand onto his giant badge, upon which the treasure hurtled downward like a massive arrow. The two of them descended from above as 2 giant balls of gray light, plummeting rapidly like a pair of gray shooting stars. The 10th restriction was comprised of a layer of yellow sand, and the gray rune faltered as soon as it came into contact with this restriction. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, Han Li could see that the high zenith azure light, which had been repressed by the divine essence-fused light earlier, was beginning to surface in the nearby area again. It had finally begun to display its power again after the giant rune formed by the divine essence-fused light had been severely weakened. Countless thin barely visible projections slashed through the air, and the giant rune shattered into countless pieces mid a dull thump. Gray light surged forth in all directions as a result, forcibly blasting away most of the transparent projections formed by the high zenith azure light. Right at this moment the giant badge and the black mountain also arrived. What remained of the high zenith azure light attempted to keep the 2 treasures at bay, but it was swept away with ease before the 2 treasures struck the sand barrier down below. The entire film of sand tremored violently, following which each and every constituent grain of sand swelled to the size of a human fist before surging upward in a frenzy, desperately trying to destroy the giant badge and the Black Mountain again. These yellow grains of sand were clearly no ordinary treasures themselves. Otherwise, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand such an enormous impact. However, both Han Li's extreme essence-fused mountain and Shi Kuan's gray badge were also exceptional treasures that contained divine essence-fused light. And even though the gray light around the two treasures was being compressed by the grains of sand, the light only became brighter and more dazzling. These grains of sand were certainly nothing to scoff at, but they were unable to force their way into the gray light even by a single inch. Right at this moment, the silver runes on the extreme essence-fused mountain and the ancient characters on the gray badge flashed in unison, and only then did they begin to display their true power. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain were projected outward before rapidly forming several black holes around the mountain, each of which had a diameter of around 10 feet. Gray light swirled inside those black holes as bursts of enormous suction force erupted from within. All of the nearby grains of sand were swept up by the gray light, reverting back to their original form before surging into the black holes in a frenzy. Thus, a vast expanse of empty space appeared around the mountain. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on the giant badge flashed before unleashing a thick pillar of gray light. The badge acted as a hilt while the pillar of divine essence-fused light formed a blade, and the two combined to create a massive sword of gray light that was around 70 to 80 feet in length. The sword swept through the air, causing the nearby space to warp and twist, and destroying all of the fist-sized grains of sand in the surrounding area. There were millions of these yellow grains of sand surging through the air, yet most of them were drawn away by the extreme essence-fused mountain while the rest were destroyed by the gray light sword. Thus, the 10th restriction was finally broken, thereby revealing the final restriction. This was a giant piece of artwork formed by an azure light barrier. The artwork depicted lush mountains and scenic forests with countless beasts and birds residing within them. At the same time, spiritual light suddenly flashed from the tallest mountain in the artwork, and balls of spiritual light began to explode all over the image. Bird projections of all colors sprang to life within the azure light, and some of them flapped their wings while others raised their head and let loose long cries. All of them then erupted from the artwork as if they were actual living creatures. Some of the birds opened their beaks to blast forth balls of crimson flames, some flapped their wings to unleash white blades of wind, and some summoned arcs of silver lightning around their talons amid rumbling thunderclaps. Attacks of different forms erupted like floodwaters through a shattered dam, and at the same time, the light flashing from the azure mountain transformed into projections that were untraceable to the naked eye before hurling toward the Black Mountain and the gray sword of light. The amount of high-zenith azure light imbued within this layer of the restriction was far more than that in all of the previous layers combined. As these projections struck the extreme essence-fused mountain and the gray light sword, the gray light emanating from the two treasures dimmed significantly as if they were being overwhelmed. However, as opposed to being disheartened by this, Han Li was elated as he exclaimed, "That really is a high-zenith azure mountain." Han Li was almost immediately able to identify that the mountain within the artwork was the treasure that he'd been searching for. However, the mountain had clearly been refined into this artwork as its main material, and its power seemed to have been significantly enhanced by the entire artwork. Just as he was thinking this, Shi Kuan let loose a loud cry, and his gray light sword began to glow brightly again as it slashed through the air. All of the oncoming fireballs, blades of wind and arcs of lightning were immediately vanquished before a devastating streak of sword chi crashed into the flock of birds that had emerged from the artwork. Hundreds of bird projections were destroyed at once, but even more of them transformed into 5-colored balls of fire that hurtled toward the light sword in a frenzy. Resounding booms rang out in rapid succession as the initial barrage of 5-colored fireballs were snuffed out by the gray light emanating from the giant sword. But as more and more fireballs flocked toward it, the massive sword was finally forced to revert back to its badge form, which was then swept up by the flames amid an anguished wail, then sent plummeting into the artwork down below. Meanwhile, the rest of the 5-colored flames continued to surge toward the Black Mountain up above. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the extreme essence-fused mountain. A dull sound akin to the toll of a giant bell rang out from within the mountain, and it began to swell drastically once again amid a flash of silver light. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to several thousand feet in size, and countless silver runes had appeared over its surface, sending waves of gray light crashing downward with devastating might. The giant gray sword that Shi Kuan had unleashed was extremely powerful, but the amount of divine essence-fused light contained within it was completely incomparable to that of the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, as the giant mountain began to descend from above, all of the 5 colored flames sweeping up toward it were instantly snuffed out by the waves of gray light before they could even make contact with the mountain. The massive mountain then continued to plummet downward, yet just as it was about to strike the artwork down below, a long cry rang out from the azure mountain, following which all of the other features on the piece of artwork, regardless of whether they were beasts or plants, transformed into azure spiritual light that surged into the mountain in a frenzy. The mountain took on an extremely vibrant green hue as a result, and it slowly began to emerge from the artwork. At the same time, the entire mountain shuddered, and the azure light emanating from it manifested into a series of green threads. The high zenith azure light within the mountain had finally been revealed in its truest form, and the green threads intertwined to form layers of green nets that surged directly upward. The gray waves and green net clashed in an instant, and a sharp screeching sound akin to that of metal grating on metal immediately rang out. The 2 mountains both shuddered at once and an impasse ensued. Han Li narrowed his eyes while rapidly circulating the spiritual power within his body upon seeing this, planning to inject the extreme essence-fused mountain with more power in order to enhance it. However, right at this moment, a string of loud thunderclaps suddenly erupted high up in the air, following which bolts of gray light that were as thick as large bowls crashed down viciously onto the green net. The giant net formed by the high zenith azure light immediately began to tremor violently as a result. Han Li was quite elated to see this, and he looked around to find that the bolts of gray lightning were erupting from the flag in front of Lu Shuer. Seeing as Han Li and Shi Kuan's treasures weren't able to easily break through the final restriction, she had finally unleashed her own treasures to lend them her assistance. However, the azure mountain really was immensely powerful. It was quite clear that the high zenith azure light it was releasing wasn't powerful enough to withstand the combined attacks of the extreme essence-fused mountain and the bolts of gray lightning. But green threads were pouring forth relentlessly from the mountain, constantly replenishing the areas of the net that had been damaged. As such, even though the green net was firmly on the back foot, it wasn't immediately vanquished. In contrast, Han Li's trio had gained a significant advantage, but they weren't able to break through the 11th restriction with immediate effect. If they were to be delayed until all of the previous restrictions they'd destroyed fully recovered again, then they'd be in big trouble. Han Li and Lu Shuer were naturally both aware of this, so they were injecting their power into their respective treasures with all their might. However, even in the face of the devastating waves of light and bolts of gray lighting, the green net displayed extraordinary resilience, constantly bringing itself back from the brink of destruction. Han Li and Lu Shuer's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this. Thankfully, right at this moment, Shi Kuan suddenly sprang into action again. He took a deep breath, and his body immediately swelled to several tens of feet tall. He slammed his fists together in front of his chest, upon which brilliant gray light erupted from his body. Immediately thereafter, he swung his arms through the air, and countless fist projections were conjured up around him, all of which then came crashing down violently as balls of gray light. These balls of divine essence-fused light proved to be the final straw that broke the green net's back. The green net was already struggling to hold itself together in the face of the extreme essence-fused mountain and the barrage of gray lightning, and with the addition of Shi Kuan's attacks, it was finally shattered into specks of spiritual light amid a dull thump. Thus, gray waves of light, bolts of lightning, and balls of light all struck the azure mountain at once. The entire artwork flashed with azure light before shattering amid a rapid string of successive explosions, then also vanishing on the spot. The final restriction had been destroyed. After the artwork was destroyed, a gaping hole with a radius in excess of 100 feet was left in its wake. The hole hovered motionlessly in mid-air, and its edges were emanating faint white light. This was clearly an entrance leading to somewhere. Shirkuan and Lu Shuier were both staring intently at the hole with scorching looks in their eyes, but Han Li had cast his gaze elsewhere. His attention was focused on none other than the small azure mountain that was hovering above the hole. Without the enhancement of the artwork it had been attached to, the high zenith azure mountain had been reduced to only around 10 feet tall, and the azure light shimmering around it had also become extremely faint, making it appear as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he suddenly raised an arm to point at the extreme essence-fused mountain down below. The black mountain swayed before suddenly vanishing on the spot at his behest. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the small azure mountain, following which the enormous extreme essence-fused mountain reappeared. Gray light then swept forth from the underside of the mountain, completely enshrouding the small azure mountain down below. The high zenith azure mountain let loose an anguished wail as azure light flashed feebly around it in a desperate attempt to keep the divine essence-fused light at bay. However, the small mountain had clearly already been severely debilitated, so it was no match for the power of Han Li's extreme essence-fused mountain. A series of silver runes abruptly emerged within the gray light, and they revolved around the azure mountain before adhering to it like glue. Following a final resigned wail, the high zenith azure mountain was forcibly drawn to the underside of the extreme essence-fused mountain by the countless runes around it. In the end, it was drawn into the extreme essence-fused mountain and vanished in a flash of azure light. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, and he waved a hand through the air, upon which the extreme essence-fused mountain rapidly shrank down to its miniature form amid a flash of gray light. The miniature black mountain then vanished up Han Li's sleeve, and the entire process had been extremely quick, to the extent that by the time Lu Shuier and Shirkuan had reacted to what he was doing, the high zenith azure mountain had already been secured. Lu Shuier and Shirkuan both faltered slightly upon seeing this before exchanging a glance with one another. The two of them had naturally also identified the high zenith azure mountain, and it was naturally impossible to say that they didn't want this treasure. However, they didn't expect Han Li to act so quickly, taking the mountain without any hesitation almost as soon as the final restriction was broken. Peculiar looks appeared on both of their faces in response to this situation. This mountain is quite useful to me, and I'm sure there are many more precious treasures down there, so you wouldn't mind me taking this, would you? Han Li asked with a smile. Hehe, if that treasure is useful to you then feel free to take it. I have no objections, Lu Shuier replied as a smile appeared on her face. Shirkuan's expression changed a few times before a wry smile appeared on his face and he conceded, I'm also rather interested in that treasure, but seeing as you've obtained it first, I have nothing to say. Then I'll have to thank you too for your generosity, Han Li said with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute. Don't mention it, brother Han. Now that we've broken this restriction, we should enter these ruins and find the treasures that Master and Senior Duan require as quickly as possible. After we secure these treasures, we'll definitely be rewarded handsomely when we return to Cloud City, Lu Shuier said as a serious look appeared on her face. After that, she stowed away her gray flag before flying into the hole down below as a streak of blue light. Shirkuan also hurriedly followed along as a ball of yellow light. In contrast, Han Li inspected his surroundings through narrowed eyes, and only after ascertaining that nothing was amiss in the nearby area did he also slowly descend toward the hole. At this point, Lu Shuier and Shirkuan had already sped on ahead. Just as Han Li flew into the massive hole behind them, vibrant balls of light suddenly appeared in the surrounding area before sweeping toward him. Han Li was naturally quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately conjured up a layer of protective azure light to shield himself. However, those vibrant balls of light then faltered before transforming into runes of different sizes, and they revolved around Han Li before forming a small five-colored light formation. Han Li found himself situated at the very center of the formation, and a faint buzzing sound rang out as bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted around him. As opposed to becoming even more alarmed by this development, Han Li's expression eased slightly instead, and he clasped his hands behind his back, displaying no intention to shatter this light formation. In the next instant, bright five-colored spiritual light erupted, and Han Li was struck by a rush of dizziness while his surroundings blurred, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant Han Li opened his eyes to find that he was situated on a tall platform. The entire platform had been paved with gigantic blocks of blue stone, and there were some patterns on its surface, but it certainly couldn't be classified as intricate or beautiful. Instead, it gave off a simple and primitive air. Directly underfoot was a teleportation formation with a radius that was no more than 20 feet, and close to the formation was a stone staircase that led down from the platform. Han Li only took a quick glance at the teleportation formation and the stone platform before casting his gaze toward the surrounding area. At this moment he seemed to be situated within an alternate space. There was a bright sun up above and the sky was of a bright blue color without a single cloud in sight. There were all types of exotic plants and flowers growing in the area, and an occasional gentle breeze would blow past, carrying the fragrance of these plants toward Han Li. However, the thing that attracted Han Li's attention most was a mountain that was several thousand feet tall situated close to the platform. The mountain wasn't very tall, but it spread for close to 10 kilometers and its terrain was quite remarkable. The entire mountain was of a completely bland white color, and it consisted entirely of sheer faces that were almost completely vertical. At the summit of the mountain was a massive purple palace that covered almost the entire peak. Han Li focused his gaze toward that direction and appraised the palace for a long while before turning his attention to the ground at the foot of the stone staircase. Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan were standing there motionlessly, and both of them also seemed to be carefully appraising the purple palace in the distance. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and his body swayed as he prepared to fly down from the stone platform. However, he only managed to get several feet off the ground before he was abruptly forced back down onto the platform, landing in the formation with a resounding dull thump that made the entire platform tremor slightly. It was as if his body had suddenly become extremely heavy. Han Li raised an arm and swung it through the air a few times in an experimental manner, only to find that it was just as light as normal. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes, but a thought then immediately occurred to him. An azure light flashed around his body as he slowly rose up into the air again. However, he'd only flown around a foot into the air before a burst of enormous power crashed down onto his body without any warning. Han Li wobbled slightly before righting himself, but his expression changed slightly in response to this situation. After that, he continued to slowly rise upward, using his immensely powerful body to combat the enormous force weighing down on him. Upon reaching around 2 feet off the ground, his body shuddered again, and the azure light around him also began to flash erratically. Han Li furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this, following which blue light flashed through his eyes as he inspected his own body. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, he was able to discover that bands of faint yellow light had wound themselves around his body, completely disregarding the protective layer of azure light he'd conjured up. At this moment, Shi Kuan turned around with a wry smile and said, "I see you've also noticed this, Brother Han. The flight restriction here is a little different from normal restrictions. For every successive foot that we rise up into the air, the power of the restriction will be doubled. I can only fly to about 7 or 8 feet before being forced to come back down. The power of the restriction increases by 2-fold for each successive foot of height. This restriction sure is quite powerful. Even a holy race being most likely won't be able to fly more than several tens of feet off the ground," Han Li said in a slow voice before slowly descending onto the ground again. In the instant that his feet came into contact with the ground, the yellow bands of light around his body abruptly disappeared. Even with fellow Daoist Shi's immensely powerful body, he can only rise up into the air for 7 to 8 feet. For normal upper race beings like me, I can probably only handle 3 to 4 feet at most, Lu Shuer said without even turning her head. She was still appraising the palace in the distance intently. A slightly grim expression appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but after a brief moment of contemplation he emerged from the formation, then descended down the stone stairs. "Looks like that palace on the mountain is where the treasures should be. What are we still waiting for?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "There are other restrictions here that we need to be wary of," Lu Shuer said as she finally turned around to appraise Han Li in a solemn manner. "The fact that there are other restrictions present further verifies that there are precious treasures to be found here. However, if they're just restrictions like flight restrictions, then they shouldn't be too dangerous," Han Li said with a smile. "That would normally be true, but seeing as the owner of this place could be a true immortal, We can't make assumptions based on our own judgments, Lu Shuai replied with a faint sigh. But if you just stand here and look at the palace from afar, there's no way that you'll be able to secure the treasures in there. In that case, why did we take so many risks to come here in the first place? Han Li reasoned in a calm manner. Shi Kun seemed to have also failed to identify any potential hazards, and he nodded in agreement as he said, "You're right, Brother Han. There are still Jiaoqi beings not too far away from us, so we shouldn't delay for much longer here." Lu Shuai's expression changed slightly before she also made up her mind and she said, "In that case I have no objections either. Let's go." Shi Kun suddenly swept a sleeve through the air upon hearing this, and a black object flew out from within. However, it thudded heavily to the ground as soon as it left his sleeve, revealing itself to be a metallic black giant wolf puppet. The restrictions here are even effective against treasures? Lu Shuai exclaimed as her expression darkened slightly. In that case, if they were to encounter any unforeseen perils, they'd only be able to protect themselves using their own magic power and secret techniques. A cautious look also appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. In contrast, Shi Kun merely chuckled before leading the way as he strode toward the mountain. Seeing as treasures were unable to be used here, his powerful body naturally became a particularly valuable asset. Han Li also gave a faint smile before following along behind Shi Kun. Lu Shuai could only follow suit after a brief hesitation. There was a path that was almost completely straight leading directly to the summit of the mountain. The entire path consisted of steps paved with white stone slabs that were around 10 feet wide each, and from afar, it was as if there were a giant white python sprawled over the mountain, creating a rather startling spectacle to behold. Han Li's trio naturally didn't dare to travel through flight, but their bodies were far more powerful than that of normal beings, so they didn't fear the prospect of having to take this path either. Thus, the three of them strode onto the stone steps heading up toward the mountain summit. However, a peculiar look immediately appeared on Shi Kun's face as soon as he strode onto the first step. He continued to scale the steps, but he was gradually slowing down in the process, clearly not able to scale the steps as swiftly as he could in the beginning. Han Li had naturally noticed this as he walked along behind Shi Kun, and as soon as he set foot on the first stone step, he understood why Shi Kun was slowing down. A burst of suction force had erupted from the stone step, making his legs feel as if they were filled with lead. After scaling a few more steps, he immediately discovered that the suction force from each successive step was slightly more pronounced than that of the previous step. The slightly incremental increase was almost unnoticeable over just a few steps, but there were over 10,000 steps leading up to the summit, and that was quite a harrowing thought to consider. Thankfully, it seemed that as long as one were to stand still on a step, the enormous suction force emanating from it would gradually weaken, and if one were to stand on a step for a long enough time, all of the suction force would gradually disappear. Han Li was quite intrigued by this, but he didn't pay much attention to this detail. After cultivating the Provenance True Devil arts, his body was more powerful than even most normal holy race beings. These stone steps were slightly peculiar, but he was confident that he'd be able to make it to the mountain summit without pause. As for whether Shi Kun could also do the same, that would depend on whether he'd been holding back in displaying the powers of his body. As for Lu Shuai, there was most likely no way for her to make it to the summit without pausing in between if she were to rely on the power of her body alone. With that in mind, Han Li took a glance back at Lu Shuai after scaling a dozen or so steps. Thus, he discovered that she was still situated on the first stone step, seemingly in deep thought about something. However, it was quite apparent from the expression on her face that she was feeling very frustrated and angry. It was quite clear that she'd also identified her situation, which was why she appeared to be so enraged. Even though the three of them hadn't agreed on this in advance, it was quite clear that whoever reached the palace first would be able to get to the treasures in there first. As such, it was very likely that Shi Kun and Han Li would have taken all of the treasures in the palace by the time she arrived. However, Lu Shuai wasn't completely powerless in a situation like this. After a brief pause for contemplation, she flipped a hand over to produce several talismans of different colors. One was yellow, another was silver, and the final one was crimson. 3 spluttering sounds rang out in quick succession as she plastered these talismans to herself. 3 balls of light of different colors then erupted from the talismans before vanishing into her body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, yellow, silver and red spiritual light emerged around her body, releasing astonishing spiritual pressure in the process. It appeared that these 3 talismans were all capable of enhancing one's physical body, and after applying them to herself, Wuxia continued to scale the steps without any further delay. Han Li witnessed this from above, but displayed no reaction in response. Assistance talismans were very interesting, but they were next to completely useless to high-grade cultivators like them. Cultivators who focused on cultivating their magic power naturally wouldn't be interested in talismans that could enhance their physical bodies, and they wouldn't use such talismans in battle either. As for beings who specialized in cultivating their bodies, these talismans were also largely superfluous. After all, body refinement cultivators had already tapped into much of the latent potential of their physical bodies, so talismans of that nature wouldn't provide significant enhancements. For body refinement cultivators, even the rarest high-grade assistance talismans would only be able to enhance their bodies by 10% to 20% at the very most. As such, regardless of how many assistance talismans a normal cultivator were to use, their bodies would still be far inferior in power compared to body refinement cultivators. Han Li was quite adept in the art of talismans himself, so he was naturally well aware of this. As such, he didn't think much of what Wuxia was doing and merely continued to scale the steps in an unhurried manner. Thus, the 3 of them continued onward, gradually opening up distance between one another as they approached the mountain summit. Initially, as the restrictive power from the stone steps became more and more pronounced, Wuxia and Xianxia simply forced themselves to continue onward, despite knowing that they'd be able to expend a lot less effort if they were to pause momentarily on each step. However, Han Li's condition was vastly different compared to that of his 2 companions. Xianxia was still leading the way, striding up the stone steps at a steady pace, but he was clearly breathing more heavily and sweat was beginning to appear on his forehead. Han Li was situated in the middle, and his skin was beginning to take on a faint golden hue, but his expression remained completely unchanged, displaying no signs of strain whatsoever. As for Wuxia, the layer of white light over her face made it impossible for anyone to glean her expression, but she was slowing down at a noticeable rate. After scaling up around a third of the staircase, her body would shudder with each successive step that she took, and the 3-colored spiritual light around her also fluctuated erratically in brightness, looking as if they could be snuffed out at any moment. It was quite clear that even with the enhancements of her talismans, she wasn't going to be able to keep this up for much longer. Wuxia was clearly well aware of this herself, and a resigned look had already surfaced in her eyes. After scaling an additional 200 to 300 steps, she heaved a faint sigh and finally drew to a halt. Han Li didn't turn back to look at her, but he could detect this through the use of his spiritual sense. His expression changed slightly in response, but he showed no sign of stopping at all. After that, Xianxia and Han Li continued to scale up over 1,000 steps, upon which they finally arrived at the halfway mark of the entire mountain path. Sweat was already pouring down Xianxia's face, and with each successive step he took, the ground beneath him tremored slightly while the yellow light around his body flashed erratically, clearly indicating that this was becoming quite difficult for him. Throughout this process he'd also been using his spiritual sense to inspect Han Li. At this moment, aside from the fact that the golden light around his body was glowing more brightly than before, his expression and pace remained completely identical to when he'd first set foot on this path, as if he weren't being affected by the restriction underfoot at all. Xianxia was quite stunned to see this, and it began to occur to him that Han Li was most likely also a high-grade body refinement cultivator, and that his body could be even more powerful than his own. After resting for a while, Wuxia took some pills to replenish her energy before also continuing onward. Xianxia was desperate to maintain his advantage, but he could feel his legs growing heavier and heavier. Even the joints within his body were creaking and groaning, clearly indicating that he was under immense physical strain. Thus, Xianxia began to slow down significantly while Han Li maintained an even pace. After about 10 minutes, Han Li was finally able to catch up. He turned to Xianxia, who was sweating profusely, and gave him a faint smile before passing him by without slowing down even in the slightest. After a few more steps, Han Li was able to easily open up a gap between himself and Xianxia. Kuan gritted his teeth upon seeing this, and he finally stopped as he looked up at Han Li's profile with an indecisive look on his face. Thus, Han Li scaled up over 100 more steps without suffering any decrease in speed, and Kuan's expression had darkened significantly at this point. He looked up at the purple palace on the mountain, then used his spiritual sense to inspect Lu Shui'er, who was slowly catching up, and his eyelids twitched as he abruptly flipped a hand over to produce a small crimson vial. The entire vial was of a vibrant translucent red color, and there were several inch-long miniature talismans plastered to its surface, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. Kuan exhaled toward the vial in his hand, expelling a burst of yellow light that removed the talismans plastered to the vial. A dull thump immediately rang out as these talismans vanished into thin air as balls of flames of different colors. As soon as the talismans were removed, the lid of the vial immediately flew off on its own. A streak of crimson light then shot forth from within, and a crimson pill could be seen within the streak of light. Kuan was prepared for this in advance, and he immediately inhaled with all his might, creating a burst of suction force that drew the pill into his mouth, then down his throat and into his stomach. The pill dissolved almost instantaneously, forming a burst of scorching heat that traveled directly into his dantian and meridians. Even though Han Li was quickly progressing onward up ahead, he had naturally noticed what Kuan was doing, and his heart stirred slightly in response. After taking the pill, an unnatural flush appeared on Kuan's face, following which the rest of his gray skin also became as red as blood. At the same time, his entire body began to emanate scorching heat like a furnace, and the yellow spiritual light around him had also been tinged with hints of red. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a low cry, and thick veins suddenly began to bulge on his forehead while his neck thickened by more than twofold. His body then swelled drastically to around 40 to 50 feet tall. Following his dramatic increase in size, Kuan stepped forward without any hesitation, scaling 2 steps with a single strike. As such, Kuan was traveling slightly faster than even when he'd first begun scaling the mountain path, and he was slowly closing the gap between himself and Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Kuan had clearly used some kind of secret technique that was harming his body in exchange for a temporary sharp boost in power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for so long before employing this method. With that in mind, Han Li immediately took a deep breath before making a hand seal with one hand. The golden light around his body instantly brightened significantly, and golden scales surfaced over his skin. After that, Han Li laid a hand on the back of his own head, following which a burst of golden light erupted from behind him to form a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as the golden projection emerged, it descended toward Han Li, vanishing into his body amid a flash of golden light. All of a sudden, a slightly blurry suit of armor that was constructed from golden light appeared around Han Li's body. As a result, Han Li was able to accelerate even further, thereby maintaining the advantage he had over Kuan. Kuan and Lu Shui'er were both naturally stunned to see this. Both of them had pulled out all the stops and they could only barely maintain their current speed. However, after that golden suit of armor had appeared over Han Li's body, he was able to scale the steps at an incredible speed. He wasn't literally running up the steps, but he seemed to be drifting lightly from step to step without being affected by the restriction at all. Kuan was struck by a pressing sense of urgency upon seeing this, but he could only look on as Han Li continued to widen the gap between them. After a while, Han Li had stretched his lead over Kuan to close to 500 steps, by which point Kuan was no longer able to maintain his current speed and was forced to slow down again. However, on this occasion not only was he sweating profusely, bursts of white mist were rising up from his body as if he'd truly transformed into a living furnace, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold. At the same time, Han Li was also finally beginning to slow down slightly, indicating that he was also struggling in the face of the immense suction force erupting from the stone steps. At this moment, Han Li was only around 200 to 300 steps away from the summit, but he was quite frustrated to discover that the incremental increase in suction force with each successive step taken was far more than what it had been in the past. Even though he possessed a fearsome body that was even more powerful than that of the average holy race being, he was also beginning to struggle. After scaling up over 100 more steps, he had already slowed down to a figurative crawl, and he had to steady himself at every step before making the next one. At this point Zhou Xian and Lu Shuier had already stopped, and they could only look on as Han Li approached the mountain summit. Finally, after reaching the final dozen or so steps, the enormous suction force had become unbearable even to Han Li, and the golden suit of armor around his body was trembling uncontrollably, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. As such, Han Li was forced to stop for the first time with the summit virtually within reach. Only after the suction force from the current step had been weakened to a certain degree did he take another step, only to be forced to pause again before continuing onward. Thus, the final dozen or so steps took Han Li close to 10 minutes to scale. As soon as he set foot onto the mountain summit, the suction force from the stone steps completely vanished, and his body became light as a feather, making him feel as if he could fly even without using any magic power. After heaving a sigh of relief, the blurry suit of golden armor around his body vanished in a flash. He turned back to find that Zhou Xian was still several hundred steps away, looking up at Han Li with a dejected expression while panting heavily. As for Lu Shuier, she was still more than 2,000 steps away, and from Han Li's perspective she was only a small black dot in the distance. The only consolation for them was that even though Han Li had scaled the stone steps first, the Purple Palace was extremely massive and potentially contained some powerful restrictions as well, so they didn't have to worry about him taking all of the treasures in there. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he turned around before casting his gaze toward the Purple Palace. Several hundred feet away from him, there stood a massive gate that was over 200 feet tall. The gate was tightly shut, and there were several tens of large stones of different colors embedded onto its surface. Around these stones were a series of complex patterns, and the stones seemed to have been placed in a certain sequence. After taking a careful glance at the palace gate, he was shocked to discover that all of the fist-sized stones embedded onto the palace gate were top-grade spirit stones that were clearly even purer than the top-grade spirit stones in the spirit realm. Han Li clicked his tongue with wonder as he shifted his gaze over to the purple wall beside the gate. The walls had been constructed from an unidentifiable material, and they only stood around 50 to 60 feet tall. However, they were emanating a strange light, and there were silver runes of different sizes carved onto their surfaces. Han Li was immediately able to identify those runes as beveled silver text. So this place really was constructed by a true immortal. Han Li seemed to be quite calm on the outside, but there was a scorching look in his eyes as he appraised the palace. He possessed several extraordinary treasures and had encountered all types of miraculous opportunities during his cultivation journey, but the thought of being able to explore a palace left behind by a true immortal still filled him with irrepressible excitement. It was no wonder that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were convinced that there were pills in there that could help them break through their holy race bottlenecks. Considering how unfathomably powerful true immortals were, it was naturally a simple task for them to refine pills that could be immensely beneficial to beings of a lower realm. Han Li took a deep breath to calm himself down before casting his gaze up toward the purple palace walls again. All of a sudden, he raised a hand and pointed a finger upward, upon which an arc of golden lightning shot forth amid a resounding thunderclap, hurtling toward the air above the palace walls. A peculiar turn of events immediately unfolded. There seemed to be nothing but empty air above the palace walls, but as soon as the golden arc of lightning struck the empty space, a burst of delightful heavenly music suddenly rang out, following which purple light flashed, and the golden lightning vanished like a sandcastle in the rising tide. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and even after immediately activating his bright sight spirit eyes, he was still unable to identify what was so special about that purple light. He then tried to use his spiritual sense to assess the situation, only for it to be repelled by a burst of invisible force as soon as it reached close to the palace walls, thereby making it impossible for him to detect what lay within those walls. After heaving a faint sigh, Han Li gave up on trying to cross over the palace walls and cast his gaze toward the gate again. Compared to braving the mysterious restriction on the palace walls, it was clearly a much safer option to try and enter through the gate. However, even though he couldn't sense anything amiss just by looking at the palace gate, he naturally wasn't going to try and open it on his own. After a brief pause, Han Li patted the storage bracelet on his wrist, upon which a ball of azure light immediately flew forth from within before thudding heavily onto the ground. This was a giant ape puppet that was around 20 feet tall, and it lay sprawled on the ground, having clearly been impacted quite heavily by the flight restriction. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, then made a hand seal before pointing at the puppet in a nonchalant manner. The giant ape puppet slowly got up at his behest, then turned around expressionlessly before making its way toward the palace gate. Meanwhile, Han Li stood still on the spot, appraising the puppet intently through narrowed eyes. After arriving before the palace gate, the giant ape puppet raised its hands without any hesitation before pressing them against the massive gate. Azure light flashed erratically around the puppet's body, following which the gate was slowly pushed open. Han Li was quite surprised to see this, and he was both elated but also in disbelief. How could the palace gate have been opened so easily? With that in mind, he forcibly repressed the confusion and impatience in his heart as he hurriedly cast his gaze beyond the entrance. Thus he was greeted by the sight of a plaza that was entirely paved with azure tiles and fenced by translucent white jade structures. On the other end of the plaza was a tall main palace that was also purple in color. From afar, Han Li could also see that there were also 3 side palaces near the main palace, each of which was only around a third of the size of the main palace. These side palaces were situated in a triangular formation with the main palace at the center. Aside from that, there were also some short buildings and pavilions behind the main palace, and this place seemed to span quite a vast area. After a brief hesitation, he transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense, upon which it made its way into the palace through the main gate. Han Li also slowly followed along behind it. After a while, he found himself on the other side of the city gate, and he quickly arrived at one corner of the plaza. The plaza appeared to be around 5,000 to 6,000 feet in size, and the giant ape puppet continued onward at Han Li's behest, preparing to pass directly through the plaza en route to the main palace up ahead. Han Li continued to trail along behind the puppet, maintaining a distance of around 200 feet from it in case any unforeseen mishaps occurred. However, a peculiar expression soon appeared on Han Li's face. This was only a plaza that was several thousand feet in size, yet even after walking for so long, the puppet still hadn't even made it to the center of the plaza. This is an illusionary formation. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he instructed the puppet to stop, then turned around to cast his gaze behind him. In his mind, he had already walked for around 3,000 to 4,000 feet, yet he appeared to be only just over 100 feet away from the corner of the plaza that he'd started from. Han Li was slightly alarmed to see this, and blue light immediately flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze around the entire plaza. However, even after using his spirit eye ability, he was unable to detect anything amiss. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. This was the first time that his spirit eye ability had ever failed to see through an illusionary formation. But taking into consideration the fact that this restriction had most likely been set up by a true immortal, this development wasn't actually all that surprising. Even so, Han Li wasn't intending to give up just like that. After taking a deep breath, he began to circulate all of the magic power within his entire body, then directed it toward his glabella. A ball of black chi immediately materialized in front of his glabella, following which a third demonic eye appeared in a flash. This was none other than the law destruction eye that Han Li had already nurtured for several centuries. Han Li had possessed this third eye ever since he was back in the human world, and after so many years had passed, it had developed some uncanny abilities. Even though this eye's forte lay in spatial abilities, it also possessed some abilities that could specifically target illusionary techniques and other types of restrictions, but the effects of those abilities naturally weren't as potent as those of his bright sight spirit eyes. After arriving at the Thunder Continent, Han Li had unintentionally discovered while cultivating in seclusion that his bright sight spirit eyes and law destruction eye could be combined to unleash a new ability, one that was far superior to any of the abilities that either one of his spirit eyes possessed. Even though this ability was quite powerful, it required a considerable amount of magic power expenditure to be unleashed, and this was the first time Han Li had ever used it in a practical setting. However, thinking back to the scenes that unfolded the last time he trialed this ability, he was quite confident that it would be able to break through the illusionary formation that he was in. As such, he immediately began to chant something, and the blue light in his eyes gradually became more and more pronounced. At the same time, black light began to swirl within his law destruction eye, making it appear as if there was a shimmering black gem lodged on his forehead. All of a sudden, 2 streaks of blue light and a pillar of black light shot forth from his 3 spirit eyes in unison, and they combined as one to form a black and blue ball of light. This was a translucent fist-sized ball of light with a blue exterior and a black center, making it appear as if it was a massive eyeball. Break! Han Li immediately swept his sleeve toward the ball of light, and a burst of azure light surged forth from within before vanishing into the ball of light in a flash. Spiritual light flashed from the surface of the ball of light, following which black and blue runes of different sizes emerged before rapidly revolving through the air. All of a sudden, countless threads of black and blue light shot forth from the ball of light, flying away in all directions. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately vanished on the spot as a blurry shadow. In the next instant he reappeared directly in front of the door of light before disappearing into it. The giant ape puppet also hurriedly followed along. Almost as soon as the puppet entered the door of light, the black and blue ball of light that was hovering in midair abruptly exploded. The giant net that had encompassed the entire plaza also shattered without any warning before dissipating as specks of spiritual light. In the next instant, white light flashed erratically from the door of light, and the surrounding space blurred before it also vanished. Thus, the plaza was restored to its original appearance, but Han Li and the giant ape puppet were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they'd never even entered the palace in the first place. Meanwhile, Shi Kuan was only just over 100 steps away from reaching the summit, and he could already catch a glimpse of the entrance of the palace. Lu Shui'er was a few hundred steps behind him, and the two of them seemed to have calmed down now that Han Li had already entered the palace ahead of them. Han Li reopened his eyes and immediately appraised his surroundings. After emerging from the door of light, he found himself situated directly in front of the main palace. The gate of the main palace was rather mundane-looking, with only a few simple patterns engraved onto its surface. However, there was a giant plaque that was around 70 to 80 feet in length hanging above the gate, and there were a few ancient golden characters inscribed on its surface. Han Li focused his gaze on the plaque, and his heart stirred slightly in response to what he saw. Even though he couldn't read this ancient text, it struck him as being rather similar to beveled silver text, so it was most likely golden seal text. Unfortunately, there were extremely few beings in the spirit realm that understood golden seal text, so he hadn't been able to learn it from anywhere. Otherwise, perhaps he'd be able to glean some useful information from this plaque. With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze toward the gate in front of him before issuing another instruction to the giant ape puppet beside him using his spiritual sense. The puppet immediately stepped forward at his behest, making its way up the stairs, then pressing its hands against the gates of the main palace to try and push it open, just as it had done with the previous palace gate. However, things didn't progress as smoothly on this occasion. As soon as the giant ape puppet's hands came into contact with the mundane-looking gate, a string of dull thunderclaps suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, a devastating aura that threatened to annihilate heaven and earth erupted from the gate. Even though Han Li was over 100 feet away from the gate, he was still quite alarmed by this sudden development, and he immediately conjured up a set of azure and white lightning robes around his body. His upper body then twisted around, and even though his lower body remained completely still, he was somehow able to slide toward the side in a wraith-like manner. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of dazzling purple light flashed from the gate of the main palace. Arcs of purple lightning then erupted from its surface, hurtling forth several tens of purple lightning snakes. The giant ape puppet was inundated by this purple lightning in a flash, and was instantly reduced to nothingness. However, the arcs of purple lightning showed no signs of stopping there. After destroying the giant ape puppet, they changed directions and surged directly toward Han Li as if they had a mind of their own. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. If there were no flight restrictions in place, he'd naturally be able to unleash his movement techniques to evade this lightning. However, seeing as he was unable to rise up into the air, there was no way for him to dodge this attack no matter how agile he was. In this dire situation, Han Li hurriedly raised a hand to summon a small crystalline shield. The small shield then expanded to around 10 feet in size amid a flash of spiritual light, following which a burst of black chi erupted from Han Li's body. A suit of sinister-looking devilish armor quickly emerged beneath the layer of azure and white lightning around his body, and it was none other than the repaired heavenly devilish armor. Purple lightning flashed and all of the purple snakes struck the giant shield with immense power. This crystalline shield was able to refract light-based attacks, and it had saved Han Li on many occasions. However, the situation on this occasion turned out to be vastly different. These purple arcs of lightning were clearly different from normal lightning, as the giant crystalline shield was only able to refract about a third of the arcs of lightning, while the majority of the barrage continued onward to strike the shield. Purple lightning exploded, and the giant shield was immediately inundated by a terrifying scorching aura. An incredible scene then ensued. The crystalline shield quickly began to melt in the face of the arcs of purple lightning, and it was reduced to a puddle of translucent liquid that dripped down onto the ground below. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the lightning robe around his body erupted forth as an azure and white net of lightning that intertwined with the purple lightning. The arcs of lightning formed by the lighting robe were manifested from the tribulation lightning that Han Li had collected, so they were naturally far more powerful than normal lightning. However, they were no match for the arcs of purple lightning. As soon as the two clashed, the azure and white arcs of lightning instantly shrank before vanishing as if they had been devoured by the arcs of purple lightning, thereby fueling the purple snakes rather than nullifying their powers. Han Li's face paled upon seeing this, and he hurriedly swept both sleeves through the air, unleashing thick bolts of golden lightning that surged forth amid rumbling thunderclaps. However, he was already too late, and the purple snakes suddenly combined to form several bolts of purple lightning with diameters comparable to that of large bowls before viciously striking Han Li's heavenly devilish armor. An earth-shattering boom erupted as Han Li stumbled back while his entire body was enveloped by golden lightning. He immediately let loose a low cry of fury as his suit of devilish armor swelled in size while the patterns on its surface also emerged as if they'd sprung to life, forming countless black runes that clashed with the arcs of purple lightning. Contrary to their appearance, these mundane-looking runes were extremely powerful, and as soon as they clashed with the arcs of purple lightning, both exploded into gusts of scorching black and purple winds that revolved around Han Li in a frenzy. When Han Li finally managed to arrest his momentum and steady himself, not only had the purple arcs of lighting disappeared, the gusts of scorching winds around him had also abruptly vanished. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief and looked down at his suit of heavenly devilish armor with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. That surprise attack wouldn't have been able to kill him, but without this suit of devilish armor, severe injuries would have been unavoidable. Even though he'd managed to survive that ordeal unscathed, he was still left in quite a disheveled state. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as he looked down at the puddle of translucent liquid on the ground with a wistful expression. The crystalline shield had clearly been completely and utterly destroyed, so there was no way for him to possibly repair it. After that, Han Li cast his gaze toward the gate of the main palace in a calm manner, and a hesitant look appeared in his eyes. For such a powerful restriction to have been placed on this gate clearly indicated that there had to be treasures in there that the true immortal owner of this place held in very high regard. Even if he could break such a fearsome restriction, it would definitely take him a long time to do so, and if Shi Kuan and Lu Shui'er were to get here during that time, all of his efforts could potentially benefit them instead. As such, it simply wasn't worth it for him to persist with this main palace. Having made up his mind, Han Li immediately turned away without any hesitation and strode along a nearby path toward the closest side palace. Even if restrictions had also been set up on these side palaces, they definitely wouldn't be as fearsome as the one on the main palace, so there was a good chance that he'd be able to break them in a short time. As he traveled rapidly toward a side palace, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a ball of azure light flew out from within as he summoned another giant ape puppet. Having learned his lesson from last time, Han Li summoned this puppet very close to the ground so it wasn't as heavily affected by the flight restriction. Thus, the second puppet made a smooth landing before passing Han Li as it rushed toward the side palace. Han Li followed along behind it in an expressionless manner, and no further mishaps occurred along the way as the two of them arrived safely before the side palace. Aside from the fact that this side palace was only around a third of the size of the main palace, The two were completely identical in appearance. It simply seemed to be a scaled-down version of the main palace, and there was also a plaque above the gate with golden seal text inscribed upon it. Han Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily at the sight of the mundane-looking gate, and after a brief pause, he retreated until he was around 400 feet away from the gate before finally drawing to a halt. After that, he raised a hand to produce several talismans, all of which he quickly plastered onto his own body. Several layers of protective spiritual light of different colors instantly appeared in quick succession. Immediately thereafter, Han Li made a hand seal with each of his hands, and golden lightning began to flash within both of his sleeves. After adopting all of these defensive measures, Han Li transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense with a grim expression on his face. The giant ape puppet immediately stepped forward, raising its arms before pressing its hands against the gate before it. Han Li looked on with bated breath, only for the gate to be slowly pushed open without a hitch. It seemed that no restrictions had been placed on this gate. Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this, but as a safety precaution he urged the puppet to make its way into the side palace first. Thus, the giant ape puppet walked into the palace and no mishaps occurred. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief as the protective layers of spiritual light around his body vanished in a flash. At the same time he quickly clenched his fists, and the golden lightning in his sleeves also disappeared in a soundless manner. After that he quickly made his way into the side palace. After arriving in the side palace, the giant ape puppet was already standing beside the entrance in a completely motionless manner. Han Li quickly cast his gaze around the palace, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face in response to what he saw. At the center of the palace was a giant table that was as pristine white as jade, and a shimmering purple shrine stood on the table, within which was a blurry and indistinct deity statue. Across from the statue were hundreds of yellow futons, and on top of that, there was an azure incense burner positioned at each of the four corners of the palace. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted throughout the entire room. The place appeared to be a Buddhist temple. The area wasn't small. There was even a small gate to either side, each a passage to a different area. Han Li quickly swept his gaze past the large hall and eventually looked at the 2 rows of wooden cabinets. The wooden cabinets were white as snow and faintly released threads of icy qi. They were made from the snow wood famous throughout the spirit realm. The wood was an ideal material to refine ice-attributed treasures, but here it was being used as the material for a common cabinet. This was so extravagant, it left Han Li speechless. The cabinets had a dozen various colored tools laid on top of them. From a distance he could see scepters, alms bowls, small bells and other items. Han Li narrowed his eyes and his spiritual senses swept past the objects. After a brief moment of shock, delight beamed from his face. The tools possessed astonishing spiritual qi, every one of them a top-grade half-finished treasure. If the original master refined them fully, they would be considered common spirit treasures at the very least, if not divine spirit treasures. Most importantly, from the outer appearance of the treasures, he knew they were obscure treasures of extraordinary abilities. Even if he spent the effort to truly refine them completely, their effectiveness would still be as powerful as treasures refined by their original master. In this case, they could be considered top-grade treasures of the spirit realm. Han Li shook his sleeve and suddenly, a wave of azure mist flew out and swept over the area, sweeping up every last treasure. After acquiring so many powerful treasures, Han Li felt delighted. After looking past the hall once more, he slowly lowered his head and looked at one of the mats several times. Suddenly, he let out a yelp as if he discovered something. He immediately swiped his hand out the ground. Whoosh! The mat silently entered his grasp. Not only did he find it flexible as water and numbing to the touch, but he sensed a wave of spiritual qi suddenly blow past him. This is... Han Li's eye flickered. The mat was clearly refined from some sort of spirit grass. It survived an unknown number of years, yet it was still brimming with spiritual qi. His expression stirred as if he had discovered something. Suddenly, he placed the mat underneath his nose and took a sniff, catching a faintly fishy scent. Han Li's face turned off and he flipped his other hand. In an azure flash, a meter-long sword appeared in his hand. He flung it at the mat and shook his wrist, chopping at it with a streak of sword light. An astonishing scene occurred. The sword light sliced atop the mat with seemingly unstoppable force and entered several inches deep before being firmly deflected. Yellow light roamed across the surface of the light and restored the cut damage from the sword. The grass alone had blocked the strike from the bamboo cloudsworm's sword. Han Li flipped the mat several times and muttered, "This must be the legendary cloth armor grass. It is a truly fantastical item. The grass by itself is capable of blocking the strikes of blade-type magic treasures. If turned into armor, it'll be a top-grade defense. It is a pity that it's deeply vulnerable to fire-attributed attack. This is truly an immortal's residence. They use such a vastly important material as a mere mat. Since he's discovered the mat's value, he naturally wouldn't leave it there." He promptly stretched out a pitch-black palm from his sleeve and he casually grasped towards the ground. A gray wave of light soon rolled across it. As gray light flickered, hundreds of mats silently vanished from the ground, sweeping the entire hall clear. When his spiritual sense swept through the storage pouch and saw the mats neatly arranged, he nodded with satisfaction. Since the grass has long been extinct in the spirit realm, the mats alone made the trip worth it. With that thought, Han Li let out a long sigh and took a deep breath. For some reason he felt the scent of the sandalwood seemed to have grown denser. Sandalwood. He suddenly turned his head and his eyes lit up as he quickly looked at the incense burner at the corner of the room. The incense stick in the burner was burned halfway and its color was a faint yellow. It was unknown how long it was placed there. Han Li's brow stirred and he took large strides towards the corner. But before he arrived, he had already looked at the incense burner with his spiritual sense and immediately frowned. Surprisingly, the incense burner was made out of common bronze. It couldn't be considered a magic tool. Han Li blinked and he already walked in front of the incense burner. He then lowered his head and looked at the remaining third of the burning incense stick. A rich scent was leaking from the stick. The stick appeared to be more than meets the eye. From its appearance, it was no different from a common incense stick. But since it was able to retain a dense fragrance after so much time had passed, it must be extraordinary. Han Li looked at it for a long while and his face turned grim. He raised his hand and reached out to extinguish the burning incense, but before he touched it, spiritual light flashed and a layer of azure light wrapped around his fingers. With extreme care he put out the tip of the burning incense and nothing happened. However, Han Li's expression still remained odd. He sternly looked at the incense several more times and took a long sniff before wearing a pensive face. Suddenly he flicked his finger and red light flashed. A rice-sized star shot out from his fingertips and struck the end of the incense stick. As the light faded away, the incense wasn't reignited. Han Li narrowed his eyes, faintly betraying a trace of excitement. He flicked his finger again and a crimson fireball shot out from the tip of his finger. It floated motionlessly in the air. When the fireball struck the end of the incense stick, he stared in silence. As a result, the scorching flames hadn't burned the incense stick in the slightest. As expected, it's the serene black ice incense. It wards off one's inner demons when breaking through to the body integration stage. When Han Li saw this, he wore a face of delight. He promptly flipped his hand and a pure white jade box appeared in his hand. He carefully put the stick into his hand. Afterwards, his body shifted as he looked for the other half-burned incense stick at the other corners of the hall. With that said, he summoned a jade box in his hand with a flicker and it completely vanished. Afterwards, Han Li took another look throughout the hall. It was a pity there were many things there to begin with. Apart from the shrine and the withered spirit fruits offered to the shrine, there was nothing else. With that, he eventually took a look at the shrine. Purple light shimmered from the shrine and it appeared 3 meters tall. It contained the statue of a god as if it had been carved from top-grade jade. The god statue wore green robes and held a snow-white horsetail whisk in one hand and a purple gourd in the other. He had a long beard and mustache trailing down his chin, giving him a faintly immortal aura. However, Han Li simply looked at the god statue for a short moment more, and he couldn't help but betray his shock. He suddenly discovered that no matter how long he stared at the statue's face, he could only see a haze of glimmering green light in front of it. He hadn't been able to perceive the statue's true appearance. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and blue light soon shined from them. He then forcefully peered at the god statue's face. It did have an effect. He gradually saw through green light mist covering the statue's face and saw it thin out. His mood lit up and his gaze grew focused, wanting to look at the god statue's face. But before he could see the finger details, a heavenly sound and a Buddhist chant rang through his mind. As his ears rang, his entire spiritual sense was thrown into disarray. Han Li's eyes turned black and he staggered to the ground. He took a seat nearly dazed. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was comparable to body integration-grade cultivators. After hastily circulating the great development arts through his body, he eventually regained clarity of mind and stood back up. After straightening himself, he took another look at the god statue with bewilderment. The god statue was so strange. Even given his current cultivation stage, he wasn't able to see its true appearance. The statue itself was a grand treasure of immeasurable power. Since it was enshrined, the statue must have been modeled after an important figure even in the true immortal realm. The god statue was an immensely profound object. Even a few vastly powerful individuals in the spirit realm drew the support of god statues to manifest the primal soul or soul fragment from a deity an unfathomable distance away. Even though it had never been heard of for an immortal of the true immortal realm to use such a method to descend into the spirit realm, taking this god statue would definitely be unwise if it really were modeled after an important figure of the true immortal realm. Han Li's expression wavered for a long while before he eventually took a deep breath. After forcefully suppressing his desires, he looked away from the shrine and to a door at the side. His body stirred and he walked over without any further hesitation. And with a mental command, the huge ape puppet followed after him. Soon all that was left in the hall was the lone shrine. At that moment, Han Li already walked through a passage and arrived in front of a dozen side rooms. The rooms didn't appear very large and they all appeared identical. Han Li quickly looked at them and had the huge ape puppet open the doors to the rooms one by one. When he saw that nothing happened, he began to flicker and enter each of the rooms. The interior was very simple. There was a small door that separated the rectangular room into two sections. The outer section was the larger one of the two, and it was clearly a guest hall, which was completely empty aside from a simple table and some chairs as well as a tea set. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over these items to find that the materials used for them were all quite precious, but they were completely useless to him. Thus, he continued onward without pause, stepping into the inner section which appeared to be a bedroom. There were slightly more items in this room. Aside from a faint green jade bed, there was also a rectangular desk, upon which were placed several writing brushes, a faint red inkstone, and a pile of thin snowy white silk-like sheets. Han Li's raised an eyebrow as he strode over to the desk. He picked up the writing brushes and inkstone one after another before giving them a quick inspection, but he then shook his head before putting them down again. After that, he reached out to grab the thin silk sheets before gently spreading them open, only to find that they were completely blank and devoid of any writing. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this. He placed the silk sheets back to their original spot, then carefully swept his spiritual sense through the entire room again to make sure that he wasn't missing anything before immediately departing. This was clearly the living quarters for a disciple, so he didn't have high hopes that he would discover anything useful here anyway. As such, he naturally wasn't going to linger here for too long. Furthermore, there were over 10 rooms that were similar to this one, and he was on a tight schedule, so he couldn't conduct thorough investigations of all of these rooms. Thus, Han Li quickly searched through the dozen or so rooms, but didn't reap any worthwhile rewards for his efforts aside from a few jade slips, which had an unknown ancient scripture inscribed upon them. These jade slips had only been casually placed on a bedside table, so they most likely weren't important anyway. Han Li had only picked them up as an afterthought, thinking that he could perhaps glean some useful information from them if he were to decipher this ancient text someday. After all, he was very curious about everything in the true immortal realm. He returned to the main hall with his puppet, then immediately strode through the side door on the other wall. After passing through another passageway, Han Li found himself standing in front of another orderly row of cabins. These cabins were completely different from the rooms he'd just visited. Each cabin was completely square and angular in shape with a small door and no windows. Furthermore, all of the cabins were completely independent from one another, with a distance of over 100 feet between each cabin. What especially drew Han Li's attention was that the surfaces of these cabins were all shimmering with silver light and inscribed with faint silver runes, which were none other than the beveled silver text that he was now extremely familiar with. Han Li stared at these cabins for a while before finally ascertaining that these were secret chambers specifically designated for cultivation. This was quite an encouraging discovery to him, as it was very possible that there could be things left behind in these secret chambers by the people who had cultivated inside them in the past. However, a slightly grave look then appeared on his face at the sight of the finely inscribed silver runes on the doors of the cabins. Generally speaking, restrictions and formations that were set up on secret chambers were ones that isolated sound and kept out spiritual sense. However, with the terrifying ordeal he had suffered at the gate of the main palace earlier, he naturally wasn't going to take things lightly. On this occasion he didn't spur on his giant ape puppet to test anything. This secret chamber was slightly different from its previous counterparts. Not only was there a table and chairs in the room, there were also 3 jade boxes of different sizes on the tables, as well as a pair of small vials. Furthermore, the thing that drew his attention the most was a piece of shimmering golden artwork that was hanging on the wall. This piece of artwork was radiating dazzling golden light, rendering him unable to glean its true contents. Han Li closed his eyes momentarily before abruptly opening them again, and blue light flashed within his pupils, allowing him to peer through the golden light. Immediately thereafter, his expression faltered slightly as he discovered that the piece of artwork was filled with countless golden flying swords of an identical style. These flying swords had been depicted in all sizes and positions, with the largest ones resembling gigantic heaven-splitting swords that struck him with the feeling that there were several 100 feet in length. In contrast, the smallest of these swords were only around an inch in length each. Yet all of the patterns on the swords were extremely clear, as if they were right before his eyes. The presence of so many golden swords should have made the artwork extremely cluttered and chaotic, making one unable to discern one sword from another. But each and every flying sword on the piece of artwork was extremely lifelike, and they all possessed different auras that made them easily discernible from their counterparts. Han Li was quite elated to see this bizarre myriad sword artwork, and he stared intently at it as he remained still on the spot. However, only a brief moment had passed before Han Li suddenly gave a muffled groan and retreated a few steps as if he had been dealt a heavy blow by some kind of invisible power. He immediately twisted his own head away to remove his gaze from the artwork, not daring to inspect it any longer. At the same time, an unnatural flush appeared on his face. What powerful spiritual sense! Feels like I was actually being attacked by flying swords. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also proficient in using flying swords and possess a powerful spiritual sense of my own, my spiritual sense would have been severely damaged just now. Han Li's spiritual power rapidly circulated within his own meridians for a few cycles, following which his bodily condition returned to normal, but he still wore a stunned look on his face. However, after he calmed himself down, he immediately flipped a hand over to produce a stack of talismans of different colors. He then raised his hand and the dozen or so talismans shot forth one after another, disappearing into the myriad sword artwork after just a few flashes. A peculiar scene then ensued. Rune projections of all types of different colors emerged from the surface of the artwork, enshrouding the golden light before rapidly shrinking. Under the pressure being exerted by these runes, the golden light emanating from the artwork began to reluctantly shrink as well before finally completely vanishing in the end. The rune projections then instantly reverted back into their talisman forms before plastering themselves firmly onto the piece of artwork. As a result, the auras being exuded by the sword artwork were instantly restricted, reducing it to an ordinary piece of artwork. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand. The sword artwork was forcibly wrenched off the wall before landing in his grasp. Faint azure light flashed, and the artwork instantly rolled itself up into a scroll before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief. He didn't know if this myriad sword artwork had been created by the owner of this place, but even after taking only a brief glance at it, he could sense that this artwork was extremely profound and seemed to be imbued with some kind of mysterious cultivation method. It seemed to be a powerful sword art, but also like some kind of spiritual sense secret technique. but further inspection would be required before he could arrive at a definitive conclusion. After that, he strode over to the table, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light. The azure light instantly removed the lids of the jade boxes and small vials, but Han's brows immediately furrowed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense into those containers. There were several talismans in each of the 3 jade boxes, upon which were inscribed extremely complex beveled silver text runes. However, the spiritual qi within the talismans had also dissipated, rendering them completely useless. As for the 2 small vials, they were completely empty with only faint traces of spirit liquid left behind within them. It appeared that these 2 small vials had contained some kind of spirit liquid in the past, but the liquids had since dried up due to lackluster storage conditions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li decided to stow away all of the talismans. These talismans were very different from the talismans on the golden jade tome that he possessed, so it would be a worthwhile endeavor for him to study and replicate the talismans. After that, he searched through the entirety of this secret chamber, but didn't make any further notable discoveries. Thus, he immediately exited this secret chamber before breaking into all of the remaining chambers one after another, but these ones were also completely empty. After he emerged from the final secret chamber, he immediately rushed back the same way he had come without any pause. Not long after that, Han Li appeared on the platform outside the gate of the side palace. He then glanced at the mountain paths leading to the other 2 side palaces and the main palace, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. At this point, Shi Kuan and Lu Shuier were most likely close to reaching the mountain summit. However, the illusionary formation on the plaza was extremely potent, and unless the 2 of them had some special tricks up their sleeves, they definitely wouldn't be able to pass through it in a short time. Even so, there wouldn't be too much time left for him and he would only have a chance to search through one more place at most. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze began to wander back and forth between the 2 side palaces, and he was struggling to make a decision. All of a sudden a thought occurred to him. One of the side palaces was surrounded by lush greenery and enshrouded under a burst of rich wood attribute spiritual qi. Furthermore, the gentle breeze blowing over from that direction was intermingled with a faint medicinal aroma, and Han Li couldn't help but denounce himself for being an idiot. A medicine garden was a mandatory fixture for all cultivators' cave abodes. This place was left behind by an immortal, so there had to be a medicine garden here as well. Regardless of how valuable to other treasures here were, how could they compare to spirit medicines that could only be found in the true immortal realm? With his mysterious small vial, he could nurture any spirit medicine he found here at an extraordinary rate, so spirit medicines would be far more valuable to him than any other treasure that he could find here. From the spiritual qi wafting through the air in the distance, it was quite clear that the medicine garden lay in that direction. With that in mind, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately rushed toward the area behind the main palace as a streak of azure light with his giant ape puppet in hot pursuit. With Han Li's insanely fearsome physical constitution, it only took him around 10 minutes to reach the cluster of buildings behind the main palace. He didn't know the exact location of the medicine garden, but it was very easy to identify where the wood attribute spiritual qi in the area was richest. He completely disregarded the other buildings that he passed by along the way and arrived on a patch of flat ground between 3 pavilions after just a few flashes. There was a garden that was several acres in size here, and this was none other than the source of the faint medicinal aroma. However, the entire medicine garden was completely surrounded by 5 purplish golden pillars and enshrouded under a 5-colored light barrier. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. It was quite apparent that this was a large formation that would be far more troublesome to break through than the simple restrictions on the doors of the secret chambers from before. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he made a hand seal with one hand before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. A clear cry rang out from within the silver flames, and the silver fireball transformed into a small silver bird. It was none other than his spirit-engulfing fire raven. This fire raven was capable of devouring all types of spirit flames and spiritual powers, so it was naturally extremely proficient in breaking through restrictions like this one. Go! Han Li immediately instructed as he pointed at the 5-colored light barrier before him. The silver fire raven instantly spread its wings and shot forth as a ball of silver light at his behest. Boom! The five-colored light barrier swayed slightly, immediately following which silver flames and five-colored light intertwined with another amid a string of successive explosions. Flames danced around the silver fire raven's body, and those flames shot forth in all directions, devouring all of the five-colored light that came into contact with it. Mere moments later, the light barrier had become noticeably thinner, and Han Li was ecstatic to see this. It appeared that this restriction that was left behind by an immortal was going to be far easier to break through than he'd anticipated. Just as he was about to spur on the fire raven to unleash more of its power, a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the five surrounding purplish-golden pillars. Immediately thereafter, brilliant five-colored spiritual light erupted, and pillars of light surged forth before injecting themselves into the light barrier. Light instantly flashed from the thinning light barrier, and it immediately returned to its former density. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this. He immediately made a series of hand seals while chanting something before abruptly uttering the word, expand, in a firm manner. A vicious light flashed through the spirit engulfing fire raven's eyes, and it spread its wings before rising up into the air. It was originally only around a foot in size, but its body rapidly expanded, and it only took mere moments for it to swell to around 10 feet in size. The giant silver fire raven let loose a loud cry before flapping its huge wings downward in a violent manner. Countless silver feathers were sent flying through the air before transforming into fireballs that crashed down in a torrential barrage. A resounding boom immediately rang out across the heavens, and scorching flames completely inundated the entire light barrier down below. The five pillars were still constantly injecting spiritual power of the five elements into the light barrier, but that still couldn't prevent it from quaking violently. The massive silver bird withdrew its wings upon seeing this before transforming into a massive fireball amid a flash of brilliant silver light, then came crashing down from above like a shooting star. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and the five-colored light barrier was finally unable to hold itself together any longer, shattering into countless pieces. A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he was preparing himself to immediately rush into the medicine garden in the instant that the light barrier completely crumbled. However, his thought process proved to be too simple in the end. All of a sudden, the pillars of light erupting from the five purplish-golden pillars vanished, and in the next instant, a loud thunderclap rang out as arcs of purple lightning emerged. Han Li's expression immediately darkened significantly at the sight of this purple lightning. He glanced at the crumbling five-colored light barrier and gritted his teeth, but instead of taking evasive measures, black chi surged forth from his body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor appeared again. He injected his spiritual power into the suit of armor in a frenzy, and countless black runes shot forth from the surface of the armor, revolving around his body to form a protective barrier. Thunderclaps erupted as countless thin golden arcs of lightning sprang forth, forming a net of lightning that acted as an additional protective barrier around him. Immediately thereafter, he made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a stack of talismans instantly appeared before surging toward his body. Light flashed, and several layers of light barriers of different colors emerged outside of the lightning net. Right at this moment, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to hurl forth his extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain instantly swelled to over 100 feet in size at his behest before positioning itself in front of him like a giant shield. These arcs of purple lightning were indeed extremely fearsome, but surely they wouldn't be able to melt through this mountain. Almost in the exact same instant that Han Li completed all of these defensive measures, an enormous thunderclap erupted from each of the five purplish-golden pillars in unison. 5 bolts of purple lightning that were each as thick as large bowls surged forth before converging midway to form a massive ball of lightning that was around 5 feet in diameter. The ball of lightning then hurled directly toward Han Li with unstoppable force, and his expression darkened even further at the sight of its astonishing mass. However, he continued to remain still on the spot as he let loose a low cry before abruptly thrusting a palm toward the black mountain up ahead. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain immediately flashed, and a layer of gray light swept forth from the mountain directly toward the purple ball of lightning. In the next instant the two clashed and a resounding boom rang out. The gray light barrier only managed to stall the lightning ball for a moment before being split apart. This didn't come as much of a surprise to Han Li. After all, the divine essence-fused light was quite profound, but it was only effective against 5 elemental power, so it naturally failed to have much of an effect on the secret lightning power from the true immortal realm. Thus, the purple ball of lightning continued onward and crashed directly into the Black Mountain. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. His current extreme essence-fused mountain had more than just divine essence-fused light as its ability. Azure light suddenly flashed from his palm, which was pressed against the mountain face, and an incantation seal was injected into the mountain. A silver rune immediately drifted out of the mountain before transforming into several fist-sized black holes that appeared in front of the mountain. The purple lightning ball crashed into these black holes in a flash, but passed through without any impediment. Han Li's expression stiffened slightly, but he could clearly see that in the instant that the lightning ball passed through the black holes, its diameter, which was originally around 5 feet, was reduced by over a third. However, before he had a chance to think about anything else, the lightning ball struck the Black Mountain amid an earth-shattering boom. Brilliant purple light erupted from the lightning ball, and 2 purple lightning snakes suddenly skirted around the giant mountain on either side, then hurtled directly toward Han Li as if they had minds of their own. The outermost layers of light barriers were instantly destroyed upon making contact with the purple lightning snakes, unable to offer any impediment. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing this, but he suddenly waved a hand forward. The golden lightning net around his body instantly shot forth amid a rumbling thunderclap, hurtling directly toward the 2 bolts of purple lightning. Right at this moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and as soon as Han Li heard this sound he immediately rushed off to the side, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The 5-colored light barrier had finally been completely shattered by the silver fire raven's ferocious assault, but as the purple and golden lightning intertwined, the 2 bolts of purple lightning suddenly exploded. Purple light instantly completely inundated the golden light, and the enormous force of the explosion swept up a scorching tornado that was interspersed with countless traces of purple lightning. The tornado then swept up Han Li's body in a flash, and his expression abruptly changed as he was forced to stop on the spot. A resounding boom rang out as black runes abruptly exploded, transforming into bursts of black chi that intertwined with the purple lightning. Both powers exploded into nothingness. In the next instant, a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged from within the black chi. The projection waved its arms through the air and countless balls of golden light erupted from its 6 palms, forcing the tornado into a state of near collapse. A startling commotion rang out as black light suddenly flashed from the tips of the sharp spikes on Han Li's suit of devilish armor, following which pillars of black light that were as thick as human thumbs shot forth. The tornado was finally completely destroyed by these 2 types of attacks amid an anguished wail, and Han Li rushed toward the medicine garden again. However, right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the 5 purple pillars, and light flashed violently as the shattered light barrier above the medicine garden instantly repaired itself. Han Li wanted to arrest his own momentum, but it was already too late, and he plunged headfirst into the 5-colored light. Loud thunderclaps rang out from all around him again, and lightning flashed from the surfaces of the 5 pillars. Bolts of purple lightning shot forth before transforming into purple lightning snakes that surged toward him amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. Han Li's face immediately paled slightly upon seeing this. As his body was swept up by the 5-colored light, the surrounding space instantly became as hard as iron and steel. At the same time, a burst of enormous force came crashing down onto his body, completely immobilizing him. The 5 purple lightning snakes continued to hurtle toward him amid alarming thunderclaps, and Han Li was instantly plunged into life-threatening danger. However, he was certainly no ordinary being, and in the next instant the pale complexion of his face vanished. A frosty look then appeared in his eyes as he let loose a cold harumph, and golden light flashed from his body as the Provenance True Devil projection appeared again. However, on this occasion it was vastly different from how it had been before. The projection itself was glowing with scintillating light, and it was as if a layer of golden paint had been applied to it, making it resemble a golden deity statue. This was none other than the golden body that Han Li had recently successfully cultivated. Right at this moment, Han Li opened his mouth, and a ball of black light was expelled from within. The ball of black light then vanished into the golden body in a flash as a burst of black qi. A hint of intelligence suddenly appeared in the wooden eyes of one of the projection's 3 heads, and a layer of black qi surfaced from its face. The massive golden body then positioned itself in front of Han Li in a flash, and at this point the purple lightning arcs had already arrived. However, the golden body remained completely unfazed as it swept 5 of its hands toward the arcs of purple lightning without any hesitation. Following a string of dull rumbling booms, 5 golden pillars of light shot forth from the projection's 5 palms to meet the arcs of lightning. The golden light and purple lightning instantly clashed not far away, and despite the immense power of the purple lightning, close to half of it was still eradicated by the pillars of light. However, the pillars of light had also vanished as a result of the clash. As such, Han Li should be able to escape this perilous situation if he were to control his golden body to unleash another wave of the same attacks. However, the remnants of the arcs of lightning didn't afford him this opportunity. Another string of loud thunderclaps rang out, and the purple lightning snakes abruptly appeared right in front of Han Li before crashing down in a vicious manner. However, in this dire situation, all of the arms of Han Li's golden body suddenly blurred, and they instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, the 5 arcs of purple lightning shuddered and were caught by 5 golden hands, which had appeared out of thin air without any warning. The fingers on the 5 hands closed in on one another, and the arcs of lightning were crushed into nothingness amid a few thunderclaps. Countless threads of lightning shot forth, and a small portion of them struck the golden body, but they merely vanished in a flash without being able to inflict any harm onto the golden body. However, thunderclaps were ringing out relentlessly from the 5 pillars in the distance, and 5 more arcs of lightning instantly appeared, looking as if they were going to hurtle toward Han Li again. Thankfully, this brief delay was enough for Han Li to formulate some countermeasures. With this powerful body and multitude of abilities, there was no way that this restriction would actually be enough to trap him. Thus, he immediately began to rapidly chant something, and black light swirled over his suit of devilish armor. His body then suddenly swelled drastically, and a layer of thick and coarse golden fur suddenly appeared over his skin. Blue light flashed from his eyes, and a pair of tusks protruded out of either side of his mouth. He had transformed into a giant ape that was over 100 feet tall. In his current form, he had blue eyes with golden fur, and a mouthful of sharp fangs that gave him a very menacing appearance. However, Han Li's usual calculated calmness could be seen within the ape's cold eyes, and his expression remained completely identical to the one that he wore in his original form. The heavenly devilish armor also expanded along with the giant ape, and spikes on its surface elongated to around a foot in length each. The spikes were flashing with frosty light and struck the beholder with a sense of horror. This was the giant mountain ape transformation of Han Li's 12 awakening transformations. As soon as he adopted this form, a burst of heat surged throughout his body in a frenzy from his dantian, rapidly flowing through all of his meridians. As a result, his body became around 40% to 50% more powerful. One had to realize that Han Li's physical body was already insanely powerful, and one could only imagine just how fearsome he currently was following this enhancement. In the next instant, the giant ape that he had transformed into immediately began to display its astonishing might. A low roar erupted from the giant ape's mouth, and abruptly flung its massive furry arms up into the air. The restrictive 5-colored light barrier swayed violently in the face of the giant ape's enormous power, and Han Li was instantly able to struggle free. However, the 5-colored light from slightly further away then immediately flashed before surging toward him, not giving him any respite. The giant ape immediately pointed a finger toward the silver fire raven up above without any hesitation, and at the same time he pointed toward the black mountain off to the side with his other hand. The giant fire raven let loose a loud cry before transforming into a massive fireball that plummeted from the sky, crashing down directly toward the giant golden ape. Meanwhile, the black mountain suddenly whizzed through the air before disappearing into space. A resounding boom rang out as silver flames exploded near the giant ape, triggering waves of silver flames. The oncoming five-colored light was instantly forced away by the exploding flames, rendering them unable to approach the giant ape. At this point, the golden ape that was situated within the sea of flames had already flipped a hand over. Spatial fluctuations surged forth, and a black mountain that was over 100 feet tall appeared out of thin air before being easily hoisted up by a furry palm. The giant ape was making the mountain look as if it were a weightless toy. Immediately thereafter, Hanli did something that would give the onlooker a massive fright, had there been any onlookers present. A vicious light flashed through the eyes of the giant ape that he had transformed into, and he suddenly bent his mountain-carrying arm before drawing back, then abruptly hurling the extreme essence-fused mountain through the air like a rock. He hadn't used any abilities or techniques to spur the treasure into action. He was merely launching it through his own enormous physical strength. The extreme essence-fused mountain hadn't been enlarged to its maximal extent, so it wasn't in its absolute heaviest possible state, but it still weighed over 50,000 kilograms. After being hurled through the air, an extremely piercing screeching sound immediately rang out. The black mountain instantly transformed into a black shadow, leaving a trail of white gale force winds in its wake. At the same time, a massive white mark also flashed through the mountain before abruptly appearing in midair. From a distance, it could be seen that the white mark was twisting and warping relentlessly, and there were bursts of powerful spatial fluctuations emanating from within it. It was as if a spatial rift were gradually taking shape, and that was sufficient testament to the tremendous force with which the giant ape had hurled the mountain. The mountain was hurtling directly toward one of the 5 purple pillars, and arcs of lightning instantly erupted from that pillar. Several purple arcs of lightning were released to attack the gargantuan oncoming projectile, but they were unable to slow down the black mountain, even in the slightest. In the next instant, the black mountain flew through the arcs of purple lightning before crashing viciously into the pillar. Purple and black light flashed and an earth-shattering boom instantly rang out. A ball of piercing black, gray and purple ball of 3-colored light instantly erupted from the pillar. The ball of light was like a scintillating 3-colored sun that forced the onlooker to avert their gaze. However, blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, allowing it to look directly at the ball of light and clearly glean what lay within it. The giant ape then immediately raised an arm, then made a grabbing motion with its huge furry hand toward the ball of light in the distance before quickly flipping its hand over. Spatial fluctuations erupted from above its palm, and an object appeared in a flash before landing on the giant ape's hand. It was none other than the black mountain that had just been hurled through the air. The surface of the mountain was still pitch black and completely unscathed, and just that alone was a clear indication of how extraordinarily hard it was. After recovering the black mountain, the giant ape immediately let loose a thunderous roar before swinging its arm forward and launching the mountain forward again. On this occasion, the mountain was sent flying toward another purple pillar. Thus, another responding explosion rang out as the mountain struck that second pillar. The same ball of scintillating light erupted forth, and at this point the light radiating from the first pillar had already receded, thereby revealing its current state. The purple pillar was originally over 100 feet tall, yet it had now been reduced to less than half its original height, and there were purple shards that resembled both a stone and a metallic material strewn all over the nearby ground. The pillars had been forged through some mysterious unknown methods, but they definitely weren't as hard as an extraordinary treasure like the extreme essence-fused mountain. After all, this was a mountain that had been born from the energy of heaven and earth, and it was extremely resolute to begin with. Furthermore, it had been infused with that unknown grayish-white stone block, then underwent a second refinement using a refinement secret technique from the true immortal realm. Even if Hanli wanted to destroy it himself, he would have only been able to do so by using his spirit flame to melt it away bit by bit. On top of that, the mountain had been hurled using the devastating power of Hanli's giant mountain ape form, and if the pillars could still remain standing even in the face of such an attack, then Hanli would have immediately turned around and departed, as any further efforts expended to break the pillars would only be a waste of time and energy. Thus, Hanli hurled the extreme essence-fused mountain as a projectile on 5 successive occasions, destroying large sections of all of the 5 purple pillars. Without the support of the pillars, the 5-colored light barrier above the medicine garden was no match for the silver fire raven, and it was quickly completely devoured. The giant golden ape immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and golden light flashed from its body as it shrank down again while its fur receded. Han Li returned to his original form in the blink of an eye amid a flash of spiritual light, undoing his giant mountain ape transformation. He glanced at what remained of the pillars and a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He had only fused with the true spirit blood of the giant mountain ape just recently, and he didn't expect this transformation to imbue him with such enormous power. It seemed that this transformation suited him better than the other few types of transformations that he had mastered. After all, his other true spirit transformations only gave him a few extra abilities or allowed him to sense and draw upon more of the world's origin chi, but none of them were able to dramatically enhance the power of his physical body like this giant mountain ape transformation could. If he had known from the beginning that this transformation would have been so effective, there would have been no need for him to waste time and take these risks. He could have just adopted this transformation from the get-go and destroyed the restriction through brute force. As expected of the true immortal realm, just the restriction placed over a mere medicine garden here was so difficult to bypass. After emerging from the plaza in front of the main palace, the restrictive power from the ground still existed, but it seemed to have abated significantly. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hurl his extreme essence-fused mountain very far, even in his giant ape form. With that in mind, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer as he rushed directly toward the gate of the medicine garden. After the five-colored light barrier was destroyed, everything within the medicine garden was revealed to him. The garden wasn't very large, but there was abundant wood attribute spiritual chi and the strong fragrance of spirit medicine surging toward him. As such, even though he hadn't yet made his way into the medicine garden, he knew that he had most likely made the right decision in coming here, and that he would definitely reap bountiful rewards. The entire medicine garden was surrounded by a low fence that was constructed from some kind of green vines. The gate of the garden consisted of two extremely simple boards that were only around 30 feet tall, and they were slightly ajar. Through the gaps in the fence, Han Li could roughly see what lay within the medicine garden from afar. The side of the medicine garden that was facing him was quite flat, and the spirit medicines planted there were all short ones that were less than half a foot tall. Han Li focused his gaze and ascertained what lay at the forefront patch of the medicine garden. The spirit medicines in this area of the medicine garden all had faint yellow leaves, but at their centers were thumb-sized fruits that were thin and pointy, bearing a resemblance to the red chili peppers of the human world. These fruits were emanating red light, and from a distance, they appeared to be miniature thumb-sized lamps that were quite endearing to behold. This entire section of the medicine garden was filled exclusively by this type of spirit medicine, so it was quite apparent that the owner of the garden held this medicine in very high regard. After ascertaining the appearances of these spirit medicines and their fruits, many thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. He had a feeling that he had read about this type of spirit medicine in the past, but he was unable to recall exactly what it was. Thus, he strode into the medicine garden with a contemplative look on his face. Just as he passed through the wooden gate, he was suddenly struck by a moment of enlightenment and finally recalled what this type of spirit medicine was. He had read about it in a very ancient tome back in the scattered star seas of the human world, and these spirit medicines were completely identical to the description in the record, so there was no mistaking it. He suddenly paused at the entrance to the medicine garden and cast his gaze toward this patch of spirit medicines, of which there were over 100. A peculiar look appeared on his face, and this seemed to be accompanied by a hint of a wry smile. So these are red silk fruits. Such aged red silk fruits would most likely be regarded as great treasures, even by immortals if they're avid alcoholics, Han Li murmured to himself. That's right, this peculiar spirit fruit was the main ingredient for brewing a certain type of extremely delectable spirit wine. Most of the cultivators in the scattered star seas would very likely be aware of red silk immortal wine to a certain extent. The rumors in the human world stated that this wine was something that only immortals would have the pleasure of tasting. Furthermore, it seemed that this wine was very vastly renowned even in the immortal realm, and not just any immortal could drink it at will. There were many incredible legends about this type of wine, not just in the scattered star seas, but even in the human territories of the scattered star seas. However, regardless of the contents of these legends, the one overall consensus was that this wine was a rare delicacy even in the heavens among the gods. There were even some ignorant mortals who proclaimed that taking just a single sip of this spirit wine would bestow upon one enormous powers, and allow them to ascend straight to the true immortal realm. Han Li had seen relevant tomes regarding this wine, and he was naturally aware that something like that was impossible. The main reason behind this wine's scintillating reputation primarily lay in its rich and delectable flavor, and it was extremely difficult to find wine of its equal in all of the three realms. After taking a sip of this wine, its delectable flavor would remain in the drinker's mouth for over 10 days, and if one were to consume an entire flagon of this wine, they would fall completely into an inebriated state and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, even if they were an immortal. Upon their awakening, they would become infatuated with this wine and constantly try to seek out more. Of course, regular consumption of this wine could slowly enhance one's physical constitution and also extend one's lifespan to a certain degree. As for the potency of these effects, that was something that was only known to the heavens. Most of these beneficial effects applied to low-grade cultivators or mortals. But despite this, even the avid wine consumers among immortals regarded this wine as a brilliant treasure. As such, it couldn't be said that these red silk fruits were completely useless, but for one such as Han Li who rarely ever drank wine, these fruits were indeed rather redundant. Thankfully, there was another point mentioned in the tome that he had read. The richness and efficacy of red silk immortal wine were related in large part to the age of the red silk fruit that had been used to brew it. As such, red silk immortal wine was ranked in several grades depending on the age of the red silk fruit used. And red silk fruit was a plant that only flowered once every 1,000 years, and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. The plant was also very difficult to nurture and was very prone to dying. Hence, it required dedicated care and attention day and night, and only after it bore fruit would it be able to survive without any supervision. As such, those who didn't enjoy drinking wine definitely wouldn't put in the effort to plant this type of spirit fruit. Even the immortals who valued wine on par with their lives would have to consider whether it was worth expending so much time and effort just to procure this fruit. This medicine garden had most likely existed since ancient times, and it seemed that no one had picked these red silk fruits ever since they had come into existence. Countless years had to have passed since their fruition, and one could only imagine the age and medicinal efficacy of these fruits. If he could use these fruits to brew red silk immortal wine, perhaps he would be blessed with some kind of unexpected miraculous effect. Even if they weren't particularly useful to him, he could sell the red silk immortal wine that he brewed using these fruits to those who enjoyed wine, and he would definitely be able to secure an astronomical sum for them. With that in mind, Han Li's expression finally eased slightly. Instead of immediately harvesting these spirit fruits, he continued on toward the nearby patches of the medicine garden, and there were 2 other types of spirit herbs that had also been planted en masse nearby. One of them resembled ordinary grass, but there were faint golden lines running through the green blades of grass. The spirit plant was emanating a rich, refreshing fragrance, and was as smooth and comfortable to the touch as warm jade. In contrast, the other type of spirit plant was completely different. These spirit plants were around half a foot tall with chaotic, crisscrossing branches and leaves. All of the plants were extremely colorful, and each of them bore several blackish-purple fruits. The surfaces of these fruits were filled with indentations, as well as spots of all colors, and they were truly hideous to behold. However, there were many of these spirit plants in this area of the medicine garden, which was why they had attracted Han Li's attention. Unfortunately, Han Li only managed to identify the latter type of these 2 spirit medicines, and he had no clue what that grass-like spirit medicine was. Even so, he was still currently ecstatic. This hideous spirit medicine was none other than the corrosive poison weed, which he had read about in a medicine tome back in Deep Heaven City. This type of spirit plant had already been extinct in the spirit realm for over 1 million years, and as the name suggested, it contained extremely potent poison. It was said that even a body integration being would be at serious risk of death if they were to consume parts of this plant. Coincidentally, the potent poison contained within the stems and fruits of these plants were mandatory ingredients for refining over 10 types of top-tier spirit medicines, including a few types of spirit pills that could directly facilitate breakthroughs for those at the body integration stage. And this was the main factor behind the corrosive poison weed's extinction in the spirit realm. Another factor behind this was the fact that it was impossible to transport and transfer this type of plant. No matter what kind of method was used, if this spirit plant were to be transferred and planted in an alternate environment, it would inevitably be reduced to a puddle of useless black water within a few years. As for nurturing new plants from seeds, no one had ever succeeded in doing this in the spirit realm. As such, this type of spirit plant was harvested into extinction after just a few tens of thousands of years following the discovery of its medicinal efficacy, and no one had discovered any of these plants ever since. Within this area of the medicine garden alone, there were around 70 to 80 of these spirit plants, and it was undoubtedly the case that all of them had been growing for countless years. If he were to use these spirits plants to refine his pills, their efficacy would definitely be significantly enhanced, so Hanli was naturally quite ecstatic to have discovered these plants here. Thus, he didn't hesitate any longer as he raised a hand into the air. A buzzing sound rang out as a black bracelet flew forth from his wrist before revolving in the air, then expelling a vast expanse of azure light in front of Hanli. He then made a hand seal before quickly pointing a finger into the air, and 30 to 40 identical jade boxes that were each around a foot in length emerged from within the azure light. The jade boxes were all flashing with spiritual light of different colors, and Hanli gently rustled his own sleeve again as he said, "Come on out, I have something for you to do." "Yes, master." A tender voice rang out from within his sleeve, immediately following which a ball of white light emerged from within. The ball of white light circled around in the air before suddenly transforming into a little girl who appeared to be around 6 to 7 years of age. The little girl wore a snowy white dress and had 9 little black braids woven into her hair. She was extremely adorable. This was none other than Chuer, who was a manifestation of the soul of Hanli's 9-curl spirit ginseng. As soon as the little girl was summoned, she extended a respectful bow toward Hanli before appraising him with her large bright eyes, silently awaiting further instructions. "I've seen you harvest spirit medicines within the medicine garden on several occasions, and you're always able to do so extremely quickly. Harvest these 3 patches of spirit medicines for me and place them into those boxes," Hanli immediately instructed as he pointed at the 3 patches of spirit medicines. "That's a simple task. It'll only take me a few moments to complete," Chuer replied as a smile appeared on her. She then rose up into the air and suddenly appeared above a patch of spirit plants in a flash. Immediately thereafter, she raised both of her little arms before gently flicking her 10 fingers downward. 10 green threads abruptly sprang forth before hurtling directly toward 10 of the spirit plants down below. These green threads burrowed into the stems of these spirit medicines in a flash, and Chuer curled her fingers back slightly, upon which the 10 spirit plants that had been bound by the green threads were silently plucked out of the ground. Not only were the roots of the spirit plants very even and completely undamaged, there was also no soil clinging to them at all, as if they had already been washed. The green threads sprang forth once again, and the spirit medicines were immediately flung into one of the jade boxes with unerring accuracy. Chuer then continued to flick her fingers through the air, and green threads shot forth relentlessly. The spirit plants in this area of the medicine garden were plucked out of the ground 10 at a time before rapidly falling into the jade boxes that had been prepared, and all of the plants that were in this area were uprooted in just the span of a few breaths. Chuer's body then flashed again, and in the next instant she appeared in the air above another area of the medicine garden before harvesting the spirit plants there using the same method. Meanwhile, Hanli made his way over to a couple of nearby patches of spirit medicines, each of which consisted of batches of spirit plants that numbered between 5 or 6 to over 10, and he was only able to just barely identify a small portion of these plants. As for the remaining spirit medicines, which was more than half, there were no records about them in the tomes of the human world or the spirit realm. However, the small portion of plants that he had managed to identify were all extremely remarkable ones. Some of them were already extinct in the spirit realm, like the corrosive poison weed, while others still existed in the spirit realm, but were extremely rare and precious. As such, all he had to do was source some other spirit medicines that were a lot easier to find in comparison, and there was a good chance that he really would be able to fulfill the list of items that Qin Yuanzi had entrusted him with. Hanli forcibly repressed the excitement in his heart as he immediately leaned down to harvest these smaller batches of spirit medicines himself, then carefully categorize them before placing them into jade vials. After he finished collecting all of the spirit plants in these 2 patches, Chuer was already standing obediently beside him. All of the 3 types of spirit medicines had already been completely harvested by her and neatly placed into jade boxes. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he afforded her a benevolent compliment, in response to which a wide elated smile also appeared on Chuer's face. Even though it hadn't been a long time since she had attained this human form, she had been with Han Li for countless years in her rabbit form, so she wasn't unfamiliar with or distant from Han Li at all. Instead, she felt a sense of intimacy and closeness toward him. After harvesting all of the spirit medicines in this section of the medicine garden, Han Li finally cast his gaze toward the other side of the medicine garden. There were a dozen or so areas of different sizes that were separated into independent sections by wooden fences that were several feet tall. The spirits plants in those areas included spirit trees that were several tens of feet tall, and spirit flowers that were several feet tall. There was also a spirit spring that was around 70 to 80 feet in size, and floating on the surface of that spring was a petite lotus seed pod that was flashing with silver light. Han Li took a deep breath before making his way over to that side of the medicine garden before beginning to carefully appraise these spirit medicines one by one. However, a resigned look then appeared on his face mere moments later. He knew that the fact that these plants had been separated into individual sections clearly indicated that they were far more valuable than the red silk fruit and corrosive poison weed from before. But regardless of whether it was the spirit trees that bore fist-sized green fruits or the peculiar spirit flowers that were of 10 different colors, he was unable to identify any of them. It appeared that these spirit medicines were unique to the true immortal realm and didn't exist in the spirit realm. As such, he would only be able to determine their uses through future experimentation. With that in mind, Han Li no longer hesitated and made a grabbing motion toward the ground in the distance with a single hand. A white jade box immediately rose up into the air before flying into his hand as a streak of white light. He then turned toward a spirit tree which was laden with green fruits, and he flipped his other hand over to produce a small green shovel. He raised his hand, and the small shovel shot forth toward the ground in that area as a streak of green light, only to be repelled by the soil amid a crisp clang, unable to dig into the ground in the slightest. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and he was slightly incredulous as he activated his magic power again. The jade shovel immediately circled around before striking the ground again, and the same outcome eventuated as it was repelled once again. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. He had solely been examining the spirit medicine itself earlier, and he had failed to inspect for any abnormalities in the soil down below. With that in mind, blue light immediately flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the soil down below, upon which a hint of surprise flashed over his face. He discovered that there were faint golden threads interlaced through the soil, and all of these threads had been constructed from extremely pure metal attribute spiritual qi. He didn't know if these spirit trees required this metal attribute spiritual qi to grow or if the owner of this medicine garden was trying to protect these spirit plants, but the fact of the matter was that another restriction had been placed here. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly let loose a cold chuckle. An inky black hand emerged from within his sleeve before sweeping downward, and a burst of gray light emerged from his palm, surging toward the ground before silently vanishing into the soil at the foot of the spirit tree. Divine essence-fused light was extremely potent against powers of all 5 elements, so it should be a simple matter for it to eradicate this metal attribute spiritual power. Or at least that was what Han Li thought. However, the scenes that unfolded next completely went against his expectations. The Gai light swept downward, but the golden threads weren't easily eradicated as he thought that they would be. Instead, they abruptly intertwined to form a golden net that desperately resisted the oncoming gray light. Despite the ferocious assault being unleashed by the divine essence-fused light, it was unable to dispel this golden net in a short time. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Following a brief moment of contemplation, the fingers on his inky black hand moved slightly, and the projection of a small mountain appeared before encompassing his entire hand. The gray light at the center of his palm instantly congealed, and the gray light that was expelled thereafter became as viscous as liquid. He was trying to draw upon the power of his extreme essence-fused mountain to maximize the might of his divine essence-fused light. The golden threads were unable to resist such a fierce assault in the end and vanished in the face of the powerful gray light. Han Li's heart eased slightly upon seeing this, and he waved his inky black hand through the air, upon which the small mountain projection instantly vanished. At the same time, the color of his hand also returned to normal. Immediately thereafter he pointed a finger into the air again, and the small green shovel shot forth, plunging itself into the ground before digging in a circle around the base of the spirit tree, then flying back into Han Li's sleeve. A vast expanse of azure light then immediately appeared in the places that the jade shovel had dug through, and this azure light enshrouded the entire spirit tree within. Han Li immediately made a hand seal and cast an incantation seal toward the spirit tree upon seeing this. The incantation seal vanished into the spirit tree in a flash, and the entire tree shuddered slightly before being uprooted from the ground in a slow and steady manner. A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes. However, in the instant that the roots of the spirit tree left the soil, a layer of unsettling green flames suddenly appeared over its surface without any warning. The green flames only flickered a few times, and the spirit tree as well as all of its fruits were incinerated into nothingness. Han Li's mouth gaped open in exasperation upon seeing this. He only heaved a long sigh after a long while, and he appraised the empty patch of ground where the spirit tree had once been with a gloomy look on his face. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Han Li immediately turned before striding toward another fenced-off area, which contained a strange flower that was around 3 feet tall and as pristine white as jade. The soil around this flower didn't have any restrictions, and the jade shovel was able to plunge into the ground without any impediment. However, in the instant that this flower was uprooted, it abruptly shuddered before melting into a puddle of green liquid that seeped into the soil and vanished from sight. Han Li could only lament his ill fortune after encountering such delicate spirit medicines twice in succession. He took one final indignant glance at the spot where the puddle of green liquid had seeped into the soil, and he grumbled something unintelligible to himself before progressing on to the next area in a resigned manner. For the next 3 spirit medicines he attempted to harvest, all of them displayed different reactions in the instant that their roots left the ground. One of them suddenly wilted away into dust, one of them suddenly self-detonated, and a net of lightning appeared over the surface of the final plant, which sapped itself into nothingness. 5 consecutive spirit medicines had destroyed themselves on the spot, and it didn't take a genius to figure out that something was amiss. This inability to be transferred definitely wasn't an innate quality that all of these spirit medicines shared. This was most likely a result of some restrictions the owner of this medicine garden had set up. Otherwise, how could 5 of these plants have destroyed themselves one after another? Thus, as Han Li approached a fist-sized spirit flower that was split up into 13 different vibrant colors, he didn't immediately try to harvest it. Instead, he began to inspect the spirit medicine in a meticulous manner. His spiritual sense hadn't detected anything amiss earlier, so he naturally had to rely on his bright-sight spirit eyes to see if he could sense anything. Thus, extremely piercing blue light flashed through his eyes as he inspected every single inch of the flower from petal to stem. However, even after inspecting the entire flower 7 or 8 times, he was still unable to glean anything of use. Thus he was left feeling rather perplexed. He couldn't even see what kind of restriction the owner of the medicine garden had set up, so there naturally wasn't going to be any way for him to remove the restriction. However, he naturally couldn't bear to just leave behind these spirit medicines, many of which couldn't even be found in the spirit realm. He crossed his arms and stood on the spot with a contemplative look on his face, and after around 10 minutes he heaved a faint sigh before murmuring to himself, "The plants self-destruct as soon as their roots leave the soul. The restrictions have most likely been set up on their roots. In that case, I won't be able to take the entire plant, but I should be able to forcibly preserve the fruits and seeds." With that in mind, he immediately cast his gaze toward the vibrant flower again. He then tossed one of his jade boxes forward, and controlled it so that it hovered in a stable manner directly below the flower. Immediately thereafter he quickly rustled a sleeve, and a pristine white hand emerged from within. Azure light flashed, and a sharp sword thread shot forth in a flash, brushing directly past the stem of the flower. At the same time, a burst of 5 colored flames also hurtled forth. The strange flower had only just had its stem severed when the 5-colored flames engulfed it, and it was instantly sealed as a block of translucent 5-colored ice. Following a faint clack, the block of ice fell into the jade box down below with unerring accuracy. He raised his hand again and several talismans shot forth before adhering themselves to the jade box in a flash. Vibrant restrictive power instantly enveloped the entire box, and he swept his sleeve through the air once again to expel a burst of azure light. The jade box instantly disappeared within the azure light, having been stowed away by Han Li. From the instant that the sword thread was unleashed to the moment that the jade box was stowed away, only an instant had passed, and only after securing the spirit flower did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief as his expression eased slightly. He looked at the severed stem of the flower and hesitated momentarily, but decided not to do anything to it as he moved on to the next area. The next 7 or 8 spirit medicines were all secured using the method. Han Li first severed the fruits or other important parts of the plants that contained their seeds, then quickly froze them before sealing them with restrictive talismans. After adopting this method, he was finally able to prevent the plants from self-destruction. Even if those parts also had some restrictions set up within them, as long as he could prevent those restrictions from being set off for now, he could take them back for further examination in the future. He was confident that as long as he had sufficient time, he would be able to slowly undo those restrictions. However, he still encountered a lot of trouble when he reached the last type of spirit medicine, which was the silver lotus seed pod that was floating at the center of the spring. As the sword thread struck the stem of the seed pod, which was around as thick as a finger, a ball of dazzling silver light suddenly erupted, and the sword thread was repelled while the lotus seed pod remained completely unmoved. Han Li couldn't help but falter upon seeing this. He carefully inspected the shimmering silver seed pod multiple times with furrowed brows before flicking his 10 fingers toward it in quick succession. 10 azure threads shot forth through the air before suddenly converging as one, forming a translucent streak of azure light that struck the stem of the seed pod, only for the same thing to happen again. Dazzling silver light was released by the entire seed pod, and the azure light was completely destroyed into nothingness. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing this. Just what kind of extraordinary spirit item was this silver lotus seed pod? The sword threads formed by his azure bamboo cloudsworm sword were so sharp that even the average body integration stage being wouldn't dare to allow them to strike their body. Yet not only was this spirit plant able to repel the sword threads, it was even able to retaliate and destroy them. This was simply incredible. Han Li's gaze quickly roamed over the entire seed pod before quickly moving on to the spring that the lotus seed pod was floating upon. This spring clearly wasn't any normal spirit spring. Not only was the water in it extremely clear and pure, there were also faint wisps of white spiritual chi that were constantly floating up from it. At the bottom of the spring, there were several lotus roots that were about the same length as a child's arm. The lotus roots were also of a shimmering silver color, and they appeared to be completely spotless and pristine. Han Li focused his gaze on the lotus roots to find that its finer whiskers were as pristine white as jade, and they didn't burrow into the mud down below. Instead, they were curled up into a ball and floating beside the seed pod like a ball of silver mist. This discovery was quite a reassuring one to Han Li, and his expression changed slightly as he fell into contemplation again. However, he didn't think for too long this time before deciding to make another attempt. He flipped a hand over, and a blue jade vial that was around a foot tall appeared over his palm. He tossed the vial toward the center of the spring, and it hovered in a stable manner in midair. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and a dozen or so formation flags of different colors shot forth before vanishing into the area surrounding the center of the spring in a flash. After that, he made a hand seal before uttering the word, seal. A dozen or so pillars of light of different colors erupted into the air, and each of them reached several tens of feet in height. Each pillar was shimmering with spiritual light, and there were faint runes constantly hovering around them. This was clearly no ordinary formation. Han Li raised both of his hands without any hesitation upon seeing this, then flicked one incantation seal through the air after another. Countless specks of blue light suddenly appeared within the air in a radius of several tens of feet, and a burst of rich water attribute spiritual qi instantly filled the entire formation. The spirit spring down below seemed to have also sensed something, and a layer of ripples surged along the surface of the spring as if in resonance. The ripples were very faint, yet it was definitely a marked difference compared to the still mirror-like surface of the water. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he let loose a low cry before pointing a finger toward the jade vial that was hovering in midair. The jade vial instantly tipped itself upside down before expelling a burst of blue light. All of the surrounding pillars of light then emitted a buzzing sound in unison, and restriction fluctuations immediately erupted forth. In the next instant, all of the specks of light in the air surged toward the blue light to bolster it, and the blue light inundated the entire spring in the blink of an eye. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and the entire spring trembled as the water within abruptly became a lot more turbulent. The spring water swept forth in a frenzy and began to revolve around the silver lotus seed pod, instantly forming a vortex that had a diameter of around 10 feet. The turbulent waves instantly swept up the silver lotus seed pod, and Han Li began to flick incantation seals through the air with greater urgency upon seeing this. At the same time he began to chant something, and the lotus seed pod was immediately enveloped by the revolving spring water, which then transformed into a water dragon amid the bursts of blue light. Immediately thereafter, this water dragon began to shrink and was sucked into the blue jade vial in its entirety in the end. Han Li's heart thumped violently as he waited in an apprehensive manner, but thankfully no mishaps occurred, and the silver lotus seed pod and the lotus roots were completely undamaged after it was drawn into the jade vial. The steady stream of incantation seals being released by his hands ceased, and he waved a hand toward the jade vial. The blue vial immediately flew toward him as a ball of blue light before landing in his hand, upon which he immediately released his spiritual sense to inspect the contents of the vial. As a result, he discovered that the silver lotus seed pod and the lotus roots were all completely unharmed as they floated within the spring water, and this naturally made him quite ecstatic. After sealing the jade vial with a bunch of talismans, Han Li stowed it away into his storage bracelet in an extremely careful manner, placing it among the large pile of jade boxes. This was the only complete spirit plant that he had been able to obtain from this area, and securing it alleviated some of his frustration of destroying the first 5 spirit medicines. After that, Han Li explored the entire medicine garden, and regardless of whether he recognized the spirit medicines he encountered, he collected all of them without a second thought. Perhaps these spirit medicines were considered to be very ordinary items in the eyes of the owner of this place, but they were naturally extremely precious in the spirit realm, and he had reaped vastly bountiful rewards during this trip to the medicine garden. After ascertaining that he hadn't missed any spirit medicines, Han Li decided to immediately depart from this place. Thus, he issued an instruction to Chuer, and she disappeared up his sleeve as a ball of white light before he strode out of the medicine garden. In the instant that he emerged from the garden, a dull rumbling boom suddenly rang out from the direction of the main palace up ahead. Immediately thereafter, a burst of powerful spiritual pressure fluctuations erupted into the air from the same direction, creating quite an alarming spectacle to behold. Han Li's heart immediately stirred upon hearing this, following which a hint of a smile appeared on his face. It appeared that Shirkuan and Lu Shuier had finally been driven to the ends of their wits by the illusionary formation on the plaza and broke through it using brute force. Judging from the spiritual pressure fluctuations, it seemed that the illusionary formation really had been forcibly broken, which indicated that the two of them had to have used some kind of secret technique or treasure that far exceeded the boundaries of what they were currently able to wield. Otherwise, with the powers that the two of them had displayed thus far, there was no way that they would have been able to accomplish this. With that in mind, Han Li glanced at the 2 remaining side palaces and contemplated his options briefly before deciding to make his way toward the main palace. Moments later, he appeared in front of the main palace again, just in time to see purple light flashing from the gate of the main palace. Meanwhile, Shirkuan was forced to stumble backward a dozen or so steps as he let loose a muffled groan. The giant hammers that he was holding were quickly melted away by the flashing purple lightning, leaving only a pair of handles in his hand in the blink of an eye. His face was completely devoid of color, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. However, before he could unleash any other abilities to ward off the purple lightning snakes, Lu Shuier, who was standing over 100 feet behind him, sprang into action. She hurled a silver mirror through the air, and the surface of the mirror tremored before several azure pillars of light shot forth to temporarily keep the purple lightning snakes at bay. Zhou Xian immediately took advantage of this opportunity to let loose a low roar as he rushed back in retreat, instantly hurtling back around 300 feet. At this moment, the azure pillars of light were unable to withstand the power of the purple lightning and were shattered amid a loud thunderclap. The purple lightning snakes then trailed along the direction of the pillars of light and switched to Lu Shui'er as their target. Lu Shui'er's heart jolted upon seeing this, but she acted in a very decisive manner, abruptly pointing a finger up at the mirror treasure in the air, upon which the mirror flew directly toward the lightning snakes at her behest. Immediately thereafter her body swayed and she abruptly vanished as a trail of afterimages. In the next instant she also appeared extremely far away from the palace gate. A dull explosion rang out as the purple lightning struck the silver mirror, and following a string of rumbling thunderclaps, the mirror exploded as a ball of silver light. After losing the nearby targets, the purple lightning snakes flashed erratically a few times before also dissipating of their own accord. Lu Shui'er had already expected that her mirror would be destroyed by the purple lightning, but her expression had naturally darkened significantly nonetheless. Right at this moment Han Li slowly strode over to them and said, "Fellow Taoists, this restriction is not your average restriction. If we want to break it, then we'll most likely have to work together." Zhou Xian and Lu Shui'er were naturally made aware of Han Li's arrival upon hearing this. Zhou Xian's face twitched slightly and there was a sour look in his eyes as he grumbled, "You sure are a cunning man, Brother Han. You knew that this restriction would be difficult to break, so you went elsewhere. You arrived here far earlier than the two of us, so you must have reaped bountiful rewards already, right?" "I did indeed reap some rewards, but how can they compare with the treasures in the main palace? I'm sure the two of you are aware that the treasures requested by our two seniors and all of the other important treasures must be in there," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. "This place was once inhabited by an immortal, and mediocre treasures in their eyes will most likely all be extremely useful to us. However, we decided on this arrangement in the beginning, so I certainly can't complain, seeing as Brother Han has secured a head start through his own power. Besides, there definitely wasn't enough time for Brother Han to explore this entire place, so there are surely more rewards left to be reaped. Fellow Taoist Sure and I are not without chances." Lu Shui'er chuckled in response, and she seemed to be truly unbothered by the fact that Han Li had secured a head start. "I have a set of treasures that are quite effective when it comes to breaking restrictions, and I'll be sure to assist you with all my power," Lu Shui'er assured with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Zhou Xian also chimed in, "I have no objections either. The sooner we secure these treasures, the sooner we'll be able to go our separate ways. I'm still hoping to find a good place to go into seclusion so I can break through my bottleneck. As such, I'll also be using a restriction-breaking talisman that my master has bestowed upon me." A content look appeared on Han Li's face after hearing this, and he didn't say anything further as he strode toward the palace gate. Lu Shui'er and Zhou Xian followed along behind him, one on his left and the other on his right. In the end, all three of them stopped over 100 feet away from the gate. Han Li cast his gaze toward the gate before taking a deep breath. Following his experience in breaking the formation in the medicine garden, he had developed a certain level of confidence toward addressing the purple lightning here. In the face of the powerful purple lightning, it was quite clear that the first person to attack the gate would be the one to bear the brunt of the restriction's retaliative force. As long as he could withstand this retaliation, it would become a lot easier for the three of them to break the restriction. With that in mind, black chi began to emerge from his body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor resurfaced. Layers of black runes appeared around the suit of armor, instantly concealing most of his body. He then let loose a long cry, and brilliant golden light radiated around him as a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him. Han Li made a hand seal and golden light began to swirl around the projection's body. At the same time, the surface of the projection became extremely bright, as if a coat of golden paint had suddenly been applied to it. "That's a golden body." Lu Shuer was quite knowledgeable, and she immediately identified the nature of the projection as a stunned look appeared on her face. Shirkuan's expression also changed to mirror hers upon hearing her stunned words. Many high-grade cultivation arts could manifest projections when cultivated to a certain degree, but it was extremely rare for a projection to be cultivated into a golden body. Not only was this due to the fact that relevant cultivation arts were extremely rare, the materials required to manifest golden bodies were always extremely rare and difficult to gather. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had been extremely fortunate and secured several of the main ingredients in quick succession, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. As such, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were both quite astonished, and they looked on with bated breath as they waited for Han Li to take the lead. Immediately thereafter, Han Li flipped a hand over, and a miniature black mountain appeared over his palm before it was hurled through the air. Gray light flashed from the mountain, and it abruptly swelled to over 100 feet in size before crashing viciously toward the palace gate. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and as soon as the mountain struck the gate, countless arcs of purple lightning erupted forth before intertwining to form a lightning net. Even with the extreme essence-fused mountain's extraordinary weight, it was stopped cold in its tracks by the lightning net and unable to advance any further. Almost at the exact same time, a resounding thunderclap rang out, and several lightning snakes erupted from the gate before hurtling toward Han Li in a flash. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and he only narrowed his eyes slightly as golden light flashed before him. His golden body abruptly appeared in front of him, and its 6 arms blurred as it waved its shimmering golden hands through the air at once to oppose the purple lightning snakes. Golden and purple light flashed, and the golden hands remained completely unscathed. They then grabbed onto the purple lightning snakes in unison, only for more purple arcs of lightning to erupt from the door in the next instant. However, those arcs of lightning were also caught by the golden body, and Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were both stunned and ecstatic to see this. The two of them glanced at one another before taking this opportunity to strike without any hesitation. Shirkuan opened his mouth to expel a shimmering silver talisman, which transformed into a silver ball of light that shot forth toward the palace gate in a flash. Meanwhile, Lu Shuer swept a sleeve through the air, and 3 shimmering golden short halberds instantly shot forth at once before also hurtling toward the gate amid a peculiar shrieking sound. The silver ball of light and 3 streaks of golden light struck the purple lightning on the palace gate almost at the exact same time, and spiritual light flashed as the silver talisman vanished without a trace into the lightning. In contrast, the 3 streaks of golden light struck the palace gate amid a resounding boom, and the 3 golden halberds were revealed to have pinned themselves tightly to the purple lightning net in a triangular formation. The rumbling thunderclaps from the lightning net instantly receded, and most of its power was absorbed by the 3 golden halberds, thereby significantly diminishing its effect. At this moment, Shirkuan began to chant something before pointing a finger at the gate with a serious look on his face. A muffled thump rang out, and white light flashed before a pristine light lotus that was as white as snow suddenly blossomed on the palace gate. Initially it was only around the size of a human fist, but in the next instant, it swelled to as large as a human head. The purple arcs of lightning from the palace gate were still flashing violently, but they couldn't do anything to the illusionary spirit flower and were powerless to halt its growth. In the end, close to half of the entire palace gate was enshrouded within the white lotus projection. Explode! A vicious look appeared on Shirkuan's face as he cast one final incantation seal, and the light lotus projection immediately shuddered before exploding amid an earth-shattering boom at his behest. A scorching white ball of light that resembled a scintillating sun appeared on the palace gate, and the white light instantly inundated the entire gate along with the purple lightning net in an extremely emphatic manner. When the white light finally dissipated, the palace gate reappeared, and it was revealed that there were now countless craters indentations on its surface. The gate was in an extremely sorry state, but it hadn't been completely destroyed, and as purple light flashed over its surface, it quickly began to repair itself at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. However, all of the purple arcs of lightning had been wiped out, and the extreme essence-fused mountain was free again as a result. Han Li immediately took advantage of this, and the extreme essence-fused mountain abruptly circled around at his behest before releasing a burst of bright grayish-white light, then swelled drastically to around twice its original size before crashing toward the palace gate once again. On this occasion, there was nothing to impede it, and the black mountain struck the palace gate amid a deafening boom. As the power of the restriction had been severely debilitated, the palace gate was finally shattered by the enormous force behind the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, the Black Mountain flew directly into the main palace, and Hanli was naturally ecstatic to see this. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the projection golden body before him abruptly vanished as if it had never even been there in the first place. Both Lu Shuer and Shikuan then rushed forward from behind him in a bid to enter the palace first, and both of them simultaneously appeared at the entrance to the palace in a wraith-like manner after just a few flashes. Immediately thereafter they paused on the spot before looking on ahead with peculiar looks on their faces. "Brother Shur, my master's instructions to me were very clear. I have to secure the spirit void pill within the main palace. As for everything else, you can choose the treasures that Senior Duan stipulated from among them," Lu Shuer said after a brief pause. "But I've also received instructions from my master to secure the spirit void pills no matter what. How about this? I can offer everything else to you aside from the spirit void pills. Of course, my master will offer alternative reciprocation to Senior Kai in exchange." Shi Kuan chuckled in response, but his voice had clearly taken on a more stoic tone. "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Shi? Haven't you repeated what I just said? My master made it very clear to me that I must secure the spirit void pills, and that she would accept no alternatives. If you're willing to back down, then I can promise you a vial of our crystal race's revered crystal moon liquid in my master's stead. I'm sure you know what this spirit liquid entails for stone cocoon being like you, Brother Shur. This is an extremely sought-after item for even the holy grade beings of your stone cocoon race." A cold look had appeared in Lu Shuer's eyes, but her tone had become more gentle and benevolent. "Crystal moon liquid?" Shi Kuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and it was quite clear that this was a completely unexpected offer that was truly quite tempting to him. However, he then immediately thought back to Duan Tianren's stern instructions prior to his departure, and his heart instantly jolted as he cast aside his personal desires. He immediately shook his head and refused. "No. Crystal moon liquid is indeed very tempting to me, but without the spirit void pills, I won't be able to answer to my master, so this is a non-negotiable matter." "So you're not willing to back down or compromise at all, fellow Taoist Shur?" Lu Shuer's voice had also taken on a cold and forbidding tone. On this occasion Shi Kuan didn't offer a reply. He merely appraised Lu Shuer with a cold expression, and his intentions were as plain as day. Lu Shuer also fell silent and met his cold gaze with a frosty one of her own. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became extremely tense, and Hanli couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly upon seeing this. "This is not the time to be quarreling, fellow Taoists. I don't know what extraordinary effect these spirit void pills possess to make them so desirable to our two seniors, but don't you think it's too early to be engaging in conflict when we haven't even ascertained whether these pills are truly in this palace?" Shi Kuan's expression stirred slightly upon hearing Han Li's words, and Lu Shuer also turned toward him as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. "Our two seniors may be convinced that there are spirit void pills in this palace, but I would assume that this verdict was reached based on circumstantial evidence. After all, they haven't gained access to this place in the past, so it's yet to be seen whether their deductions are indeed correct. Why don't we enter the palace and ascertain whether these pills can truly be found here before the two of you make a decision?" Han Li suggested in a calm manner. Contemplative expressions appeared on both Shi Kuan and Lu Shuer's faces upon hearing this proposal. The two of them had naturally already considered the possibility that Han Li had just raised, but in the instant that the palace gate was broken, the two of them were so eager to get a head start over the other that they had forgotten about their prior suspicions. Now that Han Li had reminded them of this possibility, both of them returned to their senses, and it naturally became quite clear to them that their top priority was to find the spirit pills first before deciding who would claim them. "You're right, Brother Han. Fellow Taoist Shur, let's determine whether there actually are spirit void pills in this palace before we discuss anything else," Lu Shui'er said in a slow voice. I have no objections to this proposal, Fairy Lu. He knew that Han Li's presence could play a major role in which side claimed the spirit void pills in the end, so he squeezed a smile onto his face and agreed to compromise for now. Seeing as the two of you have reached a temporary resolution, why don't we all head inside together? Han Li said with a smile before taking a few steps and reaching the two of them. Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er naturally didn't have any basis to refuse, and they both nodded in response. Thus, the three of them entered the palace one after another, then arranged themselves side by side before appraising the entire palace. As expected of the main palace, the interior was close to 10,000 feet in size, and it could comfortably house several thousand people. The first things that everyone saw were the purple pillars inside the palace, each of which was as thick as a human, and there were over 100 such pillars. There were also many antiquated weapons that were hanging from the walls of the palace, all of which were either long halberds or giant axes, and they were all shimmering with silver light while emitting powerful spiritual qi. At a rough glance, there appeared to be close to 1,000 such weapons, and placed at regular intervals at the foot of the walls were suits of colorful armor. The suits of armor were completely empty, and it was quite clear from the intricate patterns carved on their surfaces that these weren't ordinary suits of armor. On the other end of the palace that was directly facing the gate was a massive screen that was shimmering with azure light. There seemed to be something drawn onto the screen, but it was difficult to make out exactly what was drawn on it as it was too far away. There was a short table that resembled a tea table in front of the screen, upon which was sitting a golden cauldron. Aside from that, the entire palace was completely empty without any embellishments, so there was no need for them to make any extra effort in searching for treasures. Han Li's trio was naturally quite surprised to see this, and Han Li cast his gaze toward the screen and golden cauldron in the distance. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he strode directly toward that direction, and Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged a quick glance before immediately averting their eyes, then followed along behind Han Li. After all, there wasn't really anything that didn't appear to be worth investigating in the entire palace aside from the screen and the golden cauldron. Thus, three of them made their way to over 100 feet away from the screen and the golden cauldron under a strange atmosphere. Han Li stopped on the spot and began to appraise the two items from afar. Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er also reflexively stopped and began to inspect the two items with differing expressions. Han Li had his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression appeared to be quite calm and placid, but there was already blue light flashing deep within his eyes. The surface of the screen was concealed by a layer of azure light, but that certainly wasn't going to stump his spirit eye ability. Thus, he was instantly able to glean what had been drawn on the screen, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The artwork on the screen depicted a strange massive gate that had golden and silver runes inscribed on its surface. The gate was antiquated in design and completely black in color, but the two types of runes on its surface were constantly flashing, giving it an intriguing air of mystery. The golden and silver runes bore a slight resemblance, and they were none other than beveled silver text and golden seal text, both of which were spirit texts used in the true immortal realm. Han Li raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, and he instantly released a wisp of spiritual sense toward the giant gate on the screen. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the giant gate artwork, a burst of enormous force erupted from the screen, and before that wisp of spiritual sense had a chance to react, it was dragged into the screen, thereby completely cutting off its connection with Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he instantly developed a sense of caution toward this screen. Shi Kun let loose a muffled groan and stumbled back a half-step before immediately catching himself. He had clearly also fallen victim to this screen's power, and it appeared that he had been affected more so than Han Li. Lu Shui'er's face was concealed by her hood, so it was impossible to glean her expression, but her body also swayed slightly before she managed to steady herself, so she had also definitely been made aware of the peculiar nature of this screen. Han Li had lost a wisp of spiritual sense, but it didn't affect him at all as his spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of his two companions. He temporarily turned his attention away from the screen and lowered his head to appraise the golden cauldron. The cauldron was shimmering with golden light, and a series of patterns that resembled clouds and mist were engraved on its surface. These patterns were extremely complex and most of them were in a corkscrew form. They were spread over the entire cauldron, and upon closer inspection he was struck by a sense of dizziness. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he calmly released his spiritual sense once again, only to find that it was unable to seep into the cauldron at all. He didn't know what kind of material the cauldron had been forged from, but it was able to completely keep out his spiritual sense. However, he had also noticed that there were 2 square indentations on the sides of the cauldrons, and they seemed to be slots that certain items could be placed into. Han Li looked on with a contemplative expression for a moment before he suddenly sensed something, and he turned his gaze toward his 2 companions, upon which his heart immediately stirred slightly. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun were currently staring at the ancient golden cauldron with intense unblinking eyes. To be more specific, they were staring at the square indentations on the golden cauldron, and there was an ecstatic look on Shi Kun's face. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly and he asked, "Do the 2 of you recognize this golden cauldron?" The elated look on Shi Kun's face receded slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly shook his head in response. "Surely you jest, Brother Han. This is the first time I've come here, so there's obviously no way that I would recognize anything here." "Then why is it that both of you seem so interested in something you don't even recognize?" Han Li asked with a faint smile. Seeing as Han Li refused to be placated, Shi Kun decided to kick the ball into Lu Shui'er's court. "Well, why don't you ask Fairy Lu about that instead? She knows more than I do about this." Lu Shui'er was naturally quite disgruntled by Shi Kun's devious diversion tactic, but she could offer an explanation at the sight of the curious gaze that Han Li had turned to aim at her. "There's no need for you to be overly suspicious, Brother Han. This cauldron is most likely the treasure that contains the spirit void pills and the other treasures that my master and senior Duan seek. Fellow Taoist Shi and I are both aware of this as each of us is carrying an item. Fellow Taoist Shi, how about you and I bring out those items for Brother Han to see?" Lu Shui'er explained. Hee, I'm really getting rather curious now," Han Li chuckled upon hearing this. A hesitant look appeared on Shi Kun's face in response to Lu Shui'er's proposal, and he felt as if he had shot himself into the foot. "Is there something that you're reluctant to show me, fellow Taoist Shi?" Han Li asked in a seemingly casual manner, and his tone was extremely benevolent. However, Shi Kun's heart immediately jolted at the sight of the tranquil expression on Han Li's face, and he hurriedly chuckled, "Of course not. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have revealed this item anyway. After all, the 2 items are required to secure the treasures within the cauldron." Thus, he flipped his hand over as he spoke and golden light flashed as an item appeared over his palm. Han Li naturally immediately focused his gaze on the item and quickly ascertained what it was. This was also a shimmering golden object that was rectangular in shape with a dragon's head carved on one end. It resembled a seal, and after inspecting the item for a while, Han Li turned his gaze toward Lu Shui'er. Lu Shui'er as naturally aware of Han Li's intentions, and she calmly raised a hand to summon an object that was also shimmering with golden light. At first glance, this object appeared to be extremely similar in appearance with the one in Shi Kun's hand. It was around the same size and shape, but there was an extremely lifelike golden phoenix head carved on one end, as opposed to a dragon's head. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face after inspecting these 2 items. At this moment, Lu Shui'er began to offer an explanation. These 2 objects are known as exquisite keys, and they are the only items that can open this golden cauldron. Furthermore, both of them must be present to accomplish this. We had no knowledge of the situation in the palace prior to coming here, but my master told me that the exquisite keys can open this cauldron, so it's most likely the case that the spirit void pills are contained within the cauldron. Indeed, my master also told me the same thing. Seeing as Lu Shui'er had revealed the truth, Shi Kun no longer tried to hide anything either. "In that case, why don't you 2 open the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our 2 seniors are really in there? I wonder how many spirit void pills are in there. If there's an even number of them, the 2 of you 2 will be able to split them rather than argue over ownership," Han Li said with a nonchalant smile. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and peculiar looks appeared in both of their eyes. Brother Han is right. This cauldron will have to be opened sooner or later, so let's insert our keys, fellow Taoist Shi. It's quite likely that there's only spirit void pill in there, but if there really are 2 or more, then we won't need to fight over them, Lu Shuer proposed in a calm voice. Shirkuan seemed to have also made some kind of decision, and he suddenly smirked and said something that came as a slight surprise to Lu Shuer. I have no objections against opening the cauldron, but I think we should give our exquisite keys to Brother Han so he can secure the treasures from the cauldron, then decide how to split them among us. What do you think of that, Fairy Lu? Lu Shuer was temporarily at a loss for how to respond. Are you doubting Brother Han's abilities? A peculiar look appeared on Shirkuan's face. Of course not. With Brother Han's unfathomable power, it would be ideal for him to secure the treasures for us. Brother Han, please accept my exquisite key. Lu Shuer reacted quite quickly, and after quickly contemplating the situation she immediately smiled and made a decision, raising a hand to toss her exquisite key toward Han Li. Shirkuan also chuckled coldly before tossing his key toward Han Li without any hesitation. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air and azure light flashed, upon which both of the exquisite keys appeared in his hand at once. However, a wry smile appeared on his face as he inspected the pair of keys. You two sure have a high opinion of me. Ah, of course. Only by asking you to secure the treasures in our stead will Fairy Lu and I be able to avoid immediate conflict. Otherwise, neither of us will trust the other to secure the treasures. Shirkuan chuckled. I also have full trust in Brother Han. Lu Shuer's eyes flashed as a smile appeared on her face. Hee, I'm honored to receive your trust, but it's also quite a heavy burden. Han Li appraised the 2 keys as he shook his head in a resigned manner. However, he didn't return the keys to Shirkuan and Lu Shuer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he really did make his way over to the golden cauldron. He was acting in such a calm and collected manner naturally because he was confident that he possessed more than enough power to dominate these 2. In the face of absolute power, there really wasn't much any of them could do. Tense looks appeared in both Lu Shuer and Shirkuan's eyes upon seeing this, but both of them acted quite wisely and remained on the spot. After Han Li reached about 10 feet away from the cauldron, he stopped again before glancing at the 2 indentations on either side of the cauldron. Immediately thereafter he injected his magic power into the 2 keys in his hand before flicking his wrist. The exquisite keys shot forth, letting loose a clear cry along the way before transforming into a golden WM and a golden phoenix amid a flash of golden light. The 2 of them revolved around the golden cauldron before flying into the indentations, then vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. Immediately thereafter the 2 indentations on the cauldron were filled with unerring accuracy. The 2 exquisite keys were completely embedded into the cauldron with only the dragon and phoenix heads revealed. They fit seamlessly into the indentations without any gaps to be seen. In the instant that the pair of keys entered the golden cauldron, a melodious dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Brilliant golden light then erupted, and the corkscrew patterns on the surface of the cauldron began to revolve as if they'd sprung to life. Even the golden light being emitted by the cauldron began to take on a peculiar vortex form, and Han Li was struck by a sense of disorientation at the sight of this golden vortex, as if he were going to be drawn directly into it. His heart immediately jolted in response, but he wasn't actually fearful toward the cauldron as there was no one wielding it, so it surely posed no threat to him. He hurriedly activated his great development technique and at the same time, blue light flashed through his eyes, upon which his discomfort was instantly alleviated in its entirety. All of a sudden he let loose a low cry before making a hand seal, and an azure incantation seal shot forth before vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. In the next instant, the dragon's roar that was being released by the cauldron transformed into the delightful cry of a phoenix. From a distance, it appeared as if the dragon and phoenix heads on either side of the golden cauldron had begun to move, as if they had sprung to life. The scintillating golden lid of the cauldron rose up into the air before disappearing into nothingness. A loud commotion then rang out from within the cauldron, and following a rumbling boom, several golden balls of light of different sizes shot forth before attempting to escape into the heavens. However, Han Li was already prepared well in advance, so he certainly wasn't going to let these items slip through his fingers. As such, he immediately swept a sleeve forward, and gray light surged forth like lightning, instantly enveloping all of the golden balls of light at once. However, these golden balls of light suddenly dispersed, and the gray light receded in their paths, posing no impediment to them at all. Han Li was rather alarmed to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. There was a miniature azure cauldron within the azure light, and it was none other than his heaven void cauldron. His hand shot forth as a blur and struck the side of the cauldron, upon which its lid flew off of its own accord. Immediately thereafter, a plume of azure threads erupted forth before dispersing through the air. The countless green threads intertwined to form a giant azure net that encompassed all of the golden balls of light beneath it. As soon as the golden balls of light struck the net, they were all repelled back, and Han Li made another hand seal before pointing up into the air. The huge azure net abruptly folded in on itself, and all of the golden balls of light were trapped within it, thereby completely immobilizing them. Only then did Han Li calmly wave a hand through the air, and the azure threads instantly began to radiate dazzling light, causing Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun to blink involuntarily as they looked on with rapt focus. The azure net that contained the golden balls of light transformed into a streak of azure light that flew downward, then disappeared into the small cauldron in a flash. The azure cauldron lid then immediately descended to seal the heaven void cauldron shut. Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the small cauldron, and azure light immediately flashed, following which the treasure appeared in his hand. After that, he carried the treasure in one hand before turning around to face his two companions. Fellow Taoists, the treasures have been secured. You too will have to inspect them in person to see if they include the treasures that our two seniors have requested. As soon as his voice trailed off, he flicked his wrist again, and the heaven void cauldron rose up into the air before hovering in a stationary manner before him. He then crossed his arms and appraised his two companions with a hint of a smile on his face. Lu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged a glance upon hearing this, but Lu Shui'er then immediately chuckled before giving a nod and made her way gracefully over to the cauldron. Shi Kun rubbed his own chin and glanced at the azure cauldron before also striding toward it. The two of them then stopped around 10 feet away from the cauldron, and before they had even said anything, Han Li waved a hand forward in a calm manner. The small azure cauldron immediately rotated on the spot, and its lid vanished once again, revealing a burst of azure light flashing incessantly within it. "Brother Han, this is a spirit treasure, is it not? Does it have a name?" Shi Kun suddenly asked. "Are you interested in this spirit treasure, Brother Shi?" Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he replied with a question of his own. "Not exactly. It's just that I was fortunate enough to have seen a replica copy of the chaotic myriad spirit roll in our stone cocoon race, and there seemed to be an item on it that was very similar to your cauldron," Shi Kun explained. "The chaotic myriad spirit roll?" Han Li reflexively furrowed his brows slightly. "Have you not heard of it, Brother Han?" Shi Kun was rather taken aback. "I've naturally heard of it, but those are all rumors and I don't really know the exact details of the roll. It would be great if you two could enlighten me on the subject," Han Li replied with a contemplative expression. "It's actually pretty simple. All of the races that have taken over a certain territory in the spirit realm have had a strange rock fall upon their land, and the chaotic myriad spirit roll is inscribed upon those rocks. The roll keeps a record of all of the most powerful treasures in the spirit realm, and it's constantly being updated. Every single item on the roll is quite extraordinary, and even divine spirit treasures are all ranked quite low on the list. I recall that I just so happened to have seen a treasure on the roll's replica copy that bore a resemblance to this cauldron of yours, but it was ranked rather low, so I didn't pay much attention to it. As such, it's quite possible that my memory is merely playing tricks on me," Shi Kun explained in an honest manner. "I'm not sure if this item is the one that you're referring to. Perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. However, that's not the pressing matter at hand. We should focus on inspecting the items in the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our two seniors are among them," Han Li said with a smile. Seeing as Han Li was clearly dodging the question, Shirkuan naturally couldn't keep pressing the issue, and he made no attempt to raise further questions as he nodded in response. As for Lu Shuier, her gaze had been fixed on the heaven void cauldron this entire time, and following the conclusion of Han Li and Shirkuan's conversation, she immediately said, "Please reveal the treasures to us, Brother Han. Spirit void pills are very easy to identify, so we definitely won't be mistaking them." She seemed to be more interested in the treasures in the cauldron than Shirkuan was. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he swept a sleeve through the air, sending several formation flags hurtling forth before disappearing into the surrounding space as streaks of light of different colors. All of a sudden, a white light barrier appeared to encompass an area with a radius of over 100 feet around the heaven void cauldron. This was a simple restriction formation, and it had naturally been set up to prevent any mishaps from occurring after the treasures were revealed. Lu Shuier and Shirkuan took a brief glance at the light barrier before paying it no further heed. This restriction could be easily broken by them, and they had no reason to suspect that Han Li harbored any ulterior motives. After the formation was set up, Han Li cast his gaze toward the small cauldron in the air before opening his mouth to expel a burst of azure light. The azure light swept over the cauldron, and a rumbling noise rang out from within amid flashes of azure light. Lu Shuier and Shirkuan both looked on with bated breath. Meanwhile, Han Li wore a relaxed smile as he raised a hand before pointing a finger at the small azure cauldron. The cauldron was only around a foot in size initially, but it then immediately expanded to around 10 feet in height. Han Li then immediately made another hand seal, and a dull thump rang out, following which a ball of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron. The ball of light was only around the size of a human fist, but it was bound tightly by countless azure threads, which were pulsating slightly. Han Li let loose a low cry before raising a hand, and an incantation seal flew through the air before vanishing into the ball of light. Immediately thereafter, the azure threads around the ball of light were shattered before vanishing as specks of azure light. As soon as the azure threads faded, golden light flashed, and the item attempted to fly away again. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately reached out with a single hand. An enormous burst of invisible force instantly descended, and the item was completely immobilized in midair. Han Li focused his gaze on the item to find that it was a shimmering golden gourd. There were complex patterns all over its surface, and spiritual light was flashing erratically from it. Lu Shuier and Shirkuan's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, but they didn't do anything in response. Han Li made a pulling motion with his hand, and the golden gourd immediately hurtled toward him before landing in his grasp. It seemed to have attained a hint of spiritual nature and was trembling incessantly within his hand in an attempt to break free. Han Li raised an eyebrow before sweeping a sleeve over the gourd, and white light flashed as a white talisman was adhered onto its surface. The restrictive force of the talisman immediately stifled the light emanating from the gourd, and it fell completely still. Han Li raised his hand in a calm manner and brought the gourd up to his eye level for further inspection. The jade box was drawn into Han Li's grasp, and both Lu Shuier and Shirkuan's demeanors clearly shifted at the sight of it as they stared at it with intense unblinking eyes. Han Li didn't play any tricks and blew a burst of spiritual qi toward the jade box right in front of his two companions. The lid was removed and Han Li's expression changed slightly after glancing at the contents of the box. There were two identical miniature green horses within the box, each of which was around the size of an egg and emanating a rich medicinal aroma. Just a single light whiff of this aroma sent a burst of pure spiritual qi surging throughout his body, but the two miniature horses were lying completely still in the box with their eyes closed, having lost all signs of life long ago. The two miniature horses rose up out of the box at Han Li's behest before flying toward Lu Shuier and Shirkuan. At the same time he said in a calm voice, "These two spirit medicines must be the jade curd herbs that our two seniors have referred to, right? Who would have thought that they're capable of metamorphosis already? I'm sure they'll be very useful to our two seniors. Seeing as there are two of them, why don't you take one each?" Lu Shuier and Shirkuan were ecstatic to hear this, but they were also slightly disappointed at the sight of the pair of extremely lifelike, yet completely lifeless miniature horses. However, in any case, The fact that Han Li had offered them such precious spirit medicines without any hesitation alleviated the final hint of concern they had harbored toward him. Shi Kun expressed his gratitude toward Han Li before drawing one of the miniature horses into his grasp, then briefly inspected it before carefully stowing it away into a jade box of his own. Lu Shuier was also very pleased with the spirit medicine, and she expressed her gratitude toward Han Li as well before stowing it away up her sleeve. Han Li nodded expressionlessly in response to their expressions of gratitude, then tossed the jade box onto the ground. He was doing so to show the two of them that the box was indeed empty and that there were no other spirit medicines contained within it. After that, he continued to summon treasures out of the Heaven Void Cauldron. The next two items to emerge from the cauldron were a hexagonal formation plate and a shimmering golden pagoda. It was quite clear that these two were unfathomably powerful treasures, and they were temporarily given to Han Li for safekeeping as well. The next treasure to emerge from the cauldron was another one that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren had requested, so Han Li split it up evenly between his two companions. Lu Shuier's eyes flashed and a hint of concern appeared on her face. Shi Kun's expression had also darkened slightly. They could see that there weren't many golden balls of light left in Han Li's cauldron, yet they still hadn't seen any spirit void pills yet, so they were starting to grow rather uneasy. No matter how many other treasures they obtained, their trip would still be considered a failure if they couldn't secure the all-important spirit void pills. Right at this moment, a low ringing sound rang out from the giant azure cauldron, and another treasure was expelled. The azure threads dispersed to reveal a small purple vial that was only several inches tall, but its surface as smooth as a mirror, and there were wisps of white qi revolving around it. A burst of astonishing spiritual qi emanated from the small vial, and expressions of elation appeared on both Shi Kun and Lu Shuier's faces. Han Li cast an expressionless gaze toward the purple vial, which was slowly rotating in midair, and he stroked his chin as the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. All of a sudden, he raised an arm before pointing forward, and the lid of the purple vial suddenly flew off of its own accord. The opening of the vial was then tipped upside down, and a golden ball of spirit flames emerged from within. The spirit flames let loose a clear cry before transforming into a fiery golden bird. As soon as the fiery bird appeared, it immediately let loose a clear cry up into the heavens. Han Li took a deep breath before extending a pristine white hand out of one of his sleeves, then curled back his 5 fingers before flicking them in succession. 5 bursts of glacial flames shot forth one after another before striking fiery golden bird in a flash, severely dimming the light that was emanating from it. After all 5 bursts of glacial flames had struck the golden bird, it let loose an anguished cry, and the golden flames completely receded to reveal a golden pill. The pill was only around the size of a human thumb, and there were complex pill patterns all over its surface. Its vibrant golden color coupled with those patterns presented quite a remarkable sight to behold. There's no mistaking it, this is definitely a spirit void pill. Lu Shuier exclaimed with an elated look on her face as soon as the pill emerged. Shi Kun was also appraising the pill with excitement in his eyes, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "Brother Han, is there only one spirit void pill in the vial?" Han Li offered no reply to this question. Instead, he merely pointed a finger at the small purple vial, and it shuddered before another fiery golden bird flew out from within it amid a dull thump. "There are 2 pills. This is fantastic." Shi Kun immediately burst into elated laughter upon seeing this. "Seeing as both seniors have requested this pill and there just so happen to be 2 of them, you can take 1 each. Do either of you have any objections?" Han Li asked with a meaningful smile on his face. Lu Shuier and Shi Kun's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this, and the 2 of them quickly exchanged a glance. A serious look appeared on Shi Kun's face, and Lu Shuier looked back at him with a cold expression. Shi Kun hesitated momentarily before heaving a long sigh. "All right, I'll settle for this arrangement. My master strictly ordered me to bring back all of the spirit void pills here to him, but seeing as Fair Lu is unwilling to back down, I have no choice but to compromise." "I have no objections either." At the very least, I won't be returning empty-handed to my master. Lu Shuai chimed in as the cold look in her eyes eased slightly. Seeing as both sides had agreed to this arrangement, albeit in a begrudging manner, Han Li nodded before pointing at the 2 pills in the air. The 2 golden pills shot forth before arriving in front of Lu Shuai and Shi Kun in a flash. Lu Shuai raised a hand to catch the pill that was flying toward her, while Shi Kun suddenly opened his mouth to expel a burst of yellow light, which instantly swept up the pill. Only then did he calmly extricate the pill from within the yellow light. Even though both of them were convinced that these were spirit void pills, this was an extremely important matter, so they naturally still had to use their own secret techniques for verification. Thus, one of them began to chant incantations and cast strings of incantation seals toward the spirit pill that they were holding. Meanwhile, the other merely stared intently at the pill in their hand. After about 10 minutes, both of them looked up at once before exchanging a glance and a nod, upon which they heaved a collective sigh of relief. We must offer you our gratitude, Brother Han. Without your assistance, there would have been no way for us to reach this place so quickly and secure the spirit void pills. Lu Shuai said with a smile as she stowed her pill away into a vial that she was carrying. I accepted benefits from our 2 seniors, so it's only right for me to repay them, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Shi Kun also stowed away his pill before casting his gaze toward the purple vial that was hovering in midair, and he suddenly asked, You're far too modest, Brother Han. Forgive me for my rudeness, but I must ask if there are any other pills inside that vial. Lu Shuai's heart stirred upon hearing this, and a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. I didn't think that fellow Taoist Shi would be so greedy. You can take a look for yourself to see if there are any other pills in here. Han Li chuckled before casting an incantation seal, and the purple vial immediately flew toward Shi Kun as a streak of light. Shi Kun could hear a hint of displeasure in Han Li's voice, but this was too important a matter for him to risk overlooking any details, so he pretended to be oblivious to Han Li's attitude as he caught the vial before sweeping his spiritual sense toward it. However, the vial was completely empty and there were no other pills within it. A hint of disappointment flashed through Shi Kun's heart, but he disguised it with a smile as he turned to Lu Shuai. Would you like to have a look as well, Fairy Lu? He motioned to toss the vial toward her as he spoke. However, Lu Shuai merely shook her head and said, Brother Han and Brother Shi have already inspected the vial, so there's no need for me to take another look. I trust the 2 of you. Shi Kun naturally couldn't force the issue, so he could only offer Han Li a sheepish smile before tossing the vial back to him. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he swept a sleeve through the air to accept the purple vial nonetheless. After that, Han Li extricated 2 more items out of the cauldron, both of which were rare materials that were virtually extinct in the spirit realm, and they were also among the items requested by Kai Luying and Duan Tianren. Due to the fact that there was only one of each item, Lu Shuai and Shi Kun took one each and no disputes took place. Thus, aside from the first 3 treasures to have emerged from the cauldron, all of the other items had been reserved for the 2 seniors. There were no more items in the cauldron, and Shi Kun didn't express any doubts on this occasion. After all, there really were no further balls of golden light within the Heaven Void Cauldron. After Han Li stowed away his Heaven Void Cauldron, Lu Shuai smiled and said, Brother Han, the first 3 treasures from the cauldron are outside of the treasures requested by my master and senior Duan, so let's split them among us. Haha. It's a good thing that there were 3 treasures. We'll be able to take one each. You can go ahead and take the first pick, Brother Han, Shi Kun offered. Lu Shuai faltered initially upon hearing this, but she then quickly agreed to this arrangement with a smile. After all, it made sense for Han Li to take the first pick. On top of that, there was no way to ascertain the abilities of the 3 treasures through inspecting them visually or using one's spiritual sense, so it didn't really matter in which order they took their picks. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this and said, All right, in that case I'd be more than happy to oblige. I've already chosen a treasure. You 2 can split the remaining 2 treasures. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and 2 items immediately flew out before hovering in front of him. These were none other than the golden pagoda and the hexagonal formation plate, which meant that he had chosen the golden gourd. Lu Shuai and Shi Kun were both slightly surprised by Han Li's choice, but they didn't pay much heed to it. Instead, they both turned their attention toward the remaining two treasures with contemplative looks on their faces. Lu Shui'er was the first to speak. I would like the golden pagoda. If you have objections, you can have the formation plate. What do you think, Brother Shi? Shi Kuan hesitated momentarily but still nodded in agreement in the end. All right, I'll take the formation plate then. Thank you for allowing me to choose ahead of you, Brother Shi. Lu Shui'er smiled before raising a hand, and the golden pagoda treasure in front of Han Li was drawn into her grasp. Shi Kuan naturally also drew the hexagonal formation plate to himself as well. The three of them exchanged a glance with one another, and all of them were quite elated. Brother Han, Fairy Lu, you wouldn't object if I were to take this golden cauldron, would you? Shi Kuan suddenly strode toward the cauldron with a smile on his face. He then laid a hand on it and bright spiritual light abruptly radiated from it. Immediately thereafter, the cauldron shrank down to around the size of a human fist in the blink of an eye. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then instantly eased as he said, I have no objections. If Fairy Lu is also willing to accept this arrangement, then you can go right ahead. This cauldron is a fantastic treasure for holding some important things, and I also wanted it for myself, but seeing Brother Shi has already claimed it, I'm willing to pass up on it. There was a hint of disappointment in Lu Shui'er's eyes as she appraised the golden cauldron, but Shi Kuan had already claimed it, so she had no choice but to comply. After all, this wasn't something worth instigating a potential conflict over. Shi Kuan chuckled as he stuffed the golden cauldron up his sleeve, then looked around to find that Han Li was currently carefully appraising that peculiar screen. Have you discovered something, Brother Han? Shi Kuan couldn't help but ask at the sight of Han Li's enraptured expression. This is no ordinary screen. Han Li gave a completely pointless reply. Shi Kuan was left feeling rather speechless upon hearing this. The fact that this screen was able to devour their spiritual sense clearly indicated that this was no ordinary item, so such a response told him nothing that he didn't already know. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to pry any further, so he could only also inspect the screen using secret techniques of his own. Meanwhile, Lu Shui'er had also strode over to the screen and was appraising it with a contemplative look on her face. Right at this moment, Han Li's body swayed, and he suddenly appeared behind the screen. He raised both of his hands and flicked his 10 fingers in succession, upon which incantation seals of different colors were sent hurtling toward the screen. Shi Kuan and Lu Shui'er were naturally intrigued by what Han Li was doing and hurriedly cast their eyes toward him. Right at this moment, Han Li let loose a low cry, and a ball of black chi suddenly appeared on his glabella. An inky black third eye then emerged before blasting forth a pillar of black light that was around as thick as a human thumb onto the screen. Immediately thereafter, a buzzing sound rang out from behind the screen, and a vast expanse of 7-colored light surged forth. The light swept up Han Li and he abruptly vanished on the spot. Shi Kuan and Lu Shui'er's hearts jostled upon seeing this, and they immediately rushed around to the rear of the screen in unison. There they discovered that a string of ancient purple text had appeared on the screen. Whirled within the screen, Lu Shui'er's pupils contracted slightly as she read the words aloud. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li had already been teleported into a strange space. Everything around him was nothing more than a vast expanse of murky grayness, with the exception of a massive black gate that was situated nearby. There were countless golden and silver runes hovering all over the gate, and they were constantly fluctuating in brightness, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. This gate was identical to the one that was on the screen from earlier, and it was as if he had been swept up into the artwork on the screen. This really is a place that's similar to the Shumi paradise. Han Li looked around at his surroundings before turning his gaze toward the giant gate, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flipped a hand over and spiritual light flashed as a stack of formation plates of different colors appeared over his palm. He then made a hand seal with his other hand, and all of the formation plates shot forth at his behest, flying away in all directions. The formation plates transformed into balls of light that plummeted downward, and as soon as they came into contact with the ground, they vanished without a trace. Moments later, bursts of white mist began to surge out of the spots where the formation plates had vanished in a frenzy. The mist was dense and lingered in the air for a long time, forming an extremely viscous wall of mist that encompassed both Han Li and the massive gate before him. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light, which contained an item. The item circled around through the air before hovering in front of him, and it was none other than his heaven void cauldron. He pointed a finger gently at the cauldron and its lid flew off on its own. Azure light flashed within the cauldron and a faint white figure emerged. This was a little girl in a white dress. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old with her hair arranged into small braids, and her round little face was extremely adorable. It was none other than Chuer. Chuer pays her respects to her master. She extended a salute toward Han Li with a cheeky smile on her face. Well done. Even I wasn't able to sense your aura from within the cauldron. There's no way that those two would have been able to detect your presence, Han Li praised with a pleased look on his face. It's all thanks to the treasure and talisman you gave me, master. Otherwise, there's no way that my abilities alone would have been able to fool those two top-grade spatial tempering stage beings. Chuer giggled in response. As soon as her voice trailed off, black light flashed and a large black veil flew off her body. At the same time she made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a high-zenith invisibility talisman was revealed. Chuer held the two items with both of her little hands as if she were returning them to Han Li. There's no need to return them to me. You're adept in concealment and movement techniques anyway, so those two treasures are better suited to serve you. Even if I were to use those two treasures, I may not be able to completely conceal myself from those two at just close quarters. Besides, I have other treasures that serve a similar purpose, so you can keep those, Han Li said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. In that case, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Chuer's smile widened even further as she patted the black veil and talisman against her own body, upon which they abruptly vanished. Han Li smiled upon seeing this before adopting a more serious expression. Back when I was securing the treasures within the golden cauldron, I intentionally made the spiritual light brighter to act as a smokescreen so I could send you into the heaven void cauldron without being noticed. However, not much time passed before the cauldron was opened again. Did you have enough time to strike? Hee, I'm super quick. Look, master. A smug smile appeared on Chuer's face and she flipped over one of her little hands to reveal a shimmering golden pill. Well done. Han Li had already guessed that Chuer had most likely accomplished her mission, but he was still quite elated at the sight of this pill. He waved a hand and the golden pill drifted out of Chuer's grasp before landing in his hand. He carefully appraised it several times before he was finally able to determine that this was indeed identical to the other two spirit void pills. He didn't know what specific effect this pill had, but the fact that both Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were so eager to get their hands on these pills was sufficient testament to how precious they were. You told me not to touch those other treasures and only pay attention to medicine vials, so I only had time to tip a single pill out of that vial. You also told me that I could take a pill if there had been more than one pill in the vial, and I followed those instructions. Otherwise, I would have taken the other two pills as well. Chuer pouted her little red lips in a rather wistful display. Han Li couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. You're being a little too greedy. It's already vastly fortunate that we were able to steal a spirit void pill right under those two's noses. If we had tried anything else, we would have aroused their suspicion. It's a good thing that there were still two pills remaining in the vial aside from this one. Otherwise, the situation would have become very troublesome. Perhaps we would have had no choice but to relinquish this pill. I don't want to be hunted by a pair of enraged body integration stage beings here in this foreign land, Han Li explained with a smile, then swept a hand over his storage bracelet to summon the small purple vial from before. He placed the pill into the vial, then adhered several restriction talismans onto it before carefully stowing it away. You must have your reasons, master, but I still think it's quite a pity that we had to spare those two pills to them. Chuer was still looking rather forlorn. Han Li shook his head with an amused smile, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and swept a sleeve through the air to summon a series of flying daggers, each of which was only around an inch in length. All of the daggers were as thin as paper and shimmering with a cold light, and there were around 300 to 400 of them in total. Master, what are you? Chuer was rather perplexed. These flying daggers were refined from the wings of that monstrous moth we encountered last time. There are 360 of them in total, and you seem to be missing a treasure that you can use to defend yourself, so I'll give these daggers to you. They can't compare with top-tier treasures like divine spirit treasures, but if you can refine all of them, then they'll be more than enough to protect you against average opponents. This will be your reward for your brilliant efforts. Seeing as there's no way we'll be able to break this spatial restriction in a short time, why don't we leave this place and see if there are any rewards to be reaped in the other side palaces? My thoughts exactly, fellow Taoist Shi, Lu Shui'er replied with an approving smile. Shi Kuan chuckled upon seeing this before taking one final forlorn glance at the screen before suddenly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A gust of yellow wind immediately surged out of his sleeve before sweeping up all of the weapons hanging on the wall, as well as the suits of armor lying on the ground, then drawing them back up his sleeve. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball then transformed into the spirit-engulfing fire raven amid a flash of silver light, and Han Li made a hand seal before casting a dozen or so incantation seals toward the fire raven in quick succession. Spiritual light of different colors flashed from the incantation seals, and they all vanished into the fire raven's body. The bird immediately raised his head and let loose a clear cry before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size. It then spread its wings and flew toward the gate with unstoppable might. Prior to actually crashing into the gate, silver light flashed from its body, and countless translucent flaming feathers hurtled forth, causing the golden and silver light on the surface of the huge gate to tremor violently. The giant silver bird then crashed headfirst into the light amid a resounding boom, and scorching silver flames erupted from its body. As soon as the golden and silver light came into contact with the silver flames, it began to churn like boiling water. The light faded and melted in the wake of the flames, and even though there was still a constant output of runes from the gate, it was clearly struggling to keep up. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He let loose a low cry and black light swirled around his body, following which he expanded drastically to several times his original size. At the same time, a layer of long golden fur appeared all over his body, and he transformed into a giant golden ape. It was none other than the giant golden ape form that Han Li had adopted once not long ago. He flipped a hand over and the extreme essence-fused mountain appeared over one of his furry palms. Blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, and it swung an arm through the air, sending the mountain hurtling the mountain through the air amid a resounding boom. Gusts of gale-force winds instantly took shape in the wake of the small mountain, and one could only imagine the devastating force culminating from the extreme essence-fused mountain's enormous weight and the giant ape's extraordinary strength. The thin layer of light was instantly torn apart by the small mountain before it crashed heavily into the massive door amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of black light erupted from the gate, and the surrounding space twisted and warped. White ripples that were visible to the naked eye surged through the air. The ripples were then devoured by the black light behind them before completely vanishing into the darkness. Even with Han Li's immense powers, his heart still jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly rushed backward in an alarmed manner. Black chi rose up around his body, and he immediately donned his suit of heavenly devilish armor. The black light finally faded, and Han Li waved a hand through the air to draw the extreme essence-fused mountain back to him. He then hurriedly narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze toward the gate up ahead, upon which a stunned look appeared on his face. At the center of the giant black gate was an indentation that resembled a pot and was around 10 feet deep. The shape of the indentation was completely identical to one corner of the extreme essence-fused mountain, but despite this, the gate still hadn't been completely destroyed. Furthermore, it was slowly recovering back to its original form amid flashes of light from the golden and silver runes. Han Li didn't know what material this gate had been forged from, but it was extremely resilient. It appeared that there was only one more thing that he could try. He heaved a faint sigh as a wry smile appeared on his face, but he didn't hesitate any longer as black light flashed, and he reverted back to his human form. Immediately thereafter he made a hand seal and bright golden light erupted from his body. A series of golden scales appeared over his skin, and his face was also concealed by a layer of golden light. He laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared. The projection's 6 arms made hand seals in unison, and brilliant golden light erupted from it as it manifested a substantial golden body. In the next instant, one of the golden body's arms abruptly reached out and made a grabbing motion, upon which a golden blade segment suddenly appeared in its hand. This was none other than the incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Han Li began to chant something, and light swirled around the golden body, forming countless runes that surged into the blade segment in a frenzy. Golden light flashed from the surface of the blade segment, and it blurred slightly before the rest of the blade was also conjured up. Initially, this segment of the blade was slightly blurry and indistinct, but with the influx of more golden runes, it quickly became identical to the rest of the blade. The blade tremored slightly as the golden body brandished it, and a wave of golden light instantly erupted from it. The nearby world's origin chi in the wake of the golden light was immediately stirred up into a frenzied state, and countless specks of 5-colored light instantly appeared out of thin air before surging rapidly toward the golden blade like moths to a flame, then vanishing into the blade itself. A delightful ringing sound rang out from the golden blade, and Han Li's chanting abruptly ceased before he uttered a single menacing word, slash. The golden body immediately raised the golden blade before slashing it toward the giant gate at Han Li's behest, sending a scintillating blade projection hurtling through the air. Initially, the blade projection was only around a foot in length, but after flying through the air for several tens of feet, it had swelled to around 10 feet in length before striking the huge black gate like a dreamy golden crescent moon. The seemingly indestructible gate was sliced in half by the blade projection in a completely soundless manner before collapsing inward. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately withdrew his golden body projection before rushing forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had passed through the broken gate, and as soon as he emerged on the other side, he began to inspect his surroundings while simultaneously releasing his enormous spiritual sense. Immediately thereafter, a stunned look appeared on his face. The world beyond the gate consisted of a small plaza with gray barriers all around it and azure light shimmering above it. Aside from the giant gate that he had just passed through, there were no other visible entrances, and the entire plaza was completely empty aside from a strange circular platform at its center, upon which something seemed to have been placed. Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense, and his pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the tall platform before he made his way directly toward it. Moments later he arrived near the platform and he discovered that it was only just over 300 feet in size. There were intricate and beautiful designs carved onto the ground, depicting the sun, the moon, and stars of different sizes. All of the depictions were extremely lifelike and they covered virtually the entire platform. At the center of the platform was a vibrant green Taisher chair that was quite grandiose to behold. Aside from that, there were 9 silver objects that were each around as tall as a human. They were standing on the platform in a completely stationary manner, and Han Li discovered that these were silver armored warriors that were wielding long halberds. Aside from 9 pairs of black eyes, none of the armored warriors had any parts of their bodies revealed through their suits of armor. These appeared to be statues or other types of inanimate objects rather than sentient puppets. However, all of them were in a rather strange position. They weren't wielding their halberds with both hands. Instead, one hand was making a hand seal while the other hand was locked tightly around the shaft of the halberd at around the halfway point, while the sharp tip of the weapon was pointed directly up the sky. All 9 of the silver-armored puppets were in the same pose. As Han Li inspected the diagram on the ground and the armored warriors, he couldn't help but look up toward the section of the sky that the silver halberds were pointing toward. There he discovered a golden ball of light that was situated at an indeterminate altitude. The ball of light was slowly revolving in a mysterious manner and created a stark contrast with the azure sky around it. This immediately made Han Li think of spatial nodes. Even though that ball of light wasn't an actual spatial node, It was definitely something that was similar to a spatial rift. Han Li appraised the golden ball of light as blue light flashed through his eyes, immediately following which a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face. Could it be that it led to some other mysterious place? After a long while he withdrew his gaze, having discovered nothing else, and began to inspect the 9 armored warriors. These armored warriors were all shimmering with silver light and wore suits of uniform silver armor. However, their suits of armor and halberds were all constructed in the simplistic style that was unique to ancient treasures, and there were countless runes inscribed all over them. In particular, there were a few indistinct yet profound golden runes on a few important areas, and it was clearly golden seal text. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly raised a hand before flicking a finger gently toward one of the armored warriors. A streak of sword chi that was around as thick as a finger shot forth and reached the armored warrior's shoulder in a flash. Yet just as it seemed that it was going to puncture through the armor warrior's shoulder without any impediment, an astonishing scene ensued. The statuesque armored warrior's silver halberd suddenly moved like lightning, striking the azure sword chi and dispersing it with a single blow. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this, and he retreated back a few steps. At the same time, he waved a hand in front of him to conjure up a gray light barrier before looking on in a cautious manner. However, in the next instant, the silver-armored warrior merely withdrew its halberd and adopted its original pose again. So these really are puppets? Han Li murmured to himself as his expression eased slightly. He didn't know just how powerful these puppets were, but the fact that they were still able to move without being controlled after so many years was already quite astonishing. However, it was exactly because Han Li had ascertained that these puppets didn't possess any spiritual nature that he was led to heave a faint sigh of relief. No matter how powerful a puppet was, it was simply a mindless object without anyone to control it, so there was nothing for him to fear. Thus, Han Li paid no further heed to them and lowered his head to carefully inspect the massive starry sky diagram underfoot. In the beginning, the diagram merely struck him as something that was very mundane and ordinary. However, after inspecting it for a while longer, he suddenly felt the diagram blur. Following it seemed to have sprung to life. The surrounding scenes blurred, and he found himself situated in a profound alternate world beneath the starry sky. The sun and moon that were originally still and lifeless suddenly began to release golden and silver light, and under their illumination, all of the other stars also began to glow with cold white light while revolving rhythmically around the sun and moon. At the same time, the sun and moon themselves were also fluctuating in size and altitude in a continuous loop, seemingly depicting the passage of time. Some periods were slow and peaceful while others rushed by in a flash. Han Li looked on calmly at this unfolding scene, which seemed to contain the true laws of heaven and earth, and his mind was completely blank. He wasn't thinking of anything, nor did he want to think anything. He was merely passively being taken along for the ride. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. It was as if an eternity had passed by in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, his entire body shuddered as a surge of refreshing coolness surged out of his dantian, then revolved throughout his head along his meridians. Under the stimulus from that burst of cold energy, Han Li let loose a faint groan and finally returned to his sense, thereby snapping back to reality. Almost at the exact same moment, the entire starry sky seemed to have sensed something, and it shattered before vanishing as fragments of light. When Han Li completely reawakened, he was still standing on the tall platform, looking down at the starry sky diagram on the ground. The eternity that he felt as if had just transpired had actually only lasted the span of a few breaths. Han Li immediately drew a sharp breath as he hurriedly withdrew his gaze from the diagram. This starry sky diagram was imbued with an extremely powerful illusionary formation that was well beyond his realm of comprehension. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he was drawn into it without being able to offer any resistance. And if it weren't for the fact that his great development technique had activated of its own accord to drag him back to reality, he would have still been standing on the spot in a completely entranced state. The illusionary formation that he had just experienced had been so realistic, and the concepts of reality and illusion filled him with quite a conflicted and complex feeling. Even though his mental fortitude was far superior to that of the average person, he still couldn't help but be affected by that experience. He furrowed his brows tightly as he closed his eyes and continued to activate the great development technique, alleviating the irregular emotions in his heart little by little. Only after a long while did he manage to just bare repress his massive emotional fluctuations, upon which he opened his eyes again. On this occasion he naturally didn't dare to look at the starry sky diagram again. Instead he stood on the spot with a vacant expression for a long while before heaving a long sigh as his expression gradually returned to normal. He could sense that even though what he had just experienced had been extremely perilous, it had also provided a rare opportunity for him to refine his mental state, and it had therefore significantly benefited his mental fortitude. Even his spiritual sense seemed to have become slightly more powerful. Could it be that this starry sky diagram was actually a special restriction designed to refine one's willpower rather than just simple illusionary formation? Seeing as this diagram was so profound, it only made sense that the item positioned at the center of the platform would be quite extraordinary as well. With that in mind, Han Li immediately turned and began to appraise the green Taisha chair sitting at the center of the stone platform. The material used to construct the chair was neither wooden nor metallic in nature, but it was entirely green in color, and there was a layer of translucent light shimmering from its surface. Han Li suddenly began to stare intently at the chair as a stunned look appeared on his face. A series of shimmering silver runes suddenly appeared on a previously empty chair, and there were only just over 100 runes in total, but all of them were beveled silver text. With Han Li's photographic memory, he was naturally able to memorize them in the blink of an eye, but he had no idea how they had appeared. Moments later, all of these silver runes shattered before vanishing into the chair down below as specks of spiritual light. Han Li continued to stare at the chair, but his mind had already wandered to the string of text that he had just memorized. A short while later his expression changed slightly, and he discovered that the string of text was nothing more than an extremely simple activation incantation. There was no beginning and no end, and there weren't even any annotations. How peculiar. Han Li was rather hesitant as he glanced at the 9 armored puppets, then up at the golden ball of light in the sky. He then turned his attention back to the starry sky diagram and the green Taisha chair as he carefully read through the incantation in his mind. He stroked his chin, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he formed a rough judgment. All of a sudden he made a hand seal and bright golden light erupted from his body. Golden scales also appeared over the surface of his skin, and he activated his provenance true devil arts once again. Immediately thereafter he let loose a low cry and a golden figure emerged from behind him, then transformed into the golden body projection in a flash. Han Li then laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a streak of black light flew forth before vanishing into the golden body. That was none other than his second nascent soul, Little Black. As soon as the nascent soul entered the golden body, one of the clear faces on the 3 heads abruptly attained a pair of intelligent inky black eyes that were identical to those of a normal person. A flash of golden light then appeared, following which the Fian celestial-like golden body drifted down onto the ground before landing in front of Han Li. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and his body blurred before he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a figure abruptly appeared in the air around 300 feet away from the tall platform. It was none other than Han Li, and he was hovering in a stationary manner with his hands clasped behind his back. He had already discovered that as soon as he entered the space within the screen, the flight restrictions had disappeared. That was why he was able to rise up into the air to appraise everything that was transpiring on the platform. He issued an instruction to his second nascent soul, and the golden body suddenly made hand seals with all 6 of its hands at once. A profound incantation was then uttered by the head with the pair of intelligent black eyes. The incantation was uttered very slowly, but every single syllable was pronounced in a very clear manner, and this was none other than the beveled silver text incantation that had appeared on the Taisha chair. A mere activation incantation naturally wasn't going to stump a spatial tempering stage being like him. However, here in this strange space he didn't dare to use his true body to activate this nameless incantation. However, he could do so using his second nascent soul and his golden body, and that combination was far better able to defend itself in the face of danger than he was. Furthermore, using his second nascent soul to utter this incantation definitely produced an identical effect to utter this incantation himself, so this was naturally the perfect substitute. The incantation continued, and in the blink of an eye, the second nascent soul had already completed the entire incantation. However, no changes had appeared on the stone platform. The golden body stood silently on the platform in a completely expressionless and stationary manner. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing this, and a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he immediately instructed the second nascent soul to utter the incantation a second time. Thus, after around 10 minutes, the second nascent soul had uttered the incantation through the golden body 3 times in succession. However, after the third time the incantation was completed, the 9 silver-armored puppets and the golden ball of light up above still didn't display any changes, as if the incantation had had no effect at all. Han Li's eyes flashed, and a serious look appeared on his face as he appraised the green chair on the platform. Could it be that the person uttering the incantation has to sit on the chair for it to work? I wonder if this is a risk that's worth taking. A hesitant look appeared in Han Li's eyes. This place had been concealed in such a mysterious place, so it definitely harbored quite an important secret. This was something that even an immortal clearly held in very high regard. How could he be willing to leave without exploring everything to the best of his abilities? However, the illusionary formation in the starry sky diagram had been so fearsome that it naturally made him very cautious about getting his golden body to sit on the chair at the center of the diagram. So be it, risk and reward have always come hand in hand. Generally speaking, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I've already successfully manifested a golden body, so I'll just have to get my second nascent soul to take a risk. If I miss out on this opportunity, there's no way that I'll encounter any other immortal ruins in the spirit realm. After contemplating this conundrum for a long while, a determined look finally appeared on Han Li's face. He had always been prone to erring on the side of caution, but in the face of the massive temptation presented by this treasure left behind by an immortal, even he was convinced to take a risk. Almost at the exact same moment, a peculiar light flashed through the golden body's black eyes, and it immediately strode toward the chair. Moments later, the huge golden body stopped in front of the green chair, and it seemed to be rather hesitant as it was too massive to sit in the chair. Thus, it immediately made a hand seal and it quickly shrank down amid a flash of golden light, reducing itself to around 10 feet tall compared to its original 20 feet stature. Only then did it take a seat on the chair and lay its arms on the armrests before uttering the incantation again. On this occasion, changes began to occur around the golden body as soon as it began to utter the incantation. Green light suddenly flashed from the chair that it was sitting on, and a series of silver runes surfaced before revolving around the golden body. As the incantation grew louder and more fervent, specks of 5-colored spiritual light also began to appear in the air above the platform. More and more specks of spiritual light began to gather, and it was as if there were countless 5-colored snowflakes fluttering through the air, creating quite a spectacular sight to behold. Han Li's heart stirred as he looked on at the scenes unfolding on the platform with an intense, unblinking gaze. Almost right after the 5-color specks of light began to appear, golden, silver, and white light abruptly emerged from the massive starry sky diagram on the platform. The sun, moon, and stars flashed before exploding into spiritual light of 3 different colors. Spiritual light surged once again before instantly forming a beveled silver rune, a golden seal rune, and another rune in a white text that he had never seen before. The runes formed a peculiar light formation that enshrouded the entire platform within. The 9 silver-armored puppets and the golden body projection were situated right at the core and other vital locations within the light formation, and an indistinct yet profound connection seemed to have been forged between them. A peculiar light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, but he didn't take any additional measures. The second nascent soul had already reached the final few sentences of its incantation, and azure light flashed through the eyes of the 9 puppets as they finally sprang into action. All of the puppets suddenly shifted a half-step either forward or backward from their original location, and it wasn't a massive change at all, but a burst of restriction fluctuations were suddenly triggered. The fluctuations resonated with the light formation, and the scenes unfolding within the formation instantly changed. The 5 colored specks of light that were hovering in the air shuddered before plunging into the light formation like a torrential storm. At the same time, golden flames erupted from the bodies of the 9 puppets as they held onto their silver halberds. The golden flames reflected off their silver armor, making the puppets appear as majestic and imposing as heavenly generals. However, these puppets certainly weren't just there to look good. As soon as the golden flames emerged, bursts of enormous spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from their bodies. This spiritual pressure was so immense that it instantly caused the world's origin chi around the platform to surge and churn before forming gusts of strong golden wind that howled through the air. Han Li was situated over 300 feet away, and he was only barely glanced by the peripheral gusts of golden winds, but his expression immediately changed drastically. Golden light flashed from his body, and he shot back like a giant arrow as if he had been struck by some kind of tremendous force. He reappeared over 200 feet away in the blink of an eye, and he only managed to just barely steady himself after stumbling back several steps in succession. The spiritual pressure being released by these puppets was truly terrifying. Even though Han Li's body was currently more powerful than that of even the average holy grade being, he still couldn't withstand the spiritual pressure for even an instant. Han Li was naturally quite stunned by this development, but had no time to dwell on it as he hurriedly raised his head to cast his gaze toward the platform. There, the silver halberds in the hands of the 9 armored warriors suddenly shuddered in unison before expelling a golden pillar of light each, which surged directly toward the golden ball of light up above before vanishing into it in a flash. A strange rumbling sound immediately rang out from within the ball of light, and the light within it began to rapidly revolve, slowly forming a gigantic vortex. 3-colored light swirled within the huge light projection, and a 3-colored rune that was virtually the same size as the formation slowly emerged before hurtling into the air in a flash. Moments later, the giant rune vanished into the golden vortex, and the golden light surged violently as a loud rumbling boom rang out. Immediately thereafter, powerful spatial fluctuations erupted from within the vortex, and a few rumbling booms rang out as the golden pillars of light erupting from the silver halberds instantly increased to over twice their original thickness, making their thickness comparable to that of large bowls. Bright light also erupted from the light formation on the platform, manifesting a substantial 3-colored light barrier then enshrouded the entire platform within. There were countless golden and silver runes emerging in a frenzy within the light barrier, and they were drifting directly toward the golden body sitting on the chair. The entire light formation was activated to its very maximal extent, and the rumbling booms had become as deafening as thunderclaps. At the same time, Han Li suddenly sensed that the light around him had abruptly dimmed, and as he inspected his surroundings, he was immediately given a massive fright. He had returned to the massive starry sky that he had already been trapped in once. However, on this occasion he had a rather strange perspective where he was looking down on everything from above, and there were a series of scorching white stars hovering right beside him. The golden body, green chair, 3-colored light formation, armored warriors and golden vortex were also situated within the same starry sky. Han Li abruptly waved a sleeve through the air, and a flying sword that was around an inch in length surged forth, then circled around before transforming into a streak of azure light. The azure light slashed through several nearby stars, completely dispersing them in the process. But mere moments later, the stars that had been destroyed returned to normal amid flashes of white light. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, but he was quite relieved internally. It seemed that this starry sky wasn't an illusionary realm, and on this occasion he had managed to retain clarity of mind. However, just as this thought appeared in Han Li's mind, the spatial fluctuations emanating from within the golden vortex suddenly became several times more powerful. The fluctuations seemed to have formed substantial waves that were visible to the naked eye, and they erupted from the vortex in all directions. The sky blurred in the wake of these fluctuations, and it was as if the entire starry sky had instantly been tipped on its head in an involuntary manner. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out as if heaven and earth were being torn apart, and an extraordinarily thick white pillar of light erupted from the golden vortex. The pillar of light struck the light formation on the platform with unerring accuracy, encompassing the chair and the golden body in the process. The sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from within the pillar of light, and it contained countless 5-colored runes. Even though Han Li was currently situated hundreds of feet away from it, he could still sense the extremely pure spiritual power imbued within the Pillar of Light. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that the Pillar of Light didn't just contain spiritual qi. It also seemed to be imbued with a boundlessly enormous aura like that of a star. Before the second nascent soul had a chance to react, the Pillar of Light had descended upon the golden body, and the space around it instantly tightened as a burst of irresistibly heavy force weighed down upon its body. Even with the golden body's immense strength, it was unable to move so much as a single finger. The pure spiritual power within the Pillar of Light and the 5 colored runes surged into the golden body in a frenzied, unstoppable wave. Han Li's expression changed drastically as he looked on from afar. At such close quarters, his main nascent soul still had a close connection with his second nascent soul, so he was able to directly sense everything as if he were the golden body itself. With the frenzied influx of pure spiritual power and 5 colored runes, the profound devilish qi that the second nascent soul had cultivated to the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage instantly progressed to the late nascent soul stage, as if the bottleneck between the two stages didn't even exist. Furthermore, the second nascent soul continued to become more powerful at an incredible rate under the illumination of the Pillar of Light. Mere moments later, progressed to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage and encountered the deity transformation stage bottleneck. This was an obstacle that even Han Li had only just barely overcome in the past, yet the second nascent soul merely progressed to the early deity transformation stage as if it were taking a stroll in the park. Its cultivation base was still being rapidly enhanced, and less than the span of 10 breaths had passed since the Pillar of Light had fallen upon the golden body. Han Li was understandably extremely astonished, and he could barely believe the information that the second nascent soul was transmitting to him. However, what was even more astonishing was that the golden body projection was beginning to crumble under the Pillar of White Light, disintegrating into thousands of droplets of golden liquid that hovered within the Pillar of Light. Thus, the second nascent soul was completely exposed. However, before Han Li had a chance to figure out whether this was a positive or worrying development, some of the 5 colored runes in the air suddenly shrank down to around the size of grains of rice, then surged into the droplets of golden liquid. These droplets of golden liquid seemed to have been cleansed over and over again by some kind of mysterious power, and Han Li and the second nascent soul suddenly let loose a cry of excruciating agony in unison. The second nascent soul had black qi churning violently over its body, which was shuddering uncontrollably, and Han Li immediately plummeted out of the sky as a ball of golden light. Han Li and the second nascent soul felt as if their bodies and spiritual sense were being raked over and over again by countless sharp blades, and what was even more damning was that no abilities could alleviate this pain even in the slightest. It was as if they had been reduced to mere mortals and could only suffer through the ungodly agony without any being able to offer any resistance. Even though Han Li's immensely powerful body was able to withstand even flying swords and flying sabers, this excruciating pain still made him lose control over his own magic power, thereby resulting in him plummeting from the sky. Even though he was in extreme agony, he was still able to maintain the output of his provenance true devil arts, so a fall from that altitude was nowhere near enough to hurt him. Instead, a small crater was smashed into the ground amid a dull thump by his powerful body, and shattered stone shrapnel flew in all directions. However, Han Li didn't have any spare capacity to notice these small details. Right after he let loose that involuntary cry of agony, he had forcibly pursed his own lips as he tried to repress the pain, and his face was beginning to turn purple. This type of agony was unbearable to the average person, and he could only resist it using his willpower. In this situation, Han Li could sense that his soul had become scorching hot, as if had been enveloped by a scorching ball of flames and set alight. Han Li just barely managed to retain a shred of clarity of mind, but he was still extremely stunned by this development. He gritted his teeth and struggled into the sitting position in the crater, then folded his legs and made a hand seal as bright golden light erupted from his body again. After growing slightly accustomed to the agony, he was using his provenance true devil arts to try and alleviate the pain. However, in the next instant something happened that left him feeling a little stunned. As soon as he began to circulate his spiritual power within his own body, the agony that he had been afflicted by suddenly transformed into bursts of refreshing coolness that surged through his meridians in a frenzy, then turned into a type of strange energy that he had never seen before. This energy began to spur on his provenance true devil arts, causing it to operate at a fearsomely rapid rate. Following a complete cycle of spiritual chi revolution, he could sense that his cultivation base had improved slightly. It wasn't a drastic increase by any means, but it was certainly noticeable. This strange improvement continued as he circulated his provenance true devil arts, and this discovery naturally filled him with elation. Thus he immediately began to focus on cultivation as golden light flashed from his body. Under these circumstances, every single revolution of his cultivation art provided an effect that was equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation, so he definitely wasn't going to pass up such a brilliant opportunity. However, his rate of progression was still far inferior to that of the second nascent soul in the Pillar of Light. The second nascent soul was also circulating its cultivation art to try and alleviate its agony, but due to the enormous influx of energy flowing into its body within the Pillar of Light, it was unable to blunt its pain by much. However, at the same time, its cultivation base was improving at 3 to 4 times the rate of Han Li's progression. After a while it progressed to the mid-deity transformation stage, and it still didn't encounter any bottlenecks. Time passed by slowly and Han Li's body suddenly shuddered as a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. After spending some time working through his early spatial tempering stage bottleneck, he made a breakthrough to the mid-spatial tempering stage. He was naturally ecstatic to sense this, and he continued to circulate his provenance true devil arts as quickly as he could. What he failed to notice was that in the instant he reached the mid-spatial tempering stage, the golden droplets within the Pillar of Light in the distance suddenly flashed before abruptly converging toward the second nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, a brand new golden body took shape within the Pillar of Light. It still had 3 heads and 6 arms, but there were purplish golden patterns running all over its body, forming a series of strange and slightly indistinct runes. Not only were these purplish golden runes quite blurry, they also seemed to be incomplete. Even so, the golden body was releasing an aura that was vastly more powerful than before, and the crimson golden spiritual light emanating from its body was infused with a hint of a mysterious purple color. The second blurry face of the golden body also became noticeably clearer than before, and one could even make out some facial features such as its eyes and nose. However, the third face remained as indistinct as ever. After obtaining this new golden body, the second nascent soul was able to absorb spiritual power and 5 colored runes at a vastly improved speed, and its pain had also been alleviated significantly. Moments later, the second nascent soul progressed to the late deity transformation stage before rushing rapidly toward the pinnacle of that stage. A short while later, Han Li was also close to the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage and was accumulating power for another breakthrough. Right at this moment, the second nascent soul broke through its major bottleneck with relative ease and progressed to the spatial tempering stage as well. Any spirit realm mighty figure would be stunned to the point of speechlessness if they were to witness this terrifying rate of progression. A resounding boom rang out, and the silver halberds being wielded by the 9 armored puppets suddenly let loose a prolonged ringing sound in unison. At the same time, 9 pillars of light erupted from their sharp tips before vanishing into the air above. The pillar of white light erupting from the golden vortex abruptly shuddered before becoming even thicker than before, and the second nascent soul instantly let loose a shrill cry of agony in response. The golden body that had just taken shape began to melt away again amid violent flashes of golden light. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to golden droplets that were floating within the pillar of light again. However, on this occasion, the golden droplets were infused with hints of purple, and they seemed to be different from before. After that, the same events transpired again. Pure spiritual power and 5 colored runes surged into the golden droplets, and bursts of mysterious energy cleansed them once again. The traces of purple within the golden droplets also began to expand at a rate that was indiscernible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the sense of agony that Han Li had been afflicted by was increased by about 2-fold in the instant that the pillar of white light had thickened, and the pain was so crippling that he almost blacked out on the spot. Thankfully, his pain tolerance threshold had been temporarily elevated by this relentless assault of agony, and that allowed him to just barely cling onto his consciousness. Furthermore, as he continued to circulate his spiritual power, he began to absorb more and more of the cool energy that was enhancing his cultivation base. This experience made Han Li feel as if he were being burned and frozen at the same time. His cultivation base had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage about 7 or 8 minutes ago, and since then he had drawn upon this mysterious energy to attempt over 10 breakthroughs to the late spatial tempering stage. However, this bottleneck was clearly vastly different from the previous ones he had broken through, and it simply refused to budge. As such, more and more of the mysterious energy accumulated within his body, and his pain was elevated to an unprecedented level. If he couldn't break through this bottleneck in a short time, he felt as if either his soul would be torn apart by this excruciating agony or his body would explode. He had only managed to last until this point as his great development technique and provenance true devil arts had bolstered his soul and body to be far more powerful than those of other cultivators of the same caliber. If a normal spatial tempering cultivator were in his place, they would have perished long ago. Thus, Han Li's ecstasy quickly turned into alarm, and he could only continue to gather up the energy within his body before making one frenzied attempt after another at breaking through his bottleneck. He was only a sliver away from making the breakthrough, but he found himself unable to take that final step, and he was becoming quite anxious. As expected, risk and reward really did come hand in hand. According to his estimates, he was going to die if he couldn't break through his bottleneck after 3 more attempts. Just as he was beginning to sweat profusely, a ball of golden light that resembled a scintillating sun suddenly appeared around him. It was so bright that if any onlookers were present, they would have been forced to look away. Perhaps the breakthrough attempts that he had made had finally bore fruit, or if his desperation had allowed him to tap into more of his latent potential, but then he managed to break through the bottleneck after just 1 more attempt. Han Li's body shuddered and several bursts of scorching energy flowed out from his dantian, surging through his body, limbs and meridians. At the same time, golden and azure spiritual light flashed incessantly from his primary nascent soul, and it expanded quite significantly in size. His magic power also swelled drastically by well over half in virtually the blink of an eye. Han Li was ecstatic, but in the next instant, a hint of alarm and horror appeared in his eyes. In the instant that he progressed to the late spatial tempering stage, the golden droplets within the pillar of light in the distance had converged to form another golden body. Not only were the runes on this golden body far clearer and more complete than the previous one, the protective spiritual light it was releasing had also taken on a faint purplish golden color. However, as a result, the white pillar of light that was crashing down from above expanded once again, causing the golden body to disintegrate for a 3rd time. Furthermore, the influx of cool energy continued at an even faster rate, and Han Li's cultivation base was progressing even more quickly than before. Never did he think that he would be horrified by excessively fast cultivation progression someday. Han Li was well aware that even with the power of the Pillar of Light, his bottlenecks were becoming more and more difficult to break through. His last breakthrough had already been extremely forced, so there was no way he would be able to successfully make a breakthrough to the body integration stage. If his magic power were to continue to pile up, his body would inevitably explode, so how could he not be alarmed? This strange situation was completely out of his control, and only by wrenching the second nascent soul out of that pillar of light would he be able to escape this perilous situation. However, the second nascent soul's golden body had been destroyed thrice already, and the nascent soul itself was completely immobilized by the enormous power crashing down from above. How could he possibly detach the second nascent soul from the pillar of light? As such, he could only look on in a resigned manner as his cultivation base continued to improve at an astonishing rate. Around an hour later, the second nascent soul made 2 more breakthroughs and reached the late spatial tempering stage, making its cultivation base comparable to Han Li's. However, the rate of progression that the second nascent soul was experiencing within the Pillar of Light naturally far exceeded that of Han Li. He was still quite far away from reaching the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, yet his second nascent soul had already progressed to that point and had begun attempting a breakthrough to the body integration stage. Breaking the bottleneck to the body integration stage required far more power than the normal person could imagine. The golden droplet seemed to have also sensed that a major breakthrough was being attempted, and it converged to form a golden body that enveloped the second nascent soul again. Enormous amounts of energy surged out of the nascent soul's body, and even the golden body couldn't withstand such immense energy output as it crumbled away again. The last attempt that had been made was nowhere near enough for the second nascent soul to make a breakthrough to the body integration stage, so it had no choice but to accumulate energy anew after the golden body vanished. Following the golden body's disintegration, it reformed once again amid a flash of purplish golden light. This process was repeated 7 or 8 times, and every breakthrough attempt that the second nascent soul made was enough to expend all of the mysterious energy it had accumulated. However, at the same time, due to the sheer enormity of the power output, the golden body that was manifested each time was easily broken, only to be rapidly manifested once again at the second nascent soul's behest. Every time the golden body took shape again, even more tremendous energy was accumulated than last time. However, the body integration stage bottleneck was far more powerful than anticipated, and even after so many surges of energy, it was only just beginning to budge slightly. The second nascent soul was clearly still nowhere near able to make this breakthrough, and Han Li's heart sank further and further. At this point he had also reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and the cool energy was beginning to force its way through his meridians, resulting in a slightly swollen feeling. Han Li was extremely alarmed by this mounting development, but due to the agony that he was currently being afflicted by, he was only able to just barely hold onto a shred of consciousness, but he was unable to make any hand seals or summon any treasures. As such, despite his vast array of powerful abilities and treasures, he was unable to use any of that to his advantage. Meanwhile, the golden vortex continued to expel the white pillar of light, which wasn't abating in power in the slightest. Han Li could sense the mysterious energy rapidly mounting within his meridians, and his face became deathly pale. He knew that no matter how powerful his body was, there was no way it could compare with the might of his golden body projection. Even the golden body was being easily destroyed by the surges of energy during the second nascent soul's breakthrough attempts. There was no way that his body would be able to withstand this power. The energy within the pillar of light was indeed extremely potent, but it was also far too aggressive and overbearing. This sense of complete and utter powerlessness was something that Han Li had virtually never experienced during his cultivation journey, and even with his strong mental fortitude he was beginning to panic. After a short while, it was as if a layer of golden powder had been applied to Han Li's body. Not only was he shimmering with golden light, the golden scales over his skin had also swelled significantly in size and begun to intertwine to form a faint golden suit of scale armor. Even though it was extremely thin from a distance, it appeared as if Han Li had donned a suit of complete golden armor. This was none other than Provenance Amour, which was the bonded armor that would appear once one cultivated the Provenance True Devil Arts to an extremely high level. The suit of bonded armor currently didn't possess any powerful abilities, and its defensive prowess was less than 1/1000th of the heavenly devilish armor, but this type of bonded armor had boundless potential. It could develop as its wearer's cultivation base improved, and due to the fact that it was something that was bonded to the wearer, it was far more versatile than a normal suit of armor. Of course, this provenance armor wasn't something that a spatial tempering stage being was supposed to be able to attain. Instead, it was a powerful ability that was only supposed to manifest itself after one reached the body integration stage while cultivating the Provenance True Devil Arts. Han Li was only able to manifest an incomplete version of this ability in advance due to the overflow effect from the vast influx of energy. Even though this bonded armor certainly couldn't be considered to be very powerful, the earlier he attained it, the more latent potential it would possess, and he could use his own true essence to refine it. This was something that would have made Han Li ecstatic under normal circumstances, but in this current situation he barely even took a glance at it. His attention was currently entirely focused on trying to think of a plausible method to save himself before he exploded like an overinflated balloon. In his desperation, Han Li really did think of a way to save himself. If he could self-detonate in the instant before his body exploded, he could draw upon the power released by his self-detonation to help his nascent soul escape. Even though Han Li was unable to summon any treasure or use any abilities at the moment, His body was like a ticking time bomb, and it wouldn't be a difficult task to detonate it slightly earlier than it otherwise would. Even though both scenarios would conclude in self-detonation, the connotations were completely different. If he were forced to self-detonate by that mysterious energy, he wouldn't be able to control the explosion at all, and it was most likely the case that his nascent soul would be swept up and destroyed. However, if he were to undergo a controlled self-detonation, he would be able to control the power and range of the explosion to a certain extent, thereby buying his nascent soul the opportunity to escape intact. Of course, this was only a last resort method that he would refrain from using until he absolutely had to. After all, a nascent soul without a body was virtually nothing more than a sitting duck that was at everyone's mercy. Thankfully, he had the spirit body of the immortal Zhou Xian in his storage bracelet, and if he really were forced to self-detonate, then the only course of action available to him would be to forcibly possess that spirit body. It was unknown whether this course of action would truly allow him to escape alive, but there were no alternatives for him. As for his second nascent soul, it would be up to the heavens to decide whether it survived or not. He wasn't even sure if he could save himself, so he naturally didn't have any spare capacity to worry about the second nascent soul's safety. Han Li heaved an internal resigned sigh, and he was regretting his reckless actions. If he had refrained from acting in such a rash manner, he wouldn't be in this desperate situation. After a short while, bursts of sharp pain began to spear through all of his meridians, and he felt as if they were about to be torn apart at any moment. His expression changed several times in succession, and he took a deep breath before beginning to activate what little remaining spiritual sense he had. His meridians had already been filled to the absolute brim by pure spiritual power, and it only took the slightest stimulus for it to begin churning violently. Golden light flashed erratically from his body, and the provenance armor that had just taken shape began to warp slightly. There were even white cracks that had begun to appear on its surface, and a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face. He cast his gaze toward his second nascent soul, which was situated within the pillar of light in the distance, and he strengthened his own resolve before preparing to detonate all of the magic power within his body. In doing so, he was essentially going to be tossing a spark into a bubbling pot of oil, and his body would instantly explode. However, right at this moment, a startling turn of events suddenly unfolded. One of Han Li's arms suddenly became extremely hot, as if it had been enveloped by scorching flames. His heart immediately jolted in response to this sudden development, and his spiritual sense faltered as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward that arm. As a result, he was stunned to see that a faint glowing yellow insignia had appeared on his forearm. His heart immediately stirred as he identified what this was. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit that had been sealed within his arm. Before he had a chance to think of anything else, the yellow insignia suddenly began to flash and warp. The mysterious energy and pure spiritual power within his body immediately surged toward the insignia from his meridians in a frenzy as if they had found an outlet. The insignia was like a bottomless pit that didn't display any reaction aside from flashing slightly even after devouring such an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Moments later, close to half of the mysterious energy within his body was devoured, and the life-threatening peril he had been placed under was easily alleviated. He was naturally ecstatic to see this, and in the next instant, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The yellow insignia suddenly flashed one final time before a yellow wooden rod appeared on the surface of his arm. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit. The fruit seemed to be extremely excited, and it only flashed violently a few times before all of the spiritual power and mysterious energy within Han Li's body was completely sucked dry. The profound heavenly fruit then released an astonishing aura before gently swaying a few times toward the direction of the golden vortex in the sky. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed from one end of the fruit, and a blade that was around a foot in length suddenly emerged from that end of the fruit. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, but there was a string of green runes inscribed on its center, all of which were flashing with a cold light. This was none other than the profound heavenly sword. There was no need for Han Li to issue any instructions to the sword before it ascertained the biggest threat in this place, and it abruptly pointed its sharp blade at the golden vortex in the sky before a clear ringing sound erupted into the heavens. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed and countless dark green runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the sword blade. The sword then tremored slightly a few times, and the nearby world's origin chi surged violently. Countless wisps of five-colored light suddenly appeared out of thin air before surging toward the profound heavenly sword in a frenzy. The sword immediately began to glow with scintillating light. The clear ringing sound also became around twice as loud as before as it unleashed a slash toward the golden vortex up above. An azure sword projection appeared, and it was as scintillating as a bolt of heavenly lightning. In the next instant, it reached the golden vortex before unleashing a diagonal slash. A resounding boom rang out and the white pillar of light was sliced in half. A burst of power of laws that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted from the sword projection before inundating the golden vortex. A loud ringing sound immediately rang out from the vortex, following which light flashed, and it transformed into a golden disc that was around an acre in size. The massive golden disc had the exact same image inscribed upon it as the starry sky diagram on the platform, and at the same time, there were countless five-colored runes hovering around it. One pillar of white light after another was being expelled by the golden disc in a frenzy as it desperately attempted to resist the power of laws imbued within the sword projection. This was clearly an extraordinary spatial treasure even in the true immortal realm, and its value most likely exceeded that of even the average profound heavenly treasure, but its forte clearly didn't lie in its offensive power, so how could it possibly withstand an attack that was imbued with the power of laws of an entire realm? Within mere moments, all of the white pillars of light were completely destroyed by the power of laws, and the surrounding space warped as the azure sword projection struck the golden disc. A crisp crack sounded and dazzling golden light erupted from the golden disc. In the face of the enormous power of laws, it twisted and warped before shattering into pieces. The golden disc proved to be extremely fragile and instantly disintegrated into countless specks of light, leaving only some faint spatial fluctuations in the air. Right as this treasure was being destroyed, a thin and tall humanoid figure that was seated in a secret chamber deep within a certain sea of the spirit realm abruptly raised its head, and a pair of green fireballs appeared in its eye sockets, illuminating its facial features with great clarity. This was a white skeletal face, and the two green fireballs that were flashing within the eye sockets presented quite a harrowing sight to behold. Not far in front of the skeleton were 12 ancient copper lamps, each of which was around a foot tall. There were green flames of different sizes flickering within the lamps, the largest of which were comparable to the size of eggs, while the smallest ones were as thin as a pinky finger. A hint of bewilderment appeared in the skeleton's eyes, and it cocked its head to the side in a contemplative manner. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to it, and it abruptly opened its mouth to expel a ball of silver light. A palm-sized silver disc appeared from within the silver light, and aside from the fact that it was of a different color, it was completely identical to the golden disc that had been destroyed in the vast glacial realm. However, the silver disc was riddled with countless tin and long cracks, and in the instant that it emerged, it let loose an anguished wail before vanishing into nothingness. The green fireballs within the mysterious skeleton's eye sockets immediately swelled to several times their original size upon seeing this, and a thunderous roar of fury erupted from its mouth. It then abruptly rose to its feet and suddenly made a grabbing motion toward a certain patch of space in a fit of thunderous rage. Powerful spatial fluctuations immediately erupted forth as a giant inky black claw appeared out of thin air, then grabbed toward the nearby wall. A resounding boom rang out as the thick wall of the secret chamber was pulverized by the giant claw, but the skeleton's fury still didn't seem to have abated. It opened its mouth toward another wall, and there was black light flashing within its mouth, suggesting that it was seemingly about to blast out something. However, right at this moment, its eyes flashed and it suddenly turned toward the 12 antiquated lamps on the ground. The green flames within its eye sockets flashed, and it seemed to have calmed down as it slowly closed its large mouth in the end. The skeleton gritted its teeth and grumbled an unintelligible string of words before sitting down with its legs crossed once again. Thus, the interior of the secret chamber fell completely silent again, and the green flames within the 12 lamps continued to flicker, illuminating the secret chamber in an unsteady light. Green light flashed from the profound heavenly sword, and its blade quickly vanished as it reverted back to its original wooden rod form. The sword then emitted a clear ringing sound before drifting toward Han Li's arm as a ball of yellow light. The same faint yellow insignia then reappeared on Han Li's forearm, indicating that the profound heavenly sword had been sealed again. Han Li stared at the insignia on his arm with an elated look in his eyes. He heaved a long sigh of relief before attempting to stand up from within the crater. In the instant that the golden disc had been destroyed, all of his pain had been alleviated, leaving him feeling as if he had just survived an ordeal that would have surely resulted in his death. However, it was still too early for him to be relieved. As soon as he rose to his feet, his legs suddenly gave out from under him and he collapsed onto the ground again. Immediately thereafter, his entire body became numb, and this development was naturally quite alarming to Han Li, prompting him to release his spiritual sense to inspect his own internal condition. The result of his inspection brought a wry smile to his face. Even though he was currently at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, his body was completely devoid of magic power. It was quite clear that although that slash from the profound heavenly sword had been devastatingly powerful, it had also sapped away all of the spiritual power within his body. On top of that, it had also completely devoured all of that mysterious energy that had flowed into his body. Otherwise, without that additional energy, there would have been no way for him to unleash that slash with the profound heavenly sword. Thankfully, only his magic power was currently completely depleted. Everything else had been left largely untouched, so he was already extremely fortunate. However, his meridians had been damaged by the excessive influx of energy from earlier, and now that his energy and magic power had been completely depleted, the aftereffects naturally began to rear their ugly heads. However, Han Li wasn't concerned about this. With his powerful self-regenerative abilities, he would be able to easily recover from this. However, the severe exhaustion of magic power was something that would take some time to recover from. In any case, he was still extremely pleased overall. He had confidence that he was different from other cultivators, and that it was only a matter of time before he reached the late spatial tempering stage with the assistance of his rising dragon pills and other pills. But the rapid progress he had made today had saved him around 500 years or perhaps even 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. This was naturally a massively fortunate event for him. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he cast his gaze toward the center of the tall platform. There, the golden body was hovering in mid-air, and it was also seated with its legs crossed and its 6 eyes closed. Through the spiritual connection between his primary and second nascent souls, he was immediately able to determine that his second nascent soul was completely fine. It was merely consolidating its current cultivation base with all its might after making so many breakthroughs in quick succession. Otherwise, if it weren't careful, its cultivation base could immediately fall back down a stage or two. Furthermore, it had only been able to survive that rapid string of breakthroughs as Han Li was a spatial tempering cultivator himself. Otherwise, if the second nascent soul had truly only been a nascent soul stage being, then just the inner demon backlash resulting from the massive cultivation-based disparity would instantly drive it mad and result in its death. Even so, the second nascent soul definitely wouldn't be fit to fight anyone in a short time. Without over 10 years of meditation, inner demons would potentially appear at any time to destabilize its cultivation base. However, what was most remarkable to Han Li was the current state of the Provenance golden body. After being broken down and refined on multiple occasions by that mysterious energy, countless purplish golden runes had appeared over its body, and the aura that it was releasing was over twice as powerful as it had been in the past. The Provenance golden body had been extremely powerful to begin with, and now that its powers had more than doubled, it had naturally become an extremely fearsome force to be reckoned with. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise to Han Li, and even though he was doing his best to remain calm, he couldn't prevent a faint smile from appearing on his face. Around 2 hours later, Han Li sat up before folding his legs. The damage that had been inflicted to his meridians had already largely healed, and he flipped a hand over to summon several medicine vials of different colors, then tipped out a few pills that were emanating fragrant medicinal aromas before taking them all at once. The medicine vials then disappeared and were replaced by a pair of extremely vibrant green crystals. Han Li immediately closed his eyes and began to absorb the pure spiritual qi within these top-grade spirit stones as quickly as he could with the assistance of those pills. Not long ago, Han Li had wished he could expel all of the spiritual power within his body, which was threatening to make him explode. However, now that he truly had no spiritual power left, he was forced to accumulate it little by little once again. Han Li was left feeling rather speechless by this string of developments. Time passed by quickly and over half a day flew by in a flash. Han Li abruptly opened his eyes and a burst of light flashed through them, indicating that he seemed to have recovered some of his magic power. His brows furrowed slightly as he slowly rose to his feet, and due to the breakthroughs he'd made, his body was now able to hold far more magic power than in the past. The spiritual qi in this place was far more abundant than that of the spirit realm. And so much time had passed since he'd taken those pills and began to use those spirit stones to replenish his own energy, but he had only recovered around 10% of his total magic power. Of course, this so-called 10% was comparable to close to half of the magic power he had once had prior to his breakthroughs. However, in this current situation, Han Li naturally couldn't just meditate for a few days and waste that much time. After he felt like he had recovered enough energy to protect himself, he immediately sprang into action again. However, he didn't exit through the broken gate. Instead, he made his way toward the center of the stone platform. The most precious treasure here, that golden disc, had been destroyed, but all of the other treasures here were still quite tempting to him, and he planned to take all of them. This green chair that he was currently appraising was naturally one of those treasures. The chair had cooperated with the golden disc up above, and it was clearly quite an extraordinary treasure in its own right. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of azure light immediately surged forth, following which the chair vanished in the blink of an eye. After that, he cast his gaze around him, then abruptly appeared in front of one of the armored puppets. Compared to the spirit chair, Han Li was more interested in these puppets. Following the destruction of the golden disc, the puppets had returned to their original stationary statuesque state, but Han Li didn't dare to look down on them at all. Back when the armored puppets had been fully activated, the spiritual pressure they released was almost comparable to that of a body integration stage being. If he could control these puppets to fight for him, then they would be an enormous asset. With that in mind, he released his spiritual sense to infiltrate the puppet before him, but a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face moments later. The construction of this puppet was extremely rough, and the only thing that Han Li was unable to identify was the strange crimson stone embedded into the core of the puppet, which wasn't an ordinary spirit stone. He didn't know what this strange stone was, but its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it was flashing incessantly with countless thin golden threads within it. The spiritual light emanating from it was extremely faint, and it looked as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. It was quite clear that the puppet's actions had already exhausted most of the energy within the strange stone. At present, it appeared that the stone only possessed enough energy to support one or two more attacks from the puppet. Han Li's brows were tightly furrowed as he inspected the puppet for a long while, but in the end he still swept a sleeve through the air to try and stow the puppet away amid a flash of green light. However, the turn of events that unfolded next gave Han Li a massive fright. Right as the azure light settled over the puppet before him, light suddenly began to flash erratically from its body, and it released an extremely dangerous aura. Just this aura alone was enough to force back the azure light, and Han Li immediately rushed back in an alarmed manner, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. After just a few flashes, he appeared in the air outside the platform, and right at this moment, the 9 puppets swung their halberds through the air in unison, sending powerful streaks of silver light hurtling toward their closest puppet. A string of dull thumps rang out, and the 9 puppets were all sliced in half at the same time before exploding as they collapsed to the ground, leaving only shattered puppet shards littered all over the platform. Han Li was naturally feeling rather wistful that he hadn't been able to take the puppets with him, but he then quickly flew over to the platform and collected all of the puppet fragments amid a flash of azure light. The construction of these puppets was a little rough, but Han Li had never seen this type of material before, so he was planning to take it for further research. After doing all that, he looked down to find that the platform was now completely empty, but the massive starry sky diagram was still perfectly preserved. Han Li had experienced firsthand just how powerful this illusionary formation was, and even with his significantly enhanced cultivation base, he didn't dare to look at it for too long. After taking a deep breath, he flipped a hand over to produce a white scroll. He flicked a wrist and tossed the scroll downward, upon which it descended as a streak of white light. However, when it was still over 100 feet above the platform, it paused in mid-air, and Han Li made a hand seal while chanting something before pointing downward in a solemn manner. The scroll unfurled to reveal a blank image that was several feet in length. The scroll then began to expand at a drastic rate as Han Li chanted his incantation, and mere moments later, it had expanded to around the same size as the stone platform, making it look as if it were a massive white canopy that was hovering in mid-air. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and his chanting ceased as he flicked his 10 fingers downward in succession. One incantation seal shot forth after another before vanishing into the white scroll down below, and lights of all different colors erupted from the scroll before slowly descending and encompassing the entire stone platform. The vibrant lights swirled incessantly over the blank scroll, creating a spectacular sight to behold. Only after a full 10 minutes had passed did the light on the scroll gradually fade into nothingness, but the white scroll and now become a 5-colored one. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and the scroll immediately rose up from the platform in a flash before quickly shrinking down to its original size of several feet. There was now a miniature diagram on the scroll that was completely identical to the one down below. Han Li had used a secret technique to replicate the starry sky diagram on the stone platform. The scroll then transformed into a 5-colored streak of light that vanished into Han Li's sleeve in a flash. With this starry sky diagram replica, he was confident that he would be able to glean some secrets from it. At the very least, studying it would greatly assist him in bettering his understanding of illusionary techniques. As such, there was nothing of value left in this place. However, Han Li still carefully searched through this place, and only after ascertaining that there were no hidden items did he fly out of the shattered gate as a streak of azure light. He had already been in this space for close to a day, so he naturally didn't want to linger here any longer. A resounding boom rang out as a certain section of the giant screen in the main palace suddenly exploded. A ball of black light that was around 10 feet in size abruptly surfaced on the screen before quickly swirling to form a small vortex. A streak of azure light emerged from the vortex before fading to reveal Han Li at the center of the palace. He turned to look back at the screen before his third law destruction eye slowly fell shut on his glabella. It's a pity that this Shumi treasure has already been completely refined by someone else and can't be used by others. Otherwise, this would be a very useful treasure, Han Li murmured to himself in a slightly wistful manner before looking around at the palace, and sure enough, Lu Shuer and Shikuan were already nowhere to be seen. Despite this, Han Li's expression remained calm, and after a brief moment of contemplation he strode out of the palace. He had remained in that Shumi paradise for such a long time, so the other two had presumably already searched through every other place here. As such, all he wanted to do now was to find them and leave this place as quickly as possible, then meditate somewhere for a few days to recover his own soul power. However, just as Han Li emerged from the palace and was about to let loose a long cry to contact Lu Shuer and Shikuan, a loud rumbling akin to a thunderclap suddenly erupted from the ground, immediately following which everything began to quake violently. Han Li was quite startled by this development, yet before he had a chance to do anything, the sky suddenly dimmed, and a vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly appeared to obscure the entire sky. Lightning flashed and loud thunderclaps rang out while gusts of powerful gray winds erupted from the ground in the distance, disappearing into the dark clouds like Wurm rising into the heavens. From a distance, it looked as if countless gargantuan pillars were rising into the air, creating a very spectacular sight to behold. Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. Even without releasing his spiritual sense, he could tell that the world's origin chi in this place had been plunged into complete disarray, and all types of spiritual chi had filled the entire sky. What was even more alarming to him was that many bursts of restriction fluctuations had emerged in the nearby space, and they were fluctuating in power in an extremely unstable manner. Azure light immediately flashed from Han Li's body as he slowly rose up into the air. Only after elevating to around 50 to 60 feet above the ground did he stop in his ascent. The flight restriction here hadn't completely disappeared, but its power was less than half as potent as it originally was. As such, Han Li had no difficulty flying at low altitudes. Right at this moment, the ground began to quake more violently, and a layer of purple light began to appear over the main palace behind him before fluctuating in brightness in an extremely erratic manner. A ball of yellow light abruptly erupted out of the roof of a certain building among the cluster of pavilions behind the main palace, and it hurtled directly toward the main palace. At the same time, a streak of white light also flew toward the main palace from one of the side palaces. These were none other than Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan, and both of them wore alarmed expressions, clearly having been caught by surprise by this sudden development. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly, and he didn't hesitate any longer as he flew toward the plaza in front of the main palace as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he reached the mountain path outside the palace gate, then rushed down the steps toward the foot of the mountain. At first he had been concerned that the suction force of the mountain path would still exist, and that it would impede his efforts to rush down the mountain, but after flying for over 100 feet, those concerns were completely laid to rest. Perhaps it was due to the sudden changes taking place in this space, or perhaps this restriction only applied to those scaling the mountain. In any case, he didn't encounter any impediment and reached the foot of the mountain after just a few flashes. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuer also arrived beside him almost immediately thereafter. As soon as Shi Kuan appeared, he immediately bellowed in rage and frustration. "What happened? Why does this space suddenly look like it's collapsing? I was just about to secure a powerful treasure. If you think you're the only one? I had just broken the restriction on a secret chamber and was about to enter it," Lu Shuer snapped. Neither of them appeared to be explicitly pinning the blame on anyone, but both of them turned to look at Han Li in unison. "Do you think I have something to do with this? I only just emerged from that space as well. How could I have possibly done anything to result in this situation?" Han Li's expression darkened, and he certainly wasn't going to take the blame for this. "But let's discuss this after we get out of here. If we don't leave this place, we'll all be dead once the space collapses." Shi Kuan was about to say something further, but Lu Shuer interjected to cut him off, and he immediately fell silent. Han Li naturally wasn't going to say anything either, and the three of them rose up into the air as streaks of light. Now that the three of them were flying together, the speed of their flight increased by about twofold, and they reached the stone platform nearby, upon which stood the teleportation formation. The three of them rushed into the teleportation formation at the same time, upon which Han Li raised a hand to cast an incantation seal toward the edge of the formation. The formation released a faint buzzing sound and a flash of bright white light, following which Han Li's trio was instantly completely encompassed within the white light. After the buzzing sound receded and the light faded, the teleportation formation also vanished. A streak of azure light emerged tens of thousands of feet in the air, following which Han Li abruptly emerged. Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan also appeared within 200 feet of him, and none of them said anything as they stared intently down at the massive light hole down below. Lights of different colors were flashing incessantly within the light hole amid a string of rumbling booms, and spiritual light was flashing violently on the edge of the hole, making it look as if it were a volcano that was about to erupt. "Let's go. We can't remain here any longer. That thing's about to blow up and it'll be extremely perilous for us if we get caught up in the spatial vortex," Han Li said in an expressionless manner. He then flew toward a certain direction without waiting for a response from Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuer exchanged a grim glance before immediately flying away behind Han Li. At their speed, the three of them instantly covered a distance of several thousands of kilometers in a short time. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from extremely far in the distance behind them. A vast amount of spiritual qi was rapidly being compressed, then exploding violently to release enormous spiritual pressure that almost instantly tore apart the formations that Han Li's trio had set up around the entrance of the restriction. A massive pillar of wind erupted from the ground, then spread outward in all directions, sending gale-force winds sweeping through the surrounding area with a radius of several kilometers. At the same time, powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and even though Han Li's trio was already far away from the scene, they could still clearly sense the devastating aura in that direction. Their expressions changed slightly in unison, and they realized that if they had fled the scene any slower than they did, they could have been in a lot of trouble. This is bad. Those Jiaoqi beings are heading toward us and they're coming really quickly. They're about to get here soon, Lu Shui'er suddenly exclaimed. Han Li seemed to have also sensed something at the same time, and a grave look appeared on his face. They've indeed discovered us and they're using secret techniques to track us. We can't stay here any longer. We have to split up and flee right away. Those Jiaoqi beings have remained here for so long, so they must also be plotting something big and may not be that intent on chasing us down if we run away. Seeing as all of them had secured the treasures they had come to the vast glacial realm for, all the three were planning to go their separate ways anyway, so neither of them objected to Han Li's proposal. In that case, I'll be taking my leave. Shi Kuan cupped his fist in a parting salute before flying away as a streak of yellow light. Seeing you again in Cloud City in a few months, Brother Han, Lu Shui'er also bade farewell to him with a faint smile on her face. She then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a palm-sized silver canoe, which elongated to around 10 feet in length in a flash. She gently stepped onto the canoe, and spatial fluctuations erupted as a ball of a 5-colored spiritual light appeared out of thin air before rushing into Lu Shui'er's arms. It was none other than that small winged leopard. After recovering her spirit beast, Lu Shui'er didn't hesitate any longer. Silver light flashed from the canoe beneath her feet, and it appeared several hundred feet away before continuing to hurtle into the distance. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, following which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. He gently flapped those wings, and his body shot forth as an azure and white thread of light. After just a few flashes, Han Li covered a distance of several thousand feet and disappeared from view. Right at this moment, a small white snake appeared nearby before vanishing into the light thread, which paused momentarily before hurtling away at full speed. Not long after that, spiritual light flashed in the distance, and over 10 streaks of light converged right at the spot where Han Li's trio had been situated at before. The streaks of light receded to reveal a dozen or so Jiaoqi beings, each in different attire. The young man who was leading the group had golden horns on his head and currently wore a dark expression. Those people sure are alert to have gotten away so quickly. To think that they were prowling nearby and went completely unnoticed by us until we triggered their restriction. We definitely can't let them get away with this. Lung Han, Baigua, you two chase down the other two with everyone else. I'll chase after the final person myself, the golden-horned young man instructed through gritted teeth. 2 Jiaoqi beings, one male and one female, immediately bowed in unison in response. Leave it to us, Envoy Shu Li will be sure to hunt down our targets. The man appeared to be in his 40s and was very tall and broad. Golden light flashed and the 6-pawed lizard flapped its 4 wings vigorously, sweeping up a yellow sandstorm that instantly completely inundated its body. Moments later, the sandstorm receded, and the lizard beast and Jiaoqi being were nowhere to be seen. The azure and white thread that Han Li had transformed into was flying through the air at an incredible speed, covering a distance in excess of 50,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, he was constantly inspecting his internal condition with his spiritual sense during his flight, and his brows quickly began to furrow slightly. Not long after he had set off, he had sensed that something mysterious seemed to have locked onto him. He had been attempting to pinpoint and remove whatever was tracking him this entire time, but it seemed to be more than just an ordinary secret technique. As such, despite how quickly he was flying, he was unable to shake off his pursuer. Furthermore, even though he was flying at an extremely fast speed, maintaining this speed expended a vast amount of magic power, and in his current depleted state, there was no way that he would be able to keep up this speed for very long. As such, it seemed that he would have no choice but to take care of this pursuer if he didn't want to continue to be pestered. During his flight, he had already employed some methods to ascertain that he was being chased by a Jiaoqi being, and that there was only a single pursuer. As such, after failing once again to find what he was being tracked by, killing intent began to well up in his heart. With his current late spatial tempering stage cultivation base and vast array of powerful abilities, he would definitely be able to take care of a pursuer of the same cultivation base even in his depleted state. Even with that in mind, Han Li didn't immediately stop. Instead, he continued to flee at his current speed, and only after flying for several tens of thousands more kilometers did he stop. Even if there were more pursuers on the way, this was too far of a distance for them to arrive on the scene in a short time. As soon as he stopped, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to summon several tens of small azure swords, all of which vanished into the surrounding air in a flash. He then clasped his hands behind his back and hovered in midair as he cast his gaze into the distance. Not long after that, a gust of yellow winds surged toward him from afar. The winds were extremely fierce, and even before it reached Han Li, there were already loud rumbling thunderclaps that could be heard erupting from within it. The yellow winds then vanished to reveal a giant lizard with 6 paws and 4 wings. Above the lizard's head stood a golden-horned young man who was appraising Han Li with a cold look in his narrowed eyes. "Which race are you from? You don't seem to be from the heavenly cloud races. So be it, no matter who you are, you dared to spy on us, so only death awaits you," the young man said in a frosty voice. Immediately thereafter, the 6-pawed lizard beneath his feet suddenly let loose a low roar, and a gust of powerful winds was swept up around it. The lizard beast then spread its 4 wings and disappeared on the spot, but the young man remained completely unmoved while making a grabbing motion in an unhurried manner. A murky black shadow appeared before, abruptly elongating and revealing itself to be a black shadow spear. Han Li's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, and golden light suddenly erupted from his body as he clenched one of his hands into a fist before thrusting it through the air in a certain direction. A golden fist projection erupted forth amid a resounding boom, causing the surrounding air to warp and twist violently. The giant golden fist projection then exploded nearby, transforming into a golden halo that encompassed everything within a radius of several tens of feet. Immediately thereafter, the bewildered and enraged roar of a beast rang out from within the light. A ball of yellow light then erupted forth to intertwine with the golden light, and the 6-pawed lizard emerged out of thin air in a rather sorry state, desperately spewing yellow light out of its mouth to ward off the golden light. Seeing as Han Li seemed to have been momentarily distracted by the lizard beast, a sinister look flashed through the young man's eyes, and the black spear in his hand suddenly vanished in a flash. In the next instant, black light flashed several tens of feet in front of Han Li, and the black spear abruptly reappeared before hurtling toward him as a streak of black light. However, Han Li reacted extremely quickly, and almost in the exact same instant that black spear appeared, he opened his mouth to blast forth a golden arc of lightning that struck the spear with unerring accuracy. He didn't know what kind of abilities the spear possessed, but from the faint odor of blood and gore emanating from it, he could deduce that this was most likely an evil weapon, so his divine Devilbane lightning would provide the perfect counter. However, the scenes that unfolded next had Han Li feeling quite astonished. Spiritual light suddenly flashed from the black spear, and it passed through the arc of lighting in a flash as a faint shadow. The golden arc of lightning struck empty space and wasn't able to slow down the spear in the slightest. The spear was already extremely close to Han Li, and he had just been caught off guard by this sudden development, so even though he was far more powerful than the average cultivator of his caliber, there was no way for him to evade in time. Thus, the black spear struck his body amid a dull thump before exploding into a ball of black light. Han Li was forced back a single step by the enormous impact, but his body remained completely unscathed. The black light released in the wake of the spear's explosion resembled sinister infernal light straight from the depths of hell, but it was kept at bay by a suit of black armor that emerged from Han Li's body in a flash. This was an attack that would have definitely killed a normal cultivator of his caliber, but it was kept at bay with relative ease by the suit of devilish armor. Han Li and the young man's expressions both changed in unison. Han Li was naturally quite stunned that his opponent's attack had been able to disregard even his divine Devilbane lightning. If it weren't for the heavenly devilish armor's reflexive reaction to protect its wearer, that attack could have spelled a lot of trouble for him. Meanwhile, the young man was stunned that the Een spirit spear that had earned him quick victories on so many occasions in the past had failed in this instance. He had already slain countless opponents with this weapon, and close to half of them were beings of the same cultivation base as him. A peculiar light flashed through his eyes, and he began to appraise Han Li's suit of black armor with an intense gaze. Even though this was the first time he had seen this suit of devilish armor, it was quite clear from its sinister design and the black runes emanating from it that this was no ordinary suit of armor. As such, he was becoming quite excited. "Good. You've got a nice suit of armor there. I'll be taking it for myself," the young man proclaimed in a cold voice. Han Li was naturally quite enraged to hear this, but his expression remained calm as he said, "Is that so? Come and take it if you have what it takes." The golden-horned young man flipped a hand over, and a silver ruler suddenly appeared in his grasp. As soon as the ruler appeared, it released an enormous burst of spiritual pressure, and Han Li's heart jolted slightly at the sight of it. Through the inspection of his spirit eye ability, he could see that the ruler was filled with dense runes, all of which were beveled silver runes. He immediately let loose a low cry and made a hand seal, upon which countless specks of azure light appeared out of the nearby space. The specks of light then expanded in a frenzy to form palm-sized azure lotus flowers. Han Li had activated his spring dawn sword formation in an instant, and immediately thereafter he swept a sleeve through the air to release a white figure, which circled around in the air before revealing itself to be a translucent giant python that was over 100 feet in length. The giant python pounced forward and wrapped its own body around the severely ravaged six-pawed lizard, which had just emerged from the golden light. The giant python then opened its mouth before attempting to sink its fangs into the lizard beast's body, and the six-pawed lizard immediately retaliated in an alarmed and enraged manner. Han Li wasn't worried about his sentient puppet in the slightest. He had already examined that lizard beast and ascertained that it was only at the mid-spatial tempering stage. Even though Doll was only at the early spatial tempering stage, it possessed a pair of ice attribute treasures that greatly enhanced its powers, so it certainly wouldn't be much weaker than the opponent. Furthermore, it possessed the body of a puppet, which gave it a distinct advantage in battle as its combat prowess wouldn't be hampered at all unless it sustained fatal damage. With his puppet taking care of the lizard beast in his stead, he was able to focus his attention entirely on the young man within his sword formation. At this moment, the young man had already brandished the silver ruler and was inspecting the azure lotus flowers around him with a disdainful expression. He flicked his wrist and the silver ruler released a loud ringing sound before manifesting a series of ruler projections that appeared to be quite profound. Han Li's eyelids twitched and he immediately activated the sword formation. All of the azure lotus flowers revolved on the spot before swelling to several times their original size, then combining as one to form an azure light barrier. The young man could only sense his surroundings blur, following which he found himself on a vibrant green grassland after a flash of azure light. Delicate blades of grass that were no more than several inches tall laid all around him, interspersed with wild flowers of all different colors. There were birds chirping in the surrounding area, and this was an extremely relaxing setting that instantly struck him with a sense of drowsiness. This is an illusionary technique. The sleepy look in the young man's eyes faded in a flash, and he immediately came to his senses as a dark expression appeared on his face. He abruptly swept his silver ruler through the air, and countless ruler projections flew forth in a flash, then abruptly converged to form a massive ruler that was several tens of feet in length. The ruler let loose a dragon's roar, and the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunderclaps also abruptly rang out. The space in the wake of the silver ruler warped and twisted violently as if it were about to be torn apart, and the surrounding area shattered into countless fragments like an azure mirror. However, the surroundings then blurred, and the young man found himself in a dense forest next. All of the surrounding trees were extremely tall and lush, and their canopies virtually obscured the entire sky. Earth-shattering tremors suddenly ran through the ground, and all of the surrounding trees were suddenly felled, crashing down toward the young man as countless thick azure logs. You're trying to use this illusionary technique on me a second time? How insolent! A sinister look appeared on the young man's face as he swept his silver ruler through the air, releasing countless ruler projections once again. All of the azure logs that came into contact with the silver ruler instantly vanished as specks of spiritual light, and it seemed that this silver ruler's abilities were a direct counter to illusionary techniques. Silver light flashed, and the countless ruler projections converged once again to form a giant silver ruler before crashing directly toward one face of the azure light barrier. The scenes that unfolded next made Han Li's pupils contract drastically. In the instant before the silver ruler struck the azure light barrier, scintillating light erupted from it, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. Using this sharp light as a smokescreen, the silver ruler suddenly split into two. A silver ruler projection that was identical to the original treasure was left in its place while the ruler itself blurred before vanishing into thin air. Thankfully, Han Li had been quite wary of this Jiao Qi being and constantly had his spirit eye ability activated. Otherwise, he would have most likely been fooled by that switcheroo. The silver ruler projection struck the azure light barrier amid what appeared to be an extremely violent clash, but at the same time, a burst of virtually undetectable spatial fluctuations erupted several tens of feet above Han Li's head. Immediately thereafter, the silver ruler appeared out of thin air before instantly sweeping downward in a completely silent and stealthy manner. In the blink of an eye, the ruler was no more than several inches above Han Li, and after one final flash, enormous spiritual pressure erupted from it as it came crashing down without making any further attempt to disguise itself. Brilliant silver light erupted from the ruler, and right at that moment, golden light suddenly radiated from the top of Han Li's head, following which a golden palm that was riddled with purple runes emerged out of thin air. The golden hand then reached out like lightning and caught the silver ruler in a flash. The ruler shuddered and began to emit a shrill shrieking sound. Silver and purplish golden light intertwined to result in an earth-shattering explosion, and shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye erupted from the epicenter of the explosion before surging toward all directions. The silver ruler was enveloped within a dense layer of silver light, extending and retracting in an unpredictable manner in an attempt to free itself. However, the fingers of the golden hand were like inescapable hooks, and even though they were being kept at bay by the spiritual light being released by the silver ruler, they were slowly closing in inch by inch. The young man in the sword formation was somehow able to see Han Li through the illusionary technique of the sword formation, and a stunned and furious expression appeared on his face. He immediately let loose a low cry before making a hand seal, then pointed a finger directly toward the silver ruler. A loud thunderclap rang out, and arcs of lightning erupted from the silver ruler to strike the golden hand. However, the hand was like an impregnable fortress, and it only shuddered slightly in the face of the ferocious lightning strikes. A disdainful smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. Bright golden light erupted forth, and a purplish golden figure that was around 20 feet tall appeared. The figure had 3 heads, all of which were completely expressionless, as well as 6 arms. This was none other than Han Li's golden body projection, and not only was it riddled with purple runes in its current form, even the spiritual light that it was releasing had turned into a purplish golden color. The golden hand that had latched onto the silver ruler was none other than one of the projection's 6 hands. 2 of its 3 heads lowered in unison before opening their mouths to blast forth 2 bursts of golden light, which swept away the silver arcs of lightning being released by the ruler. The hand quickly took advantage of this opportunity to clamp its fingers around the ruler, and the silver light barrier surrounding the treasure was instantly shattered, thereby allowing the hand to truly close itself around the silver ruler. One of the golden body's other hands then also shot forth like lightning, and it rubbed its 2 hands together with the silver ruler between its palms. The ruler immediately let loose an anguished wail, and the silver light it was releasing instantly dimmed significantly. One of the golden body's heads then opened its mouth to expel a burst of golden light, which drew the silver ruler into its stomach. Everything had taken place in the blink of an eye, and by the time the golden-horned young man had processed what had just happened, he had already lost his spiritual connection with his precious treasure. He was naturally greatly alarmed and infuriated by this development. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.